As a university librarian in the vast world, Zhang Xuan's life took an unexpected turn. During a night shift, a fire suddenly broke out in the library, though nothing is ever truly sudden. It was certainly the work of an arsonist. Because of this, Zhang Xuan was reincarnated into another world without ever meeting King Yama. In this new life, he found himself in a desperate situation. In a scene of intense pressure, he cornered a beautiful young lady, who can be identified as a character like Zhao Ya. With a predatory demeanor that could be metaphorically described as licking a knife, he showcased a long tongue, exuding a strangely menacing aura. Backing the beautiful and frightened girl into a corner, he presented a lecherous and unsettling expression. He then asked the bewildered and alarmed girl, "What do you think? Do you want to become my student? I am the most famous teacher in this entire academy. You clueless girl. Could this teacher be the #1 star teacher of the academy? Is he teacher Lu Xun?" The man scoffed, dismissing the name. "Lu Xun is nothing compared to me. I am far more formidable." He then coolly swept his hair back and arrogantly introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Xuan." Slap, the female student struck him squarely across the face for his shameless boasting. She turned and stormed off in a huff. Some #1 teacher. As it turns out, he's #1 from the bottom. What a complete liar. The man sat on the ground, clutching his stinging cheek in misery. Well, #1 from the bottom is still #1, he mused to himself. Doesn't that count for something? This world was exactly like one from a novel, where the martial Dao was supreme and strength was king. He had originally thought his journey would follow the classic transmigration trope, starting as a useless nobody, having his engagement broken, being scorned by the world, and finally rising to the pinnacle. Turns out, he had been overthinking things. He really needed to watch fewer dramas. Instead, he had transmigrated into the body of this unlucky fellow, becoming the absolute worst teacher in the academy. Zhang Xuan buried his face in his hands in frustration. Why was it so difficult to recruit a single student? Dejectedly, he glanced around his classroom. The tables and chairs were dilapidated and covered in dust. There wasn't a single student in sight. Not only that, but the body's previous owner had even taught a student to the point of cultivation deviation. Good news travels, but bad news travels faster. All the students were terrified of falling into his hands. With no students, he was criticized by everyone for being the most unqualified teacher. Unable to bear the pressure, the man had resorted to drowning his sorrows in wine, drinking himself to death. And that's how our unlucky protagonist transmigrated, becoming his replacement. Zhang Xuan clutched his head in despair. If he couldn't recruit a single student today, he would be expelled from the academy. Even if he disregarded the dignity of his past life, he had to find a way to secure his livelihood in this one. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a girl who appeared out of nowhere. He turned to see a pink-haired girl standing timidly at the doorway. She peeked inside and asked, "Excuse me, is this teacher Lu Xun's lecture hall?" Seeing a potential student, Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. "It looks like I'll have to use some tricks to snag a student," he thought. "You're not getting away from me." He immediately cleared his throat a few times and turned around, determined to succeed this time. He asked the girl, "Are you here to ask me to be your teacher?" The female student's face lit up with excitement. "That's right, I've heard that teacher Lu Xun is the most brilliant teacher at Hongqian Academy. Everyone feels honored to become his student." Zhang Xuan immediately refuted her claim, calling it a childish and absurd notion. "Choosing a teacher is like choosing a pair of shoes," he explained. "You have to see if it's a good fit. If the teacher isn't suitable for you, it doesn't matter how amazing they are, it will be useless. However, there are teachers who, despite not being well known, are a perfect match for a student's condition. They can help that student improve even more rapidly." The female student listened and felt that this shady teacher had a point. It seemed her older brother had said something similar. "But I don't know which teacher would be suitable for my condition," she admitted. This was the perfect opening for Zhang Xuan's swindle. "As a teacher, it is my duty to guide my students. I, too, am a teacher of Hongqian Academy. I can't just stand by and watch a student fall into confusion without helping. Follow me. Let me assess your foundation and innate talent, and then I'll help you find the most suitable teacher." The female student hurriedly bowed to thank the teacher before her. She then took a stance and began to execute a series of martial arts forms for Zhang Xuan to observe. However, the man stood to the side, unable to make sense of anything he was seeing. A nervous sweat broke out on his brow, but he maintained a calm face. Who doesn't like to hear pleasant words? He thought. I'll just learn the flowery phrases of those fortune tellers and repeat them. After completing her forms, the girl regulated her breathing and returned to normal. She turned to the teacher and asked, "How do you find my cultivation?" The fraud put on a profound look, stroking his chin. "Based on my analysis, your foundation is solid, and you possess innate talent. You are diligent and hard-working in your daily practice, truly a rare martial arts genius." The female student was overjoyed at being called a genius. Perhaps no one had ever said that to her before. Zhang Xuan added, "Especially your stance. Every movement is like a crouching tiger and a coiled dragon. Your leg muscles are firm, and your strength is as abundant as a surging river, endless and vast. If you practice leg techniques properly in the future, your prospects will be incredibly bright. The girl's expression turned sorrowful as she said, "My leg was once broken. The doctor diagnosed that I would have no chance of improving in this life." Hearing this, the fool's face showed that he had misspoken. "Oh crap, I messed up," he thought. He quickly regained his composure, pretending to have understood everything. "How could I not see something so obvious? Although your legs were injured, you have gained an unforeseen opportunity." She looked at him blankly. "An opportunity? What do you mean, teacher? I don't understand at all." He stumped his foot, and slapped his thigh with gusto. "It is precisely because it was broken that it can be reforged." Although she still didn't understand, she became excited. "Is that so? There's still hope for this broken leg." John Xuan held up 3 fingers. "However, in this entire academy, including myself, there are only 3 teachers who can see this opportunity. The other 2 stopped accepting students long ago." Hearing this, she became anxious. "They're not accepting new students. Then what should I do?" Her eyes fell upon the teacher before her. What about you, teacher? Are you still accepting students?" Spurred on by his own bluffing, Jiang Xuan couldn't pass up this chance to recruit a student. The girl immediately knelt on the ground, clasping her hands. "I know you are a noble person. I beg you to accept me as your disciple. I swear I will cultivate diligently and never bring you shame." Outwardly, Jiang Xuan remained cool, but inwardly he was ecstatic. Finally, a success. He immediately agreed, "Very well. It must be fate that you met me today. I will reluctantly accept you." He promptly took out a dagger. "Now, let's verify your identity." The girl was confused by his sudden change in demeanor. The dagger pricked her finger, and blood dripped onto a jade token. She was bewildered. Didn't he just say he needed to think about it, that he was indifferent to fame and fortune? Why is he moving so quickly? He even had a dagger ready. He put the dagger away. "Very good. You are now my student, just as you wish. By the way, what's your name?" She too realized she had forgotten to introduce herself. "My name is Wang Ying." Without hesitation, he sent her away, telling her not to forget to come to class the next day. Wang Ying was puzzled as to why she was dismissed from the classroom right after becoming a disciple. What a strange person. Jiang Xuan returned to the classroom to look at the jade token. He had finally secured a student, and no longer had to worry about being expelled. This time, he could finally stand firm in this world. He tossed the jade token up happily. "Rest assured, Jiang Xuan. Since I've transmigrated into you, I will definitely live a worthy life in your place." Suddenly, Jiang Xuan felt his entire body go dizzy, his vision turned as black as pitch, and his head spun. Unable to keep his balance, he dropped the gem in his hand and fell. And yet, he didn't hit the ground. Instead, he fell into some kind of space. What in the world was happening? He kept falling deeper and deeper, until a dazzling light appeared, dispelling all the darkness around him. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, his head still throbbing as if it had been split open. What's going on? In front of him stood an incomparably massive gate, with strange characters inscribed above it. Where is this? The Library of Heaven's Path. Jiang Xuan was stunned. The Library of Heaven's Path. What just happened? Don't tell me I've transmigrated again. Or perhaps, this was his long overdue transmigration gift. But what was the meaning of a library? In his previous life, he was a librarian. Surely, they wouldn't make him do the same job again. I should go in and see. Maybe there's something good inside, like a system or an old grandpa mentor, he thought. Pushing the gate open, he stepped inside. Jiang Xuan was utterly astonished. This place was far more luxurious and magnificent than the library from his past life. The walls were nowhere in sight, and the sheer number of books was overwhelming. However, besides the books, there was nothing else. Other people's transmigration gifts are cool old grandpas who appear out of nowhere, or powerful systems. Is my gift just this pile of books? What kind of cheat is this? In the future, when I fight someone, will they draw a sword while I pull out a book? His expression suddenly changed. Wait a minute, I should first see what kind of books these are. They might be peerless cultivation techniques. With that thought, he immediately walked over to a bookshelf. Yet, when he reached out to touch it, the bookshelf flickered like an illusion. It wasn't a physical object, just an image. What a scam. I've been played. Even the books were fake. It seemed that fighting people with books was out of the question. A moment later, Jiang Xuan found himself back outside, deep in thought. What was that place all about? He went in for a moment, and then came right back out. Was it all a dream? Even if it was real, it was clear that the darn library was completely useless. What a waste of such a grand setup, getting his hopes up for nothing. Forget it, I'll go get something to eat. I can find a few more students later, Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. A blonde-haired young man, Cao Chen, swaggered over with a group of people. Today, the academy allows students to choose their teachers freely. These are all my new students. Not bad, right? He boasted, before turning to Jung Xuan. How was your harvest today? Don't tell me you failed to recruit even a single one again. The thought of being mocked and ridiculed by this blonde-haired punk infuriated Jung Xuan. My business is none of your concern, and your business has nothing to do with me. Cao Chen didn't stop and continued to deride him in front of the students. Everyone, look, this is teacher Jung Xuan, the only teacher in history to score a 0 on the teacher qualification examination. He's a legend who has set a new record. The students began to whisper among themselves. A 0 on the teacher qualification examination. Then no one should ever take him as their master. I heard he taught a student to the point of cultivation deviation, nearly crippling them for life. Standing to the side, Jung Xuan's face darkened, and he frowned. Are you all done talking? If you're done, then scram. Don't waste my time while I'm on my way to eat. The blonde-haired teacher, Cao Chen, wouldn't let it go. As a teacher, don't you have any sense of shame? Shame? Why should I be ashamed? Jung Xuan retorted. I've set a new record, and my fame is known even to new students from all over. And you? As a teacher, you have no reputation at all. What gives you the right to compare yourself to me? What are you even bragging about? Cao Chen was seething with rage. What a thick-skinned bastard, daring to use his infamy to look down on others. From behind the crowd, Wang Ying stepped forward. Teacher Zhang is not the person you say he is. He is a very good person. Not only did he accept me as his student, but he also said that if I cultivate properly, I could become the top student in the class. The old butler behind her hurriedly tried to stop his second young miss. Young miss, the young master specifically instructed you to seek tutelage under teacher Lu Kun, yet you secretly took this useless fellow as your master. Let's withdraw from his class immediately. If the young master finds out, we'll all be in deep trouble. Cao Chen turned to mock Jung Xuan again. Well, teacher Zhang. Is this little girl the student you just accepted? It seems she wants to withdraw. What are you going to do now? Jung Xuan can't. Don't worry. He had just barely managed to recruit a student and avoid the crisis of being expelled from the academy, and now a new problem had arrived. The butler pulled Wang Ying over to Jung Xuan and stated that his young miss wished to withdraw from his tutelage. At that moment, Jung Xuan regained his composure. He looked calmly at Wang Ying and asked, do you have any idea how many people wish to become my student? Yet I refuse them. Now, do you really want to give up this rare opportunity? He then turned to the old butler. It's not that I'm unwilling to let your young miss go. It's just that withdrawing from a teacher will leave a bad mark on her record. If, in the future, no other teacher is willing to accept Wang Ying, who will take responsibility? Can you even handle this? Seeing the butler begin to waver, he quickly slung an arm around the man's shoulder. Rest assured, your young miss is exceptionally talented. With my guidance, she will certainly achieve extraordinary things. In his mind, however, Jung Xuan had a different thought. A duck that's already cooked must not be allowed to fly away. Suddenly, the blonde-haired man spoke up. Hold on. Who said no one dares to accept Wang Ying? If she leaves Jung Xuan, I, Cao Shum, will immediately take your young miss as my disciple. Infuriated, Jung Xuan pointed at him. This is a blatant attempt to steal my student. Do you think I won't report you to the academy? Cao Shum remained calm. Then let's just have an on-the-spot teaching duel. The academy has clear regulations. A competition where the student chooses for themselves doesn't count as poaching. Jung Xuan considered his options. Although this Cao Shum had poor character, his teaching level and cultivation were both far superior. The outcome of this duel was decided before it even began. Cao Shum crossed his arms smugly. Don't tell me you don't dare to agree. If you have any skill, then compete. Don't drag your young miss down with you. Jung Xuan was out of options. If he didn't accept the challenge, Wang Ying would certainly leave. If he showed fear now, he would never be able to recruit another student again. And so, Jung Xuan agreed to face off against the blonde-haired man. A short while later, the martial arts training ground was filled with people. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Come and see. Is it true Teacher Cao and Teacher Zhang are competing? Isn't this just self-torture for Zhang? At the training ground, the two teachers and their respective students stood ready. According to the rules, each teacher would instruct the other student, pointing out their flaws. The one whose student showed greater improvement would be the winner. Cao Shum began, telling Wang Ying to perform a few moves for him. Wang Ying took her stance, and then rushed forward, throwing a punch straight at the stone pillar in front of her. The stone began to display a number. She had scored 53 points. Cao Shum started his critique. Although your fist technique is powerful, the strength from your lower body is insufficient. If I'm not mistaken, both of your legs must have been injured before. Jung Xuan began to worry. Cao Shum had deduced Wang Ying's past leg injury with just a single glance. His insight was clearly far superior. What was he going to do? This was a dead-end situation. Cao Shum leaned close to Wang Ying. Now, I will tell you a method that doesn't require you to worry about your injured leg. Listen carefully. He whispered something to Wang Ying, and even though Zhang Xuan was standing nearby, he couldn't hear a thing. Wang Ying followed Cao Sheng's instructions and once again took her stance. This time, her legs were more agile, no longer stiff. She threw another punch straight at the scoring pillar. The score this time was 63 points. The onlookers were astonished. A simple instruction increased her power by 10 points. Teacher Cao's insight and guidance are truly profound. Cao Sheng was finished. Now it was Zhang Xuan's turn. The white-haired male student clasped his hands and said, "I ask for Teacher Zheng's guidance." Suddenly, Zhang Xuan held up a hand. Wait a moment. He felt this was unfair. Both Cao Sheng and his student looked baffled. What's unfair? Zhang Xuan spoke with indignation. On what basis is it that if I lose, I have to give Wang Ying to you? But if you lose, there's no penalty. Isn't that getting something for nothing? Cao Sheng was at a loss for words, realizing Zhang Xuan had a point. He walked over and patted his student on the shoulder, declaring that if Zhang Xuan won, he would let his student, Liu Yang, acknowledge him as his master. Liu Yang didn't seem to agree, but Cao Sheng told him to relax. How could Zhang Xuan possibly win? Seeing this, Zhang Xuan felt it was acceptable and agreed for the duel to continue. Liu Yang took his stance before the stone pillar, while Zhang Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. As Liu Yang began to execute his fist technique, Zhang Xuan's mind went blank. He was completely unfamiliar with this set of moves, so how could he possibly find any flaws? Liu Yang channeled power into his fist. I'd rather die than have to call that teacher with a 0 on his qualification exam a master. Zhang Xuan tried his best to observe but saw no openings. What flaw could this fist technique possibly have? Suddenly, Zhang Xuan's head spun. Again. Why am I in this library at such a critical moment? He thought. He sat on the floor and looked up to see the words "Heaven's path has flaws." What was this? Where did these words come from? They weren't there last time. Just as he stood up, a book suddenly flew towards him. Zhang Xuan reached out and caught it. Oh, I caught it. This book doesn't seem to be an illusion. The title of the book was Liu Yang, which made him wonder what was inside. He opened it. Liu Yang of the Liu clan in Cloud Unfolding City. Martial artist, Gathering Realm. Cultivation technique, Lotus Acupoint Bursting Art. Martial skill, Flying Flower Fist Minor Accomplishment, Inch Dragon Fist Major Accomplishment. There are a total of 12 flaws in Liu Yang's execution. Zhang Xuan carefully read through each flaw. The fist technique has a set path, unable to unleash its strongest attack. He couldn't tell if this was real or not, but before he could think further he was snapped back to reality. At that moment, Liu Yang had just landed his punch on the stone pillar. The score displayed was 62 points. The people below chuckled. Not bad, 62 points of fist strength at such a young age. Cao Sheng told him to begin his instruction of Liu Yang. Zhang Xuan, however, was incredibly smug. Everyone has flaws, and every technique has openings. To be able to find those openings and record them in a book. So this is the function of the Library of Heaven's Path. This transmigrator's gift is truly not bad at all. He let out a laugh. It's time to show the true power of a transmigrator. Zhang Xuan calmly stated, this fist technique of Liu Yang's has many flaws. 12 of them, in total. Hearing this, Cao Sheng burst out laughing. A supposedly perfect fist technique has 12 flaws. Don't make me laugh. The crowd below also jeered. That's known as the flawless flying flower fist. Even the academy head would have trouble finding a single flaw. I think he can't find any real issues, so he's just spouting nonsense to scare people. Zhang Xuan frowned and turned to face the crowd. You don't believe what I'm saying? Well then, there's nothing I can do. It's not that I don't want to compete. He turned to leave, calling for Wang Ying to follow him. This bet is off. There's no need for that. Cao Chen hurriedly ran out to block his way. Hey, Teacher Zhang, calm down. We believe you. Please, give him your guidance. Zhang Xuan smirked, thinking to himself, this Cao Chen. I'll show you what a real reversal looks like. He pointed towards Liu Yang. The fist art you are practicing. I suggest you execute it with your left hand instead. Liu Yang was confused. Teacher, you want me to use my left hand? Are you serious? The crowd below also burst into laughter. How could simply switching hands be considered guidance? That would completely ruin the fist technique. Cao Chen told Liu Yang, just do as Teacher Zheng says. This would be the final nail in the coffin to prove Zhang Xuan was a fraud. Cao Chen was confident. He knew Liu Yang's capabilities very well. If he used his left hand, his score wouldn't even reach 30. Liu Yang began to execute the fist art, his movements wild and clumsy as he threw a punch with his left arm. Another powerful punch slammed straight into the stone tablet. When Cao Chen saw the score that appeared on the tablet, his jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide in disbelief. That's impossible. The number 123 appeared on the stone tablet. The crowd erupted in an uproar. What? The score went from 62 to 123. Isn't that a 100 increase in power? Even teacher Liu Kun might not be able to achieve something like that. Liu Yan himself couldn't believe that he had produced such a score. Zhengzhuan smiled with satisfaction. As expected, it worked. The Library of Heaven's path is incredible. He turned to Cao Cheng. Your guidance resulted in a 20 increase. Mine resulted in a 100 increase. Do you have anything else to say? Cao Cheng was speechless, unable to believe that he had lost. A gentleman's word is his bond. He took the jade token from his pocket, bit his own fingertip, and smeared a drop of blood on it. Then, he turned and handed the token to Liu Yan, allowing the young man to officially take Zheng Xuan as his teacher. After that, he stepped down from the dueling stage, gathered his students, and left. As he walked away, he glanced back at Zheng Xuan with a resentful look, but there was nothing he could do. Zheng Xuan tossed the jade token to Liu Yan. You're my new student now. Hurry up and verify your identity. Liu Yan had no other choice. He dripped his blood onto the token. After such a huge commotion, no other teacher would likely accept him anyway. Inside the academy, students were buzzing about the incident. A duel between two teachers, Teacher Cao Cheng, and the academy's worst, ranked teacher, Zheng Xuan. The result was what shocked them the most. Teacher Zheng Xuan had won, and it was a complete and utter victory. The student's strength had increased by 100. A girl, Zhao Ya, was sitting on a stone bench when she overheard the story. She found it absurd. Something that even teacher Lu Chun can't do. How could anyone else possibly achieve it? It must have been a lucky fluke. Other female students disagreed. It definitely wasn't luck. How could a lucky fluke double someone's strength? Zhao Ya thought to herself, my entire purpose in coming to Hongqian Academy was to become teacher Lu Chun's student. And you all are saying he's inferior to the academy's worst, ranked teacher. Fine. I'll go and expose this fraud for all of you to see. The scene shifts to Zheng Xuan's lecture hall. The fool was excitedly observing the inside of his mental library. As long as someone performs a martial art or cultivation technique in front of me, the Library of Heaven's path will automatically generate a book detailing all of its flaws. With this in my hands, I'm about to reach the pinnacle of life. Just then, Xiao Yo walked in with a less than pleasant attitude and asked the man in front of her, are you teacher Zhang Xuan? He immediately returned from his mental space. Who are you? Zhao Ya stated her purpose directly. I heard that you can help a student increase their strength by 100. Why don't you give me some pointers and see if I can double my strength too? Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. I'm busy. Zhao Ya was indignant. Busy? You call this busy? To me it looks like you're just sitting here doing nothing. I am in the middle of recruiting students, Zhang Xuan said. I don't have time to waste on a rude little girl like you. Zhao Ya was now fuming. Then what will it take for you to give me your guidance? Zhang Xuan's condition was simple, become my student. Zhao Ya immediately thought that this man was just trying to trick students into signing up. This was exactly the kind of person she despised. I'll become his student first, expose him as a fraud, and then go and seek tutelage under teacher Lu Kun. Fine, I agree to become your student, she said. However, if your guidance is wrong, I will announce to everyone that you are a scammer. Two female students outside the hall grew anxious. Now Jaya wants to become teacher Zhang's student. This is terrible. We have to go and inform Butler Yao right away. Inside, Zhang Xuan waved his hand again, refusing to accept her. Your attitude is too poor. I only like to be a children. Flames of rage burned within Zhao Ya. This despicable man. But she was here to expose him, so how could she let him anger her? She had to endure. And so, she changed her attitude, lowering her voice. Teacher, please don't be angry. It was my fault for being rude just now. I now sincerely wish to become your student. I hope you will accept me. Zhang Xuan felt her current attitude was passable. However, becoming my student isn't that simple. First, clean this room until it is spotless, without a speck of dust. And also, clean the latrine outside. Pay special attention to the toilet bowl, scrub it until it's clean. Only after I've inspected your work and am satisfied with the quality will I accept you as my student. Zhao Ya could no longer hold it in, gritting her teeth so hard they made a creaking sound. Zheng Xuan tilted his head and rested his chin on his hand. You can't even handle a small request like this. Then you should leave. It seems we are not fated to be master and student. Zhao Ya immediately grabbed a broom. I was just kidding. I'll start cleaning right away. As she swept, she glared at the man who was humming a tune. In her entire life, she had never been so wronged. I'll remember this grudge. A while later, the entire lecture hall was sparkling clean and smelled faintly fragrant. He handed the jade token to Zhao Ya. Verify your identity. She took it happily, eagerly anticipating his guidance. I can't wait to get stronger, she thought outwardly. Inwardly, she thought, I can't wait to bring you to ruin. There was a stone tablet for testing strength in the lecture hall as well. He told her to go to the tablet and throw a punch so he could see her foundation. She obeyed. How can he give any guidance from just one punch? Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. As Zhao began to execute her martial technique, Zheng Xuan immediately entered his mental library. The Library of Heaven's Path should have generated a book by now, right? Let's have a look at the book. Where are the flaws of this student? Ah, here it is. I found it. As expected, I can generate a book just by having her use a martial skill. He opened it to read. Daughter of the White Jade City Lord. Martial Artist Wan Dan, Juki Realm Pinnacle. Cultivation Technique, White Jade Art, with 27 flaws. He opened and closed the book a few times. The City Lord's daughter didn't seem to be anything special. Suddenly, he flipped to a page that he found very interesting. Back in reality, Zhao Ya had just struck the stone pillar. The score she received was 123 points. He clapped his hands in praise. Not bad. To achieve this strength without any systematic training, you are truly worthy of being the City Lord's daughter. Thank you for the praise, teacher. I hope to receive your guidance, she said, while one hand behind her back prepared a jade crystal recorder to capture his fraudulent behavior. She would then expose him in front of everyone and see how he would try to squirm his way out. Suddenly he leaned in close to Zhao Ya and said, allow me to be blunt, but you are sick. Zhao Ya, blushing from his proximity, recoiled. I'm not sick. You're sick, your whole family is sick. It seemed she had misunderstood his meaning. I'm not scolding you, he clarified. I'm saying your body has an illness. She crossed her arms, insisting her body was perfectly healthy. I'm not sick. Don't just make things up because you can't see anything wrong. Don't be so quick to deny it, he said. Do you often feel a dull itch in your dance home and jik acupoints? Especially on nights with a full moon, does your whole body feel irritable and hot? Furthermore, does it feel like no matter how you cultivate, you can never calm your mind? Hearing him reveal all of her most private struggles, Zhao Ya was utterly astonished. How could you possibly know that? I know, he said simply, because I am a teacher. She asked meekly, is there a way to solve it? So impatient, he mused. Of course there is a solution, but I will only explain it to you in class tomorrow. She asked, a little worried, are you telling the truth? Well, if you don't believe me, you can find another teacher in the academy. I'll let you withdraw from my class right now. Zhao Ya was convinced. From now on, Zheng Xuan was her only teacher. He turned back to her sharply. So, are you still planning to keep that recording crystal? Startled, she crushed the jade crystal in her hand. She was in shock. He had not only diagnosed her illness with a single glance but had also discovered the hidden recording crystal. Watching his retreating back as he reminded her not to be late for class tomorrow, her mind was filled with thoughts. How could a person with such abilities have a 0 on the teacher qualification exam? The only explanation is that he's a master who doesn't care for fame and fortune. Just then, from a distance, a figure was rushing towards them. Upon arrival, the man roared, young miss, this was Dao Han, the head butler of White Jade City. Uncle Dao, why are you here? She asked, confused. Dao Han turned to her. You haven't accepted this Zheng Xuan as your teacher yet, have you? But the rice was already cooked. She had become his disciple a while ago. Dao Han turned to Zheng Xuan. Our young miss is a child of heaven, a teacher like you with no qualifications. Let her withdraw immediately. I won't hold this against you. Otherwise, I will go to the academy head and demand your dismissal. Zhao Ya pulled at Dao Han's arm. What are you doing? I willingly chose teacher Zheng as my master. What chaos are you causing? Willingly? Dao Han questioned. Could it be that this man gave you guidance on your cultivation and caused your strength to skyrocket like a kite in the wind? Zhao Ya hesitated. Well, no. He hasn't increased my strength but... Alright, Uncle Dao, don't ask anymore. Confused, Dao Han looked down and saw the shattered jade crystal on the ground. His face flushed with rage as he turned on Zheng Xuan. What did you do to the young miss? A teacher bewitching an underage girl to make her your disciple. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Zheng Xuan stood there, dumbfounded. Huh. I haven't done anything. There must be a misunderstanding. Zhao Ya stepped in front of her butler. Uncle Dao, stop talking nonsense. If you keep this up, I'll never speak to you again. Threatened into silence, Dao Han immediately shut up, not daring to utter another word. Zhao Ya pulled him away. Come on, let's go get my bedding. Don't make me late for class tomorrow. Before leaving, he still had to turn his head back to give Zheng Xuan one last fond look. Zheng Xuan was baffled by what was happening. He had just accepted a student. Did it really have to be this dramatic? The scene shifts to another part of the academy, where two students were walking together. One had been accepted by teacher Wang, while the other had not. Mo Xiao, the one who had been accepted, naturally felt fine and tried to comfort Zhen Yan. Don't be disappointed. That was easy for him to say. They had both practiced the spear since childhood, and the best spear master in Hongjin Academy was teacher Wang. Mo Xiao was chosen, so he was happy. Zhen Yan, who was not, was naturally dejected. Suddenly, Mo Xiao noticed a lecture hall with a sign that even had the words number 1 on it. Hey, let's go check it out. Zhen Yan thought the place looked too old and didn't want to go in, but Mo Xiao kept pulling him. What if he's also a teacher who's good with the spear? Besides, it won't hurt to just take a look. Soon, the two were standing before Zhang Xuan, wanting to ask for his guidance. Mo Xiao confirmed, my brother here is extremely skilled with the spear. We hope to receive your guidance. Zhang Xuan found the spear arts interesting. Alright, demonstrate a little for me. Mo Xiao pushed Zhen Yang forward. Since we're already here, it won't hurt to let this teacher give you some pointers. Zhang Xuan was pleased. Another student was delivering himself right to his doorstep. Excellent. Zhen Yang picked up his spear. The conditions here are so poor, the teacher must also be very average. He shook his head. Whatever. If the teacher's level is no good, I just won't become his disciple. Zhen Yang began to brandish his spear, then leaped into the air, thrusting it straight into the stone pillar. The number that appeared was 123, a rather high score. Zhen Yang clasped his hands. I asked for the teacher's guidance. However, that teacher was off in his library, not even paying attention, which instantly disheartened Zhen Yang. The boy sighed. It seemed this teacher's level was nothing special after all. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan spoke with a laugh. My young student, have you recently suffered from emotional heartbreak? Furthermore, were you humiliated in front of others? Zhen Yang blushed and confessed, I had a secret crush on a girl then. Wait, what does that have to do with you, teacher? Mo Xiao also chimed in, asking, you were humiliated by someone, Zhen Yang. Why didn't you tell me? I would have gone to settle the score for you, Zhen Yang said to Mo Xiao. But let's talk about this later. But teacher, Zhen Yang continued, turning to Zhang Xuan, this is my private matter. Although I don't know how you found out, what does it have to do with spear art guidance? Zhang Xuan held up a finger. Of course it's related. Your spear art is fierce and decisive, a representation of your personality. You charge forward bravely in everything you do, without thinking about the consequences. However, because you've been hurt emotionally, you've become timid and afraid of failure. Your spear art has gained a hint of hesitation, a touch of doubt. Consequently, the might of your spear has weakened significantly. Zhen Yang was in disbelief. This man could tell he'd had his heart broken, and he could even see his personality through his spear art. Zhang Xuan was very confident. What's so strange about that? Your spear art is a representation of your state of mind. If your mind is clouded, the execution of your martial arts will naturally be muddled. Although your spear art is coherent, it seems as if something is holding you back. You can't sever it, and you can't resolve it. I knew with a single glance that it must be a matter of the heart. Zhen Yang and Mo Xiao stared with wide eyes. Even the number 1 spear instructor, Teacher Wang, couldn't see these things. What kind of insight was this? Zhang Xuan offered the young man some advice. If you want to earn respect in matters of love, you must first possess sufficient strength. Without strength, how can you expect the other person to value you? Therefore, what you need to do now is open your heart and cultivate diligently. You must use your strength to prove your worth. A radiant aura seemed to emanate from the teacher. Fortunes rise and fall. Do not bully a young man for being poor. Zhen Yang finally understood, his fists clenching tightly. Do not bully a young man for being poor. Now Zhang Xuan said, try thrusting your spear again. Zhen Yang picked up his spear and took his stance, his eyes filled with determination. After being enlightened, he unleashed a fatal thrust. The spear tip plunged into the stone tablet, and the score he received this time was 235. Mo Xiao's jaw dropped. His strength has doubled, that's terrifying. Zhen Yang immediately knelt down. Disciple Zhen Yang wishes to take you as my teacher. Zhang Xuan smiled and handed him a jade token. Verify your identity. Standing to the side, Mo Xiao thought to himself, if I had known this teacher was so incredible, I would have asked to become his student as well. But how have I never heard of such a formidable spear art teacher in the academy? Mo Xiao spoke up, asking for the teacher's esteemed name. Upon hearing the name Zhang Xuan, Zhen Yang found it familiar. Mo Xiao, however, remembered. I think the most useless teacher in the entire academy is also named Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan laughed. That's right. I am that useless one. The two boys were petrified, as if turned to stone, upon hearing his confirmation. Zhen Yang couldn't understand why such a brilliant teacher would have such a terrible reputation. The world is often jealous of the talented, Zhang Xuan said calmly. Is there anything strange about this? In his mind, however, he thought, if it weren't for the Library of Heaven's Path, with the original owner's reputation, not getting a negative score would have been a blessing. A 0 was already too high. Zhen Yang volunteered to stand up for his teacher and restore his reputation. Zhang Xuan told him not to rush. Reputation isn't important. As long as you cultivate properly in the future, I will be content. With that, he bid them farewell, reminding Zhen Yang to be on time for class the next day. Mo Xiao looked on with envy at his friend for having found such a powerful teacher. He also wondered, Who on earth was it that rejected Jen Yang? Elsewhere, Jiang Xuan happily held the jade tokens. He had recruited 4 students, and conveniently, he had used up all his recruitment tokens. Time to go to the logistics department to get a few more. The scene shifts to the logistics department. Jiang Xuan arrived, but found the place empty. Strange. According to the previous owner's memories, this is where I should get the recruitment tokens. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Well, if it isn't our celebrity teacher, Jiang Xuan, it turned out to be the staff from the logistics department. The portly man in charge, Qian Biao, asked, shouldn't you be busy recruiting students? What are you doing here? Jiang Xuan remembered. Because the body's previous owner was poor and hadn't offered any bribes, Qian Biao had made his life difficult. It was this fat man's handiwork that he had only been given 4 tokens in the first place. I've used up all my recruitment tokens, Jiang Xuan said. I'm here to get a few more. Hearing this, the men burst out laughing. The worst, Ang teacher says he's used up his recruitment tokens. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Jiang Xuan, now used to the humiliation, simply said, if you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? The portly man, Qian Biao, was intrigued. A bet? Fine. But what does a pauper like you have to wager? My face, Jiang Xuan replied. The winner gets to slap the loser 3 times in front of everyone. How about it? Do you dare? Qian Biao agreed instantly. But if you lose, you'll let each of us slap you 3 times. It was a deal. The logistics staff began to pull out their record books. All the teacher and student information is right here. We'll know the truth in a moment. Found it. It's true. There really are 4 students who have taken him as their teacher. Qian Biao was stunned. He snatched the book to see for himself. They must be blind or crippled to choose that bottom, anked loser as their teacher. And indeed, he saw Wang Ying's name. Wang Ying has an old leg injury. But then he saw the rest. Holy crap. This Wang Ying was ranked 6th or 7th in the entrance exam. And she's the young miss of the One clan, one of the 4 great clans of Tianquan City, and Zhao Ya, 7th in the entire cohort, the daughter of the city lord of White Jade City. There's also Liu Yang and Zhen Yan, both ranked in the top 100. Qian Biao was furious. He must have used some dirty tricks to deceive these students. Otherwise, why would they ever choose a useless teacher like him? Jiang Xuan didn't care whether he believed it or not. The result is clear. It's time to honor our bet. When the bet was mentioned, Qian Biao's expression turned ugly. Kid, what if we don't honor it? You want to act tough in front of us? Believe me, I can beat you into a pig's head. Are you going to run to the education bureau and tattle on us? Jiang Xuan smiled. So, you're planning to go back on your word. Teach him a lesson. Qian Biao ordered, and a man named Li Yuan stepped forward. He lunged, aiming a heavy slap at Jiang Xuan. The portly man didn't even bother to look, turning away. A mere fighter 3 Dan Juksu realm weakling dares to challenge a fighter 4 Dan Pei realm martial artist. He truly doesn't know his own limits. Allow me to provide a brief explanation, an introduction. This information is for everyone's benefit. The martial artist realm is divided into 9 dans, from 1 dan to 9 dan. The higher the dan, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Each dan is further divided into 4 stages, initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Our teacher, Jiang Xuan, although possessing astonishing insight, has a cultivation level of only martial artist 3 dan, Genki realm pinnacle. Teacher Li Yuan is a major realm higher. What is he going to do now? Immediately after, fresh blood spurted out, flying towards the fatty. He exclaimed, it was just a light lesson. Why is there blood everywhere? His 2 underlings called out, boss, that's not Jiang Xuan's blood. They turned around in astonishment to see Li Yuan lying face down on the ground, unconscious. The fatty couldn't believe it. Jiang Xuan is a whole major realm weaker than Li Yuan. How is this possible? Jiang Xuan raised a hand and taunted them. Come on, who's next? The fatty assumed it was just a fluke and ordered his 2 lackeys to charge forward. Jiang Xuan calmly closed his eyes and entered the library of Heaven's Path. Now that they had made their move, all of their strengths and weaknesses were recorded. After reading through the information, he returned to the battle and rushed towards the green-haired man. You're dead. With just 2 fingers, he poked lightly under the man's armpit, causing his eyes to roll back into his head. Next was the blonde-haired man. Jiang Xuan spun around and pressed a spot on his back, immobilizing him as well. Having dealt with them, he continued towards the fatty and pressed 2 fingers into his abdomen. All 3 men trembled, unable to speak. Jiang Xuan dusted off his hands. You've been struck in your sickness acupoints. Just lie down obediently. Following his words, all 3 of them collapsed to the ground. The fatty struggled to sit up. How did you know our weak points? He demanded. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, it's thanks to the library, of course. I didn't expect the library of Heaven's Path could not only see the flaws in cultivation techniques, but also the problems within the cultivator's body. Even though I just transmigrated here and don't understand the techniques very well, if I know your weaknesses, isn't it simple to overcome them? Of course he couldn't say that out loud. He told them, since we made a bet, you should honor it. Why must you make things so complicated? The fatty was furious. As the most poorly qualified teacher, you dare to attack other teachers. This act alone is enough to have you reported to the academy, and have your teaching qualifications revoked. The others chimed in, telling him to kneel and apologize, letting them beat him up. Otherwise, he should just wait to be expelled. Once he was expelled and no longer had the protection of a teacher's identity, no one would say a thing if they killed him. Hyunjun's face grew serious. You can't win with force, so now you want to talk about rules, is that it? In that case, I'll use the rules to talk as well. Teacher Kyan Biao, half a year ago, you stole a treasure from Elder Ming School to please your concubine. Teacher Bai Kun, 3 years ago, a student committed suicide because you humiliated him, and now his vengeful spirit often visits you in your dreams, demanding your life. Teacher Du Dun, you caused the death of another to seize your brother's property. Hearing this, the three of them looked as if they had been struck by lightning. How could he possibly know these secret matters? They immediately knelt and began to beg for forgiveness. Teacher Zhang Xuan, a great man does not concern himself with the faults of lesser men. Please spare us, Zhang Xuan said sternly. I couldn't care less about what you've done in the past. But from now on, if you harm others again, I will not let you off. The fatty obsequiously presented a box full of Jad identity tokens, telling him that if he ever needed more, he just had to ask. With the matter settled, Zhang Xuan walked away nonchalantly, while the others waved goodbye as if seeing off an honored guest. Zhang Xuan felt that transmigrating here might have been the right decision after all. The brilliant life he desired was one just like this. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion up ahead. It seemed a student was trying to commit suicide while his friend tried to stop him. A fat student was shouting, "Let me go. Don't stop me. I want to die." The other student yelled back at the fatty, while another friend told the fatty to calm down. We can discuss things slowly. Even if you want to jump off a building, you can't just randomly pull someone else with you. The fatty lost his enthusiasm. Oh, alright. I'll let you go then. With that, he grabbed the other student's leg. My friend, don't pull me. I don't want to live anymore. Huh. What the hell? You're the one who wants to die, but you're pulling someone else with you. Zhang Xuan watched, speechless. This world is too chaotic. What is going on? He decided to ignore it and continue with student recruitment. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan was stopped in his tracks as his leg was grabbed. The fat student had latched onto him. Judging by your clothes, you must be a teacher, right? He looked around, but the other two boys had already vanished. Now it was just the two of them. Let go of me, Zhang Xuan said. The fatty lay on the ground, weeping. Teacher, I failed to be accepted as a disciple 10 times already. Today is the last day of recruitment. Please show mercy and accept me as your student. Zhang Xuan bent down. If you want me to accept you, you have to at least show me some of your skills. What good does hugging my leg do? The fatty excitedly stood up and pulled out a pile of bricks. Teacher, watch this closely. Before Zhang Xuan could understand what was happening, the fatty started picking up bricks and smashing them all over his body. The bricks shattered on impact. Zhang Xuan was left dumbfounded. This was clearly self-harm. Suddenly, he was pulled into the library of Heaven's Path again. It seems a book has been formed. So, a body-tempering art is also a type of martial skill. Huh. Yuan Tao, independent cultivator from Dihuang City. Martial artist Wan Dan, Juxi Realm initial stage. Flaws 18. First, he possesses an unawakened ancient rhinoceros dragon bloodline. Second, his foundation is too poor, and his cultivation of martial skills is unstable. All he had going for him was his bloodline. What a poor seedling. Wait a minute, Zhang Xuan thought. Ancient rhinoceros dragon bloodline. In this world, people with bloodlines and innate physiques were incredibly important. A cultivator possessing either one of these would have a cultivation speed that far surpassed ordinary people, provided they utilized it properly. Innate physiques could be divided into many types: the pristine body, the pure yin body, the pure yang body, and the golden body. Similarly, bloodlines could also be categorized into many types: ancient, new, inherited, and mutated. This rhinoceros dragon bloodline was a type of ancient bloodline. It was said that when cultivated to its peak, one becomes impervious to blades and spears and can shatter all things, making it one of the most invincible defensive bloodlines. Unexpectedly, this sloppy fatso actually possesses the Emperor's bloodline. It's just that it hasn't been activated yet. Hyunjun's eyes lit up. I must take this guy as my disciple. He handed a recruitment token to the fat young man. From now on, I will accept you as my disciple. The fatso, Yuan Tao, was ecstatic. Teacher, you truly have a good eye. After completing the ceremony, he was overjoyed. He finally had a teacher. Just remember not to get arrogant, Zhang Xuan advised him. At that moment, Shan Bin walked over. Oh, if it isn't teacher Zhang Xuan. It's true what they say, a trash teacher accepts a trash student. Bin was the grandson of an academy elder, and one of the many pursuers of Ru. Walking beside him was Ru herself, the #1 beauty among the academy's teachers, with a line of suitors that could stretch from here to France. The previous owner of Zhang Xuan's body had also been one of her pursuers, which was why Bin had often made things difficult for him. Zhang Xuan turned sharply. "Who did you just call trash?" "I'm talking about you," Bin said arrogantly. Zhang Xuan pinched his nose. "Oh, it really is trash talking. The stench is unbearable." Being insulted back, Bin's face flushed with anger. Even Ru couldn't help but let out a small laugh. He was furious but forced himself to remain calm to maintain his image in front of his goddess. "Was I wrong?" he sneered. "Everyone in this academy knows what your level is. As for this fatso, I can see it as well. His punching strength is only 15 kilograms, and all he knows is defense. He ranked first from the bottom in the entrance exam. But I suppose a bottom-ranked student and a bottom-ranked teacher are a perfect match, aren't they?" Haha, hearing this, Yuan Tao panicked. "What? Did I just become the student of the worst-ranked teacher?" Zhang Xuan remained calm. "Are you done? If you're done, you can leave." Seeing that Zhang Xuan was completely unfazed, Bin became even more resentful. Unable to say anything more, he turned to Ru. "Let's go. We shouldn't stand next to this trash for too long, lest it affects your noble aura." However, Ru turned to Zhang Xuan instead. "Although your results in the last teacher qualification examination were not good, you shouldn't debase yourself like this. If you work harder, things will get better." Does this girl think that accepting Yuan Tao is an act of self-debasement?" "Thank you for your reminder," Zhang Xuan replied. "This student may not amount to much now, but who can say for sure that he isn't an uncut jade? As long as he is taught carefully, he will surely shine." Ru turned to Bin. "I'm tired today, I want to go back and rest. Don't follow me." Having been ditched for their dinner plans, Bin was furious. He shot a glare at Zhang Xuan. "Just you wait, I will absolutely not let you off." When Zhang Xuan turned around again, he saw that his new student, Yuan Tao, was trying to sneak away. He called out loudly, "Hey, my lecture hall isn't in that direction." Yuan Tao scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. "Teacher Jai. Look, my strength is so poor. Being your student will definitely damage your reputation. How about you let me withdraw?" Zhang Xuan grabbed his new student's arm. "No need to worry about that. Since we have already confirmed our identities, in life, you are my student, in death, you will be my student's ghost. We will never be parted." With that, he began dragging the fatso away. "No more excuses. This teacher is very grateful for your considerate thoughts. Now, come on, let me show you our classroom." "Teacher," Yuan Tao asked, "if I don't show up tomorrow, will you expel me?" "Why are you overthinking things? I wouldn't go as far as expelling you. I'll just throw you into that pond from earlier to feed the crocodiles. Didn't I just say? In life, you are my student. In death, you are my student's ghost. Don't worry, I will give you a proper burial and fulfill all my duties as your teacher." After finishing his work, Zhang Xuan returned to his residence to rest. He sighed. Today was the last day of recruitment. It seems I'll only be able to get 5 students. He glanced at a book on his table. Class starts tomorrow. I have to sort out my own cultivation tonight. He picked up the book. The cultivation technique his predecessor practiced was the Hongqian 9-layer formula. The 9 layers corresponded to the 9 realms of a fighter, and it was one of the most commonly practiced techniques in Hongqian Academy. Right now, among all the teachers, he was the only one still at the Fighter 3 Dan peak, everyone else was at least at the Fighter 4 Dan realm. He had to speed up his cultivation. The moment he sat down to meditate, he was pulled into that mysterious space. "Let's see if this place can solve my cultivation problems." He began to gather Genki, which was the process of condensing spiritual energy from the air into his dantian. However, gathering Genki was an incredibly laborious task. An ordinary cultivator would have to persist day and night for 3 years just to fill their dantian and break through to the next realm. Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth. Do I really have to do this boring cultivation for several years? But class was tomorrow. If his students found out that he was still at the Genki realm and couldn't even gather Genki, they would probably all withdraw. Although he could see the flaws of the Hongqian 9-layer formula through the Library of Heaven's Path, there were too many problems, nearly 1,000 of them. The library couldn't automatically fix these flaws. However, if I record a large number of different cultivation techniques and use their flawless parts to patch the deficiencies, it might just work. The scene shifts to the Compendium Pavilion. Zhang Xuan arrived and paid his respects to an old man, one of the pavilion's custodians, Elder Mo. "It's getting dark," the old man said. "What are you doing here at the Compendium Pavilion so late?" "I'm about to break through to Fighter 3 Dan," Zhang Xuan explained, "but I've encountered some confusion, so I came here to seek some answers." "To see someone still cultivating so late at night is truly commendable," Elder Mo said. "Please, The academy needs more passionate young people like you. The manuals for the Fighter 3 Dan Realm are on the 4th row of the technique bookshelves. You can go and have a look yourself. Thank you, Elder Mo. Gaojuan pushed the door open and went inside. Outside, the elder sighed. That child is a good boy. It's a pity his aptitude is a bit lacking. Hopefully, his results in the next teacher qualification examination won't be so poor. Zhang Xuan stepped inside. The sheer number of books was astounding. It seemed the compendium pavilion of Hongqian Academy was not much inferior to the libraries of the modern era. Following Elder Mo's directions, he arrived at a bookshelf. This should be the place. He reached out and pulled a book from the shelf to see what these cultivation techniques were like. Then, he brought the book with him into the space of his Library of Heaven's Path. The books in the Academy's library pavilion have over 3,000 errors. It seems the Hongqian 9 Dan formula, with only 1,000 flaws, is actually quite good. He sighed. Isn't it exhausting trying to find the correct path among so many errors? But wait a minute. Since I'm about to break through anyway, why do I need to fix the entire manual? I just need to correct the page about the breakthrough. As he expected, that page only had 10 flaws. Although the Library of Heaven's Path only noted the errors and didn't provide solutions, he could synthesize other books, discard the flawed parts, and then piece the correct content together. Wouldn't that allow him to deduce the correct breakthrough method? That's right. Since I'm here, I might as well gather the methods for the 4th and 5th Dans as well. He began to work diligently in the library pavilion, reading book after book, continuously finding errors and then finding the correct information to create the most complete cultivation method. Outside, Elder Mo heard the incessant rustling of pages from within and grew impatient. Flipping through so many books like that. He's clearly flighty and lacks a steady mind. Just putting on an act. To think I just praised a boy like that. Inside, Zhang Xuan had finished his work. He carefully returned the books to the shelves exactly as they were and started to head out. I've memorized all the cultivation methods for the 4th and 5th Dans. Now I just need to go home and consolidate them. Elder Mo called out to him, you solved your problem that quickly. Why not copy a volume to take back and study? My problem wasn't that big, Zhang Xuan replied. There's no need to copy anything. With that, he waved goodbye to Elder Mo and left. The old man thought to himself, no need to copy. He was just randomly flipping through books inside, and now he says his problem wasn't big. What nonsense. It seems I must find the academy head to rectify the teachers. Himda. The scene shifts to Zhang Xuan's house. It was now dark, and he sat at his desk, deep in thought. Even if I can use the Library of Heaven's Path to copy the correct parts of each book, with tens of thousands of volumes, how long would that take? Suddenly, while deep in thought, he was startled. For some reason, he had been pulled into the Library of Heaven's Path once again. The books from all over the library began to fly chaotically towards him. He realized these were the very books he had just recorded. Suddenly, the pile of books flew together, swirling into a circle. A brilliant light erupted, forcing him to shield his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw that all the books had merged into a single, compiled volume. He carefully reached out and took the book. This is a collection of over 1,000 secret manuals, recorded into a single volume. Furthermore, the information in this book was completely accurate. He opened the book to look. It no longer belonged to any known category of secret manuals. The cultivation method recorded within was unheard of. This powerful book doesn't have a name yet. Perhaps I should give it one. He thought for a moment. Since this is the most accurate secret manual compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, why not call it the Heaven's Path Divine Art? As soon as he settled on the name, the cover of the book glowed, and the title automatically appeared. Zhang Xuan closed his eyes and began to gather his Genkai. He even took off his coat, feeling the heat. The surrounding energy began to flow towards him. A ball of energy formed in the palm of his hand. Shortly after, the energy ball shattered, flying in all directions and filling the room. Zhang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. I've broken through. That was fast. Others have to cultivate ceaselessly for several years to break through to the Picure realm, finding it difficult to achieve. Yet, I went from a martial artist 3 Dan to the pinnacle of the Phi, Han Dingli realm in just half a night. Furthermore, this is top-tier Genkai. The protagonist's halo is truly something else. Wait a minute, he thought. Doesn't it say that to cultivate top-tier Genkai, one needs at least a saint-tier or god-tier cultivation art? It seems this is because of the Library of Heaven's Path. Although the template I used for cultivation was the Hongqian 9 Dan formula, I actually avoided all the errors, which is why I was able to condense top-tier Genkai. In that case, with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, could I write a saint-tier or god-tier cultivation art myself? At this thought, Zhang Xuan became incredibly excited. A Library of Heaven's Path encyclopedia. The thought alone is thrilling. Genkai is divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. The higher the quality of the Genkai, the greater one's future achievements. Cultivation arts are divided into 5 tiers: God, Saint, Spirit, Ghost, and Moral. Each tier is further divided into 4 sub-levels: Low, Medium, High, and Pinnacle. He gathered Genki in his hand. This is definitely top-tier Genki. This cultivation session not only improved my body but also strengthened the quality of my Genki. He glanced out the window. Time to see how much power I have. Jiang Xuan put his coat back on and stood before the stone pillar he had seen Wang Yang and the others use. By striking the stone with all one's might, one could measure their power. Well then, let's try out my first punch in this world after breaking through. He gathered energy in his arm, which began to glow. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch with all his might against the stone pillar. And yet, his score was 8, but it was 8 ding. 1 ding is equivalent to 1,000 points. Jiang Xuan looked on in disbelief. This was not much weaker than a Pixu realm expert who had already opened their acupoints. He looked at his hand. This must be the work of the Heaven's Path divine art. It didn't just temper my body. He clenched his fist. The Heaven's Path divine art is truly terrifying. However, I should probably keep the fact that I've reached the pinnacle of the 5th dan a secret unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned his head, straining his ears to listen. Who could be making that noise? Who would come here at this hour? Jiang Xuan decided he had to go and check it out. He hid behind a wall and saw a person walking towards his room. The person clearly hadn't noticed that he was being watched. Is this person here to cause trouble for me? He wondered. The mysterious figure drew a dagger, thinking to himself, "Brat, if you have anyone to blame, blame yourself for daring to lay a hand on my young miss." Who could this be, sneaking around in the middle of the night to cause trouble for a teacher? Dongjun thought. He quickly took off his teacher's uniform to conceal his identity. The sound of him removing his clothes startled the intruder, who spun around and demanded, "Who's there?" Jiang Xuan panicked. "Crap, I've been discovered." But then he thought, "Wait a minute, he's the one who broke into my house." Hiding his face with his shirt, Jiang Xuan decided to play along. If you've come to cause trouble for him, then we share the same goal. I can probably trick him. He peeked out and claimed, "I'm here to kill that useless teacher, Jiang Xuan." "And who might you be?" The man fell silent for a moment, then told Jiang Xuan to do the deed while he stood guard. Jiang Xuan was surprised. "What about you? Weren't you here to kill that useless teacher too?" The intruder, holding a dagger, confessed that he didn't want to kill the teacher, but merely teach him a lesson. He planned to sever the man's most precious asset, turning him into a eunuch so he would never be able to act improperly towards his young mistress again. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan instinctively covered himself, a cold sweat breaking out. It was a good thing he was cultivating tonight instead of sleeping, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He turned to the intruder and suggested, "Why don't you go first? If I kill him, then castrating him would be meaningless, wouldn't it?" The masked man agreed, though he found the coincidence suspicious. He was only here to castrate Jiang Xuan, yet someone else had shown up wanting to kill him. As the intruder prepared to move, Jiang Xuan activated his cultivation and followed closely. The man immediately recognized him as a fighter Phi and pinnacle expert. "Be mindful of your technique, tread lightly," he advised, activating his own cultivation. At that moment, Jiang Xuan entered his library of Heaven's Path to read the man's book. "Hey, this guy looks familiar. I feel like I've heard of him." Tao Han, butler of the White Jade City Lord's Manor. Fighter 6 Dan Pixu Realm Primary Stage, having opened 8 acupoints. "Isn't this Zhao Ya's butler?" Jiang Xuan's anger flared. "I've done nothing to him that would warrant castration, so what if he's at the Pixu realm? So what if he has the strength of 12 ding?" He fumed silently. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Jiang Xuan." However, he knew that in a direct confrontation, he was no match for the butler. But he had the library of Heaven's Path. A sly grin spread across his face. Back in reality, the sinister smile was still on his face. Butler Tao looked at him, confused. "What's wrong? Why are you grinning like a madman, while we're sneaking around?" Jiang Xuan suddenly pointed to the sky. "Look, a flying saucer." The man actually looked. "A flying saucer? What's that? Where?" "Just keep watching. You'll see it soon enough," Jiang Xuan said. "Inching closer. Because you're about to become one." The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful kick. The butler coughed up blood as his mask flew off, and he was sent crashing into a wall with a loud thud. The kick, empowered by his recent breakthrough, was incredibly potent. As the man lay crumpled against the wall, dazed and in pain, stars circled above his head like a real flying saucer. Jiang Xuan stood over him, thinking, "So much for being a Pixu realm expert. Once I find your vitals and know your weaknesses, you're finished." Butler Tao, bloody and beaten on the floor, was bewildered. Weren't we supposed to deal with Jiang Xuan together? Jiang Xuan clenched his fist, his face twisting into a demonic visage that terrified the butler. "Deal with Jiang Xuan with you." Outside, a stray dog, in the middle of marking its territory, was so frightened by the sounds of the beating that it fled without finishing. Inside, Butler Tao had been beaten half to death. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Xuan felt a sense of relief. That felt good. This man is the city lord's butler and Zhao Ya's uncle. This lesson should be enough. On the ground, tears and mucus streamed down Butler Tao's face. Where is the honor of a fighter Phi, Dan Pinnacle expert? Where are your techniques, your skills, your cultivation arts? Even a street thug doesn't fight like this. At that moment, Jiang Xuan realized he couldn't let the butler suspect him. He thought of Xian Bin, the perfect scapegoat. If he hadn't caused me trouble today, I wouldn't have thought of this. He turned back to the butler and said, I was angered by Jiang Xuan during the day, and originally intended to just teach him a lesson. Although you wanted to do the same if you were really castrated, that lady. Them. She would definitely think I did it. You can only blame yourself for coming at the wrong time. The butler, still on the floor, was confused by these words. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat. Impatiently. Aren't you going to get lost? Butler Tao immediately scrambled to his feet and scurried away, clutching his rear. I remember now, he thought. That guy quarreled with Jiang Xuan during the day. He's Jiang Xuan's love rival. The person he's pursuing has been her name. I remember it all. Once he was gone, Jiang Xuan finally removed his makeshift mask. If I hadn't finished cultivating today, who knows what would have happened. In this world, strength is truly the most important thing. The next morning, in Jiang Xuan's lecture hall, 4 students had arrived. Zhao Ya isn't here today. Jiang Xuan asked. Yuan Tao replied, Zhao Ya is busy with something. She'll be here in a little while. Alright, let's begin the lesson then, Jiang Xuan announced. My teaching method is different from others. I focus on nurturing individual talents. I will call you one by one into the room. Whoever's name I call, please enter. Wang Ying, he called out first. She jumped, startled. As his very first student, it was natural that she would receive preferential treatment. However, after returning home the previous day, Wang Ying had done some research and discovered that teacher Jiang Xuan was, in fact, a powerless fraud. She had decided to formally withdraw from his tutelage as soon as she went inside. Upon entering the room, Jiang Xuan held out his hand. Strike me with a single blow. I want to examine your strength. In such a small room. Are you sure it's okay? She asked nervously. Don't worry, he assured her. The truth was, he hadn't been able to activate the Library of Heaven's path on her before, so he was still unaware of Wang Ying's flaws. She remained uneasy. However, she still took a stance and threw a punch towards Jiang Xuan's hand. Everything about her appeared in the Library of Heaven's path. He feigned a comment, not bad force. She was about to tell him she wanted to withdraw from his tutelage, but he cut her off. If I'm not mistaken, your leg was injured in a fight with someone 2 years ago. She was utterly astonished. How could he possibly know the cause and the exact time of her injury? He continued to explain, there are 3 acupoints on the leg that control the strength, speed, and agility of the shin. When you were fighting, the strength acupoint was sealed, causing blood to flow backward. This is the real reason you can't exert your strength like a normal person. Wang Ying was shocked. Grandmaster Yuan Yu had said the exact same thing, but he had no way to cure it because it required a cultivator with top-tier Genkai to resolve it. She timidly asked, Teacher, can you help me treat it? Jiang Xuan smiled cheerfully. This is just a small matter. Wang Ying was stunned again. A small matter. She had thought this was an incurable, lifelong injury, yet this teacher called it a small matter. He took out a set of acupuncture needles. He had asked her to come in alone, of course, so he could treat her. Alright, sit on the chair and relax your entire body. She sat down, wondering why she suddenly had a strange feeling of complete trust in this teacher. Jiang Xuan held a needle up, channeled his Genkai into it, and from a distance, flicked the needle straight towards her. It embedded itself perfectly in her leg. This was Void, walking acupuncture, a technique that used a martial artist's mental control over their power to guide a silver needle's flight and accurately strike an acupoint. To perform Void, walking acupuncture, one's cultivation must be at least that of a martial artist 5 Dan. Seeing him prepare to continue, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this teacher, who was dismissed as useless, is already at the Phi Dan Dingli realm? Needles were continuously flicked, embedding themselves all over Wang Ying's leg. Once the needles were in place, Jiang Xuan began to channel his power, using his Genkai to act. Wang Ying started to feel a slight pain, and sweat beaded on her face. Is this the teacher's Genkai? She thought. It's as clear as water, without the slightest impurity. Could it be top-tier Genkai? She was shocked. In the entire Tainchuan kingdom, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to cultivate such a thing, yet teacher Jiang Xuan possessed it. He walked over and removed the needles, then smiled at her cheerfully. It's done. Wang Ying tried moving her leg. She could feel an unprecedented sense of comfort in both legs, a feeling like all her shackles had been broken, making her incredibly agile. She had waited for this day for so long, even despairing to the point where she didn't dare to dream of it. Yet, this stubborn ailment was cured so easily. By her teacher. Wang Ying immediately knelt, clasped her hands, and bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. Zhengxuan turned and smiled at her kindly. Now that your leg is healed, go back and cultivate diligently. Outside, Liu Yang was ready to withdraw from the class. He turned and asked if anyone wanted to join him. Yuan Tao raised his hand, wanting to follow. This fatso wants to quit too, he said. But we have to be careful. If the teacher gets angry, he'll teach us a lesson we won't forget. Liu Yang didn't care. So what? It's better than learning until we suffer from cultivation deviation. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. We all know what level Zhang Xuan is at. When Wang Ying comes out, her face will definitely be gloomy and unsightly. Just then, the door to the room opened. Everyone turned to look. Zhang Xuan and Wang Ying walked out, and her face was filled with utter satisfaction. Liu Yang looked on, completely confused. What is this? Yuan Tao was also disappointed. Is this the unsightly expression Liu Yang was talking about? Liu Yang looked at the genuine excitement radiating from Wang Ying. Could it be that Zhang Xuan can actually give proper guidance? At that moment, the door was pushed open. Zhao Ya had arrived with someone whose face was completely wrapped in bandages. Zhang Xuan looked on, puzzled, and asked Zhao Ya, who is that handicapped person? She was taken aback. What handicapped person? She then realized, it turned out to be her uncle Dao, who had to be bandaged up after being beaten yesterday. He angrily pointed a finger and cursed at Zhang Xuan. I am the butler of White Jade City. Today, I've come to listen in on your lecture and see just how you teach these children. Zhao Ya tried to calm her uncle down. Don't be so rash. Zhang Xuan waved his hand. My teaching requires absolute silence. This is not a place for any cat or dog to just wander into. Dao Han was furious, and some of his bandages came loose. Who are you calling a cat or a dog? Believe it or not, I'll kill you with a single palm strike right now. Zhang Xuan turned to Zhao Ya. With Butler Dao here, I have no way of solving your problem. Thus, Zhao Ya had no choice but to push her uncle Dao outside. She had a class to attend, after all. As soon as Dao Han was out, Zhao Ya immediately slammed the door shut, not letting him back in. He fumed, that Zhang Xuan, you better not let me find any dirt on you. Back in the classroom, Zhang Xuan called Liu Yang to follow him inside. Liu Yang agreed, thinking to himself, I want to see what else this useless teacher can possibly point out. If he can't say anything useful, I'm quitting. As soon as they were inside, Liu Yang asked, Teacher, do I need to practice my cultivation art? But Zhang Xuan said it wasn't necessary. He turned to Liu Yang. To be able to cultivate the Flying Flower Fist to minor accomplishment, and the Inch Dragon Fist to major accomplishment at such a young age is quite impressive. Liu Yang broke out in a cold sweat. How does this teacher know that I practice the Inch Dragon Fist? This was a fist technique he practiced in secret to increase his strength. He had even hidden it from his own family. Zhang Xuan smiled. Because I saw the shadow of the Inch Dragon Fist in your Flying Flower Fist yesterday. Liu Yang was convinced. He even saw that. Yesterday, even teacher Kaohsiung couldn't see it. How could this useless teacher possibly figure it out? Zhang Xuan continued. Although your Inch Dragon Fist has reached major accomplishment, don't you feel a sharp pain under your armpit, and an itch in your Jianjing acupoint every time you practice? Liu Yang was even more astonished. How could you possibly know that? He began to explain, the Inch Dragon Fist treats the body like a dragon, emphasizing fineness. If you reach the Pikyu realm, your Jiankei will flow throughout your muscles, and practicing it will have no ill effects. However, you're only at the Jexu realm. Your body is too weak. Forcibly cultivating a martial art like that will only cause your injuries to worsen over time. Every word hit home, and sweat poured down Liu Yang's face. He was rendered speechless. If you continue, Zhang Xuan added, your entire arm will be ruined. Not even a deity could save it then. Isn't it true that you wake up with a stiff arm, and you're even experiencing frequent cramps? Hearing this, Liu Yang immediately dropped to his knees. Teacher, please save me. Zhang Xuan helped his student up. Don't worry. You just need to stop practicing the inch-fisted dragon technique and focus on raising your cultivation level. I will figure out a solution for the rest. At that moment, Liu Yang's eyes shone with a new light. How ridiculous. He had always thought that taking Zhang Xuan as his teacher was a huge mistake. Only now did he realize how incredibly fortunate he was. This man was an absolute expert, perhaps even an expert among experts. The door opened and Liu Yang stepped out. Jian Yang and Yuan Tao were waiting for him. So how did it go? Yuan Tao asked. Did you withdraw? Liu Yang's attitude had done a complete 180. Withdraw? What are you talking about? A teacher for a day is a father for life. Once the lessons have begun, you can't just quit. I honestly don't know what you guys are thinking, always talking about withdrawing. Have you no shame? Zhen Yang, Yuan Tao, and Zhao Ya were left speechless by his sudden change of heart. Next was his third student, Zhao Ya. She was still in shock after her consultation with the teacher. It turned out she wasn't sick at all. She possessed the pure yin body, a constitution coveted by countless female cultivators. The yin energy in her body was incredibly potent, and with the right guidance, her cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, no one had ever realized this. Instead, they had her practice the white jade art, a yin attribute technique. Yin compounding on yin was like piling frost on snow. The only solution was to switch to a different cultivation technique that could properly harness her unique constitution. But what technique should I practice now? Zhao Ya asked, looking downcast. Zhumshuan smiled. Tomorrow, I will go to the Compendium Pavilion, and see if I can find a suitable technique for you. Zhao Ya bowed deeply, her hands clasped in gratitude. Thank you, teacher. As for Yuan Tao, Zhumshuan gave him the first dan of the Humqian 9 dan formula. Tears and snot streamed down the boy's face. Thank you, master, for bestowing this technique upon your disciple. The stout young man threw himself at his teacher in a hug. Teacher, you're amazing. You're the best. Zhumshuan struggled to push the portly student away. He had given Yuan Tao a modified version of the first dan. Although the changes were minor, it was several times more advanced than the original version. Zhen Yun, having already received his guidance, had also seen a significant increase in his strength. Zhumshuan had now addressed the specific issues of each student, but he knew that cultivation required patience and couldn't be rushed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open and someone stormed in, shouting Zhumshuan's name. The students turned, bewildered. Who was this guy? Only Wang Yang was shot. It was her older brother, Wang Tao, a fighter for, and Piggy Realm martial artist. Wang Tao stood arrogantly. Zhumshuan, it's one thing to spout nonsense and bewitch others, but to target my little sister. You're courting death. I'll give you 10 breaths to let my sister and young mistress Zhao Ya withdraw. Do that, and I'll let this slide. Otherwise, even if you are a teacher, don't blame me for being merciless. I'm in the middle of a class, Zhumshuan said coolly. Please leave. A class. Wang Tao scoffed. With your pathetic level of skill, what kind of class can you possibly teach? Calling you teacher is a courtesy. Don't put on airs in front of me. Zhumshuan glared, and the aura of a ferocious tiger materialized behind him, terrifying Wang Tao. His face turned pale. Such a powerful aura, he had only ever felt something like this from his own master. How could a mere fighter 3 dan possess it? Shaking off his fear, he drew his sword. Was I actually scared by this good for nothing? If word of this gets out, how could I ever show my face in public again? With that thought, he lunged forward, brushing past Wang Yang so quickly that she had no time to stop him. Raising his sword high, he prepared to bring it down. Behold my fatal strike. Teacher Zhang, be careful, Wang Yang cried out in alarm. But what happened next was astounding. Zhumshuan didn't even bother to look. Using just 2 fingers, he effortlessly caught the blade. Wang Tao's face darkened. How is this possible? How could a useless fighter 3 dan catch my attack with 2 fingers? Even a Pikshu Realm Elder couldn't do that. It must have been a fluke. He tried to pull his sword back for another strike, but Zhumshuan's 2 fingers held it fast, making it impossible to move. A look of fear crept onto his face as he stared at Zhumshuan. Could it be that his true strength isn't at the Genki realm? Impossible. In the last teacher qualification exam, he was only at the Genki realm pinnacle. Even if he had a breakthrough, he'd only be at the Pedi realm. There's no way he could lock my sword down with just 2 fingers. Zhumshuan began to casually wave the sword back and forth. Wang Tao strained with all his might to pull it free, but it was useless. With a simple flick of his wrist, Zhumshuan sent Wang Tao flying out the door. Get out. Don't disturb my class. Butler Tao Han had been standing outside the whole time. Hearing the commotion, he assumed Wang Tao was teaching Zhumshuan a lesson and smiled smugly. He pushed the door open to peek inside, thinking, perfect, I can watch that trash make a fool of himself. But he had no idea who was teaching him a lesson. At that exact moment, Wang Tao was thrown out the door, his sword still in hand. He crashed headfirst into Butler Tao Han's face. The two were pinned together, flying backward with the classroom door and slamming into the far wall. Butler Tao was flattened underneath, while Wang Tao was knocked unconscious. Zhumshuan dusted off his hands. All right, let's continue. The students below stared in stunned silence, their minds reeling. That was a full power strike from a fighter 4 dan Piggy realm expert. Not only was it blocked with bare hands, but the attacker was tossed out like a piece of trash. The fatty thought, isn't he supposed to be the worst teacher in the entire academy? Wang Ying speculated, could it be that teacher is hiding his true strength? Young Miss Zhao Ya had similar thoughts. Dao Han, rubbing his bandaged head, asked young Master Wang Tao, weren't you going to teach Zhumshuan a lesson? Why are you? Young Master Wang scratched his head and replied with a forced laugh, I just had a sudden insight into a new cultivation technique. As a result, when I was practicing, I was careless and suffered a backlash becoming careless. He suspiciously continued to ask about the new technique. So, have you exposed that guy yet? He hastily defended himself. I was originally going to expose him, but the academy has a rule that one must not disturb others during class, so let's just wait here. Dao Han asked, confused. If we're waiting, I happen to have something I need to ask young Master Wan Tao. He replied, please, go ahead, while mentally on guard, hoping he wouldn't be asked about what happened earlier. Fortunately, he asked about something else entirely. Is there a female teacher in the academy with the character B in her name? Does she have any suitors? Young Master Wan replied, with B in her name. That would be the academy's goddess, Miss Shen Bairu. As for suitors, recently there's only been teacher Shan Bin. However, that toad Zhang Xuan also pursued her once. Old Dao Han mumbled to himself, Zhang Xuan, Shan Bin, calculating in his mind. Now I just need to confirm if that Shan Bin had any conflict with Zhang Xuan yesterday, and then I can be sure if it was him. Meanwhile, in another part of the campus, Shan Bin's voice rang out, Zhang Xuan, your student was tricked away by him, wasn't he? Tao Sheng nodded. That's right. That's why I want to ask your grandfather, Elder Shine, to deal with him. He's in charge of the teachers, after all. Shan Bin slammed the table angrily. There's no need to bother my grandfather, his face filled with killing intent as he continued, I've wanted to teach Zhang Xuan a lesson for a long time. He then mused, but attacking him recklessly will definitely leave a bad impression on Shen Bairu. However, now I can use this as a perfect excuse to deal with him. He stood up and said to Cao Shan, let's go. With other teachers, I might need my grandfather's help, but with a useless person like Zhang Xuan, we can just go over and demand the student back. If he doesn't hand him over, we'll beat him until he's crippled. Upon arriving, they were fortunate enough to run into Wang Tao and Butler Dao outside. Shan Bin called out, young Master Wang, aren't you cultivating with my grandfather? What are you doing here? He was surprised to be called out by teacher Shan Bin, and explained, my younger sister was tricked into studying here. I'm planning to take her back. Hearing this, teacher Shan looked annoyed. Zhang Xuan dared to trick even young Miss Wan. It seems I must teach him a lesson. Young Master Wan gestured to the side, introducing, this is the head butler of White Jade City's city lord, his name is Dao Han. His young Miss Zhao Ye was also tricked. Teacher Shan Bin's face became serious as he questioned Zhang Xuan. Teacher, do you intend to make a move? Don't you know the academy forbids teachers from fighting? Shan Bin sneered, rules are made by people. If I were dealing with someone else, I'd be worried about the academy's punishment. But against you, do you really think anyone in the academy would stand up for a useless person like you? Zhang Xuan continued, is it because I said something to offend you yesterday that you're intentionally causing trouble for me now? Aren't you afraid of angering Miss Shen Bairu by doing this? He laughed mockingly. So, you're not entirely clueless. Since I dare to teach you a lesson, I'm naturally not afraid of you running your mouth. Dao Han thought angrily, he's pursuing Miss Shen Bairu, and he had a conflict with Zhang Xuan yesterday. He roared, you were the one who attacked me last night. It was you. Teacher Shan, completely bewildered, turned around just in time to receive a full-force punch to the face. Clutching his bloody nose, he hastily asked, what are you doing? You must be mistaken. Butler Dao, why did you suddenly attack me? Dao Han, burning with rage, shot back, what did I do? You don't know what you've done yourself. Shan Bin pointed a finger and cursed, I don't know what you're talking about, but if you dare to attack me again, I won't be so polite. Butler Dao challenged him, then by all means, don't be polite. Teacher Shan, scowling, couldn't argue back before Dao Han rushed forward and began to beat him senseless. Tao Sheng turned to Wang Tao. What's going on? The young master shook his head. I have no idea. Let's just stop them for now. Only Zhang Xuan knew what was happening. He thought with a silent laugh, it's just as I predicted. They're fighting like there's no tomorrow. Young Master Wang ran over to intervene. Butler Dao, calm down. We can talk things out. He gritted his teeth and shouted, let me go. I haven't beaten him enough. Teacher Shan's face was already swollen, and he had lost a few teeth. He cried and cursed, you bastard. Even my grandfather has never hit me. I'll fight you to the death. Cao Sheng quickly advised Teacher Shan, you should calm down too. You've already lost face by getting beaten like this. It was time for the main character to step in. He spoke up, that's enough. Zhang Xuan ordered them, if you have any grievances, please settle them outside the classroom. Otherwise, I will report this to the Education Bureau. At the mention of the Education Bureau, Teacher Shan became worried. I look so disgraceful right now, I absolutely cannot let the other teachers see me like this. He pointed a finger and got in one last curse. Very well, you all just remember this. After the class ended, the students and their masters left. Yuan Tao said cheerfully, today's class was so exciting. Zhen Yang agreed. Indeed, especially Teacher Shang and that old butler. Liu Yang turned and added, and Teacher Zhang's strength was truly eye-opening. Jiaoya, walking behind, asked Dao Han, "Uncle, what was wrong with you today?" He scratched his head and stammered, "I came to ask for something." Finally, Wang Ying waved goodbye to teacher Zhang. Zhang Xuan stood at the classroom door, watching them go. The moment young Miss Wan left the classroom, Wang Tao grabbed her arm. "Come back to the clan with me," Miss Yang asked. "Why, brother? I'm living at the school now, I don't need to go home." "It's not that I want you to come home," Wang Tao said. "It's father. He wants to see you." This news made Wang Ying fall silent in surprise. Elsewhere, a furious Shen Bin was walking and cursing, "Damn it. I got beaten up for no reason at all. Today has been a complete humiliation for me." Shen Bin, he held his face, seething. "That Tao Han must be taught a lesson." Cao Shum, walking behind him, chimed in, "That's right, and Zhang Xuan, too, the two of them must be in cahoots. I've never offended Tao Han," Teacher Shen declared. "He must have attacked me because I was planning to teach Zhang Xuan a lesson." He paused, then turned to Cao Shum. "Are you certain that Liu Yang didn't willingly choose Zhang Xuan as his teacher?" Cao Shum knew his student best. "Yes, I am absolutely certain. It was not voluntary." Shen Bin mulled this over. "Very well. If you're so sure, go and apply for a teacher evaluation right now." He turned to leave, adding, "And when you apply, make sure to request the most severe punishment possible. It would be best if we could get Zhang Xuan expelled." At the one family residence, an angry voice boomed, "Do you admit your mistake yet?" Wang Ying knelt on the floor, listening to her father's lecture. "There are so many teachers you could have chosen, yet you had to pick the one at the very bottom of the rankings. Do you regret it now?" "Father," Wang Ying quickly explained, "Teacher Zhang is not what you think. He's actually very talented." Her father, Wan Hong, gritted his teeth. "He's talented," he repeated incredulously. "Yes," she nodded happily. "He's a good for nothing who could lead others to cultivation-induced insanity. What right does he have to be your teacher?" Wan Hong turned back to his daughter. "Choosing a teacher is your own decision, and I didn't want to interfere," he said, his voice rising to a shout. "But do you have any idea what kind of level that Zhang Xuan is at?" The clan elders entered, agreeing. "That's right, Wang Ying. You must listen to the clan head's advice. Don't be deceived by that Zhang Xuan. Look at Wan Yan," one elder continued. "He chose teacher Lu as his master, and after just one lesson today, his strength has already increased by 40%, but teacher Zhang Xuan was able to easily help me increase my strength by over 100%, Wang Ying replied softly. "And he even healed my leg." An elder looked at her skeptically. "Even teacher Yuan Nan couldn't heal your leg. How could that useless fellow possibly do it?" The elders began to laugh amongst themselves. A 100% increase in strength and a healed leg. What a joke. Young Mistress Wang Ying, another said, "If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Although I haven't attended his lectures, I can guarantee that good for nothing couldn't possibly heal your leg." Trembling with anger, she shouted, "You've never even been to teacher Zhang Xuan's class. What right do you have to say his teaching is bad?" "I will absolutely not withdraw." After a few seconds of silence, the elders burst into laughter, mocking her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her father continued to scold her. "You must withdraw today. If you don't, you are no longer welcome in this house." Arguing with them was clearly useless. Wang Ying stood up and walked out. "If you walk out of this house, don't even think about coming back," her father threatened. "Fine," the young mistress said resolutely. "There happens to be a pillar of strength right here. If you don't believe me, then watch this." She took a deep breath, clenched her fist, and struck the pillar. The display lit up. 128. Then, she kicked it. 205. The elders were stunned, whispering amongst themselves. "What? A punching force of 120 kilograms. Yesterday, wasn't she only able to manage 53 kilograms? And her leg strength is incredible, 205 kilograms in a single kick." Wang Ying rested her hand on the pillar's display. "This is the progress I've made under teacher Zhang Xuan's guidance," she announced. Wan Hum rushed to his daughter's side. "So, he really did heal your leg?" "Yes, father," she nodded. "Then, can you tell us what he taught you?" he asked. Her expression turned a little sad. "I can," she replied, "but teacher Zhang's lectures are so profound, I can only remember a small part of it." After listening to his daughter recount what she had learned, Wan Hong was lost in thought. Juxi, nurturing guy. For someone at the Juxi realm to be able to articulate such a profound theory. The elder's jaws dropped in amazement. This is truly the theory of a grandmaster. It's like a sudden enlightenment. If only I had heard this earlier, I wouldn't be stuck at my current level. "Yinger," Wan Hong said urgently to his daughter, "you must not withdraw from teacher Zhang Xuan's class." Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. "And Yinger, can you ask teacher Zhang if he would be willing to accept Wang Tao and Wan Yan as his students? And, if possible, could I become his student as well?" Wan Hong, an elder quickly interjected, "You are the head of the clan. How can you become the student of a low-level teacher? If word gets out, what face would our one clan have left? He forced a smile. You're right, of course. But just a second later, the elders' attitudes completely changed. They turned to Wan Ying. Our dear niece Wan Ying. You see, we're not just ordinary elders. We don't represent the face of the Wan clan. Could you possibly ask your teacher Jung if he would accept us as his students? You people are even more shameless than I am. Patriarch Wan Hom cursed. Wan Ying, the one actually attending the class, just smiled awkwardly at the scene. Well, at the Compendium Pavilion, Jiang Xuan thought to himself as he walked, although my cultivation has improved a lot, my knowledge of martial arts is still lacking. I must use this time to study, or else I won't be able to teach my students. Arriving at the entrance, he bowed to Elder Mo. What are you doing here again? The old man asked irritably. I would like to look at the martial arts manuals, Jiang Xuan replied with a smile. Not today. Why not? Jiang Xuan asked. From a distance, the gentle voice of the Academy's #1 beauty, Shen Bairu, called out, Elder Mo, may I, Shen Bairu, come in to select a few books. The elder's face broke into a welcoming smile. Ah, it's Miss Shen, please come in. Thank you, Elder, Teacher Shen replied with a respectful smile. Elder Mo and Jiang Xuan saw this and felt it was unfair. He questioned Elder Mo. This isn't fair. We both came to read books, so on what basis can she enter? But I can't. Elder Mo turned and replied, Miss Shen is here to study. And you? But I'm here to study too, he retorted. Shen Bairu thought to herself, doesn't Jiang Xuan have a crush on me? Why didn't he try to talk to me when he saw me today? She decided to speak up for him. Elder Mo, I believe Teacher Jiang is truly here to study. Why don't you let him in? Blocking him like this will look bad if other teachers see. Elder Mo, the guardian of the library pavilion, waved his hand. If Miss Shen has spoken, then I will let you in. He narrowed his eyes and warned, but if I find you wandering around aimlessly, see how I'll teach you a lesson. Jiang Xuan cheerfully clasped his hands. Many thanks. Shen Bairu replied, you're welcome. He pushed the door open. Then I'll go in first. Miss Shen was a little surprised, thinking he didn't take this opportunity to chat with me for a bit. Inside, Jiang Xuan thought, I didn't expect getting into the library pavilion to be so troublesome this time. I definitely won't be able to get in again next time. He surveyed his surroundings. The library wasn't excessively large. Glancing at the rows of books, he calculated, if I'm fast, I can probably finish reading everything in one day. Then I won't need to come back. He immediately entered a state of intense focus. No more talk. Let's begin. Outside, Elder Mo heard the sound of pages being opened and said with annoyance, there he goes again. This time, he wouldn't let it slide. He got to his feet, huffed, and muttered, and this brat still dares to say he's not just putting on an act. While he was slowly making his way into the library pavilion, Jiang Xuan had already gone through several bookshelves. The old man went to find him, intending to see what he was really looking for. Just then Jiang Xuan pulled a book from a shelf titled How to Plant Wisteria Roots. Elder Mo was astonished, thinking, how to plant wisteria roots. What kind of books is this guy looking for? The next book was The Simple Medicine of Male-Female Relationships and the Harmonization of Yin and Yang, followed by Refining the Azure Pill and Precautions for Key Forging. He flipped through every book. Elder Mo fumed. He's definitely just here to cause trouble. When you come out, I'm going to teach you a proper lesson. Shen Bairu saw this and was surprised. Could this be why Elder Mo didn't want to let him in? She frowned, considering another possibility. Or perhaps he knew I was coming to the library pavilion today, and is trying to get my attention. I will not allow this kind of disrespectful behavior in the library pavilion. She decided to go and confront Jiang Xuan. Teacher Jiang, what are you doing? Miss Shen asked. The protagonist, without even looking at her, replied, reading. She crossed her arms and huffed. Reading. If you think this is very cool, then please leave the library pavilion. I, Shen Bairu, am not falling for this trick. He continued reading and replied, I know. That's more like it, she said. Yet, Jiang Xuan remained completely engrossed in his book, ignoring her. Behind him, Teacher Bairu shouted, did you not hear what I said? The more you act like this, the more I'll just dislike you. Annoyed, Teacher Jiang turned and snapped, are you crazy? If you're so bored that you have nothing to do, go over there and draw circles. Don't bother me here. Shen Bairu was stunned. How dare Jiang Xuan speak to her like that? She said with determination, fine. It seems you've decided to commit to this act. We'll see how long you can keep it up. Night fell, and the moon rose high in the sky, but the lights in the library pavilion remained on. Shen Bairu had been observing Jiang Xuan the entire time. 6 or 7 hours have passed, and he's still flipping through books. If he were just trying to get my attention, he should have stopped long ago, right? He closed the final book. Finally, I've absorbed all the books in the library pavilion. I've also found a cultivation technique suitable for Jiaoya's pure yin body. Zhang Juan turned to see Miss Shen was still reading. He thought simply, I've been reading for 7 hours, and this girl still hasn't left. Whatever. With that, he left the library pavilion. Mission accomplished. Time to go home. But as he reached the door, he was blocked by Elder Mo, who ordered, stop right there. Elder Mo was furious. Teacher Zhang Xuan, from this day forward, you are no longer welcome in the library pavilion. Don't come back tomorrow. Even though he had already read all the books and had no reason to return, Teacher Zhang had to ask about this attitude. Why? The library guardian snapped. Do you think I'm blind? You don't take notes, you don't study, you just stand there flipping through them. Randomly. Who reads books like you do? Zhang Xuan found it amusing. So he's angry because I read too fast. He thought. Well, since I'm done anyway, I might as well admit it. He replied, all right, then consider me as having come to cause trouble. I'll be leaving now. Wait, Shin Bairu called out from behind him. Perhaps someone else wants to cause trouble, he thought. Again. Miss Shen smiled brightly. Since you've been reading for so long, you must remember at least a little, right? He turned and asked bluntly, what's your point? She continued, I saw you read through the unorthodox methods of pill concoction earlier, so I wanted to ask for your insights on its contents. Teacher Shen frowned internally. You were just pretending to read, weren't you? Let's see how you'll keep up the act when you can't answer. So you just want to ask about the book. Zhang Xuan said coolly, all right. If there's something you don't understand, ask quickly. I have to go home and eat dinner soon. She fumed internally. His attitude makes it seem like I'm begging him, but on the outside, she maintained her smile. The phrase the 8 phoenixes medicinal powder makes the pill difficult to form, I don't quite understand it. I wonder if Teacher Zhang can explain it for me. He cut her off. You're wrong. Teacher Zhang explained, the correct phrase is when the medicinal liquid congeals in the cauldron, the pill is difficult to form. It means that during pill refinement, once the medicinal liquid has condensed, it can no longer be formed into a pill. Your question itself is wrong, and you have the audacity to ask me. Instead of feeling embarrassed for being called out, Shin Bairu was even more surprised. She had intentionally misquoted the line to throw him off, yet he had not only seen through it but had also recited the correct answer. Could it be that he can remember the entirety of the unorthodox methods of pill concoction just by flipping through it? She wondered. As she was about to ask another question, Elder Mo interjected, wait. The unorthodox methods of pill concoction is the most basic introductory manual for countless pill refiners. Even those who don't study alchemy would know a little about it. He wanted to ask a more difficult question. I happen to have a question myself. When Ki roams the heavens, the heart roams the myriad of things. How do you explain that? Zhang Xuan asked disdainfully, you don't even know this. This is the most basic principle of cultivation. Let me tell you. It means that when blood and Ki circulate for one cycle in the body, one state of mind is like roaming the world, comprehending the rules of all things. This is recorded in the treatise on blood and Ki by Senior Bai Ming. The sentence is recorded on the 27th line of page 69 of the book. Hearing this, Elder Mo's eyes lit up, and he fell silent in shock. He thought, a few days ago, an elder asked me that question, and I couldn't explain it, nor could I find the answer in the library pavilion. Wait a moment, the old guardian said hastily. Miss Shen, come with me to check. I'm coming too, Shin Bairu added. They still didn't believe him. Judging by his tone, they needed to confirm it. Arriving at a stack of books, Teacher Shen said, this should be the place. They took the treatise on blood and Ki and opened it. It was true. How is this possible? The book's location and the page are exactly the same. The old man recalled how the elder had flipped through countless books a few days ago and couldn't find it, yet it was recorded in such an obscure book. He's even read a rare book like this. Zhang Xuan, waiting outside and getting hungry, called in, if you old folks have nothing else, I'm leaving. Teacher Zhang, wait. Miss Shen called out hastily, leaving Elder Mo alone to slump onto the floor, stunned. He wondered, is he really the teacher who ranked last in the qualification exam? If someone who knows even this is at the bottom, then what does that make me? As soon as Zhang Xuan saw her, he asked with some annoyance, what is it now? I'm hungry and want to go eat. Miss Shen replied cheerfully, I haven't eaten either. This teacher Zhang must have been born with an eye deficiency in his past life, she thought. I ask you a question, you give me guidance, and now you want a free meal out of it. He thought. He said aloud, if you're hungry, go eat by yourself. Why are you telling me? Shin Bairu thought to herself, other men begged to invite me, and I turned them down. I'm giving you a chance than you. Has no one ever spoken to a beautiful woman like this before? Despite her thoughts, she forced a smile and suggested, it's not that I want you to treat me. How about I treat you? The moment the words treat you to a meal were mentioned, the poor teacher Zhang's ears perked up. He turned back cheerfully. A deal is a deal, but I only eat lavish meals. I'm not going for simple things like steamed buns and fried duff sticks. Miss Shen was speechless. Let's just go. The Library of Heaven's path could see all the flaws and techniques, and the weak points of a person, but it couldn't read the heart of a girl. Jiang Xuan didn't know that his simple words were about to make the #1 beauty of Hongqian Academy nearly cough up blood from anger. The two of them, a solitary man and woman, walked down the road, their shadows cast long and short by the bright moonlight. Baru found it strange that he had been walking with her for half a day without saying a single word. She turned to look back at him and was stunned by the protagonist's transcendent aura. This was the second level of the heart state, heart like still water. A martial artist not only cultivates Genki, more importantly, they cultivate their state of mind. The higher the heart state, the faster their cultivation speed, and the greater their future achievements. She looked at him and thought, but the heart state is much harder to cultivate than martial arts. In the entire academy, only the academy head has reached this realm. She speculated, could it be that he faked his results on the teacher qualification exam, wanting to use everyone's insults to temper his mind and break through to the second level of the heart state, daring to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Just wait and see how I expose you later. While Miss Shen was lost in her own deductions, Teacher Zheng was just so hungry he was zoning out. It was then that Jiang Xuan suddenly realized he had entered the second level of the heart state. He looked at his hand and thought, a moment ago, I just felt this place was very beautiful and was in a daze for a bit, and as a result, I've entered the second level of the heart state. He clenched his fist and reasoned, but it makes sense. I am a transmigrator who has experienced life and death, coupled with cultivating the heavens path divine art. The purity of my Genkai is high, so achieving this level so quickly is normal. The two arrived at a large, bustling restaurant filled with the sound of laughter and conversation. Waiter, another jar of immortal's intoxication over here. Coming right up, esteemed guest. At the entrance, esteemed guests, please come in. Don't hold me back, I'll treat next time. Jiang Xuan looked up in surprise. He thought she was treating him to a meal at some random small eatery, not a place like this. Beside him, Shen Bairu was still plotting. Jiang Xuan, let's see how long you can keep up this act. Seeing them, a waiter quickly invited the two inside. As expected of the most luxurious restaurant in Hongqian Academy, it truly lives up to its name. As it turned out, they ran into some familiar faces. Tao Sheng was pouring wine and saying, young Master Shan, don't be angry anymore. I've already applied for a heart inquisition. Tomorrow, the academy will investigate Liu Yan. Dungeon will definitely be punished. He continued, as for that madman, this time, by borrowing Elder Sheng's pet, we can definitely teach him a lesson tomorrow. Shan Bin, his face still swollen, added, but the violent ape is my grandfather's pet. I'm afraid I can't command it. Teacher Cao suggested, that's not necessarily true. As long as we lure it with good wine and meat, it will obediently listen to us. A waiter brought out a fragrant fish dish. Sorry to keep you waiting, young Master Sheng. He then asked cheerfully, young Master Shime, all your dishes have been served. Is there anything else you require? He instructed, I've brought along. And the violent ape at the academy, Shen Bin instructed. Remember to feed it well for me. Of course, no problem at all, the steward replied. Once he had left, Cao Sheng asked, young Master Shime, I've heard that the Hongqian Pavilion is a powerful establishment, and Steward Wu isn't usually so friendly with customers. Why was he so accommodating to you? Shan Bin explained arrogantly, the Hongqian Pavilion's influence comes from the strength of its owner, Elder Hong Hao. He once vied for the position of academy head, but for some unknown reason, he stepped down from his elder position. He's so cordial to me because Elder Hong Hao is a good friend of my grandfather's. That's why Steward Wu treats me with such respect. Ah, so that's how it is, Cao Sheng said, understanding. Suddenly, he noticed something and pointed. Young Master Shine, isn't that Jiang Xuan and Miss Shen? Like a striking viper, Shan Bin whipped his head around. Miss Shen? Why is she with that? Good for nothing. I've invited her out so many times, and she's always refused. Does she find me that disagreeable? Young Master Shen, don't worry, Cao Sheng said, a new scheme already forming in his mind. I have a way to make Miss Shen see Jiang Xuan for who he really is, and at the same time, showcase your own magnificent presence. You have a way? Shan Bin asked eagerly. Meanwhile, their target was completely oblivious to the plot against him. Placing his chopsticks down on the table, Jiang Xuan patted his full stomach and said cheerfully, that was a satisfying meal, I'm stuck. He had spent the entire time focused on eating, paying almost no attention to Shen Beiru. Sighing softly, she called the waiter over to settle the bill. Steward Wu came out and announced, greetings, esteemed guests. Your total comes to 1280 gold coins. Shen Beiru was baffled. 1280. How can it be so expensive? I remember the most expensive dish we ordered was only 100 gold coins. With a practiced, professional smile, the steward replied, my apologies, but this flask of immortal drunk costs 1200 gold coins. But you brought that wine over yourselves, she protested. I thought it was complimentary. At this, Steward Wu's demeanor shifted 180 degrees, his face changing faster than a flipping book. So, you didn't know you had to pay. If you didn't want it, you could have asked beforehand. You said nothing, so we assumed you knew the price and didn't elaborate. Teacher Shin's face darkened, but not wanting to argue, she said, I didn't bring that much money with me today. Could you put it on a tab? I'll go home, get the money, and bring it back to you. The steward slammed his hand on the table. If you can't afford it, don't order it, he said arrogantly. You want to dine and dash. Not in this establishment. This was the perfect cue for the hero of the play, young Master Shen Bin, to make his entrance. He walked over and clapped the steward on the shoulder. What's all this commotion? What's going on? Playing his part perfectly, Steward Wu feigned surprise. Ah, young Master Shen, it's you, he then explained with a smile, it's like this. They had a meal but don't have the money to pay. No money to pay. Young Master Shen repeated, then turned to Zhang Xuan with a look of utter disdain. Teacher Zhang, it's not my place to say, but if you don't have the money, don't pretend to be so generous. It's one thing to embarrass yourself, but why drag Miss Shen down with you? Having been sitting quietly, Zhang Xuan was startled to be suddenly addressed. Huh. Shang Bin continued his one-and show. Say no more, Teacher Zhang. I am deeply disappointed by this carrot of yours. He smirked inwardly, thinking, I had Steward Wu arrange for a wine he couldn't possibly afford. Then, when it's time to pay, I'll step in heroically to save the damsel in distress. Steward Wu is signaling me that the plan is working. Shenbei Ru will surely be moved. By my generosity, it's like killing two birds with one stone. Behind them, Cao Shun looked on thinking. It's certainly killing two birds with one stone, but which birds, I wonder? Shenbei Ru stood up angrily. Who are you calling a charlatan, pretending to be generous? Shanbin turned, a happy smile on his face, thinking she was standing up for him. But he was met with the full force of her fury. Miss Shen, I wasn't talking about you. He quickly backpedaled. I was talking about Zheng Xuan. He invites someone to a meal he can't afford. It's a complete disgrace and unbecoming of a teacher. His words only added fuel to the fire. The one who invited him wasn't me, Zheng Xuan finally spoke up. It was Miss Shen. Young Master Shen's face went pale. What? This was a scenario he hadn't considered. Miss Shen invited him. Impossible, I invite her to dinner every day and she refuses, yet she invites Zheng Xuan. Shen Beiru repeated his own words back at him with icy precision. Pretending to be generous, was it? A disgrace, you say? Damaging the decorum of a teacher, am I? Unable to argue, Shan Bin waved his hands dismissively. That's not what I meant. Young Master Shine, pay the bill, help her pay the bill, Steward Wu whispered urgently from behind him. Actually what I meant was. Shen Bin stammered, then slammed a bag of money on the table. I'll pay Miss Shen's debt. The steward looked deeply concerned. How about that? Shan Bin thought, a smug grin on his face. Faced with such generosity, how could Miss Shen not fall for the power of my money? His plan backfired completely. Shen Bairu took a jade token from her waist, and handed it to the waiter. I don't need his money. I pay my own debts. At least then no one can say I was pretending to be generous. This, the steward stammered, at a loss. This jade token is worth at least 5,000 gold coins, she continued. I'll leave it here as collateral. She handed the token to the waiter. Wait for me to go home, get the money, and I will come back to redeem it. Bairu, young Master Shen pleaded, flustered. He quickly turned to his strategist. She's not following the script at all, what do I do now? Cao Sheng hadn't planned for this contingency either and had no advice to give. It was time for the main character to take the stage. Jiang Xuan removed a toothpick from his mouth. There's no need to pledge something so valuable, he said, standing up. This meal isn't worth that much. He walked over and stood in front of Shen Beiru. You're going to give him the money. Are you trying to get scammed by him? Hearing the word scammed, Steward Wu flew into a rage. Our Humshan Pavilion has always done business with integrity. How dare you accuse us of being scammers? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, don't even think about leaving. Seeing this, Shan Bin and Cao Sheng smiled smugly. Steward Wu is making his move. Looks like Zhang Xuan is out of luck this time. Behind them, Shen Bairu thought in shock. The Humshan Pavilion has so much influence. For Zhang Xuan to openly challenge them like this, isn't he just asking for trouble? If you want me to explain, then I won't be polite, Zhang Xuan replied coldly. He then began to critique the dishes they had been served. This Xixian bear paw, according to the recipe, should be soaked in Xixian flowers for 3 days. But you only soaked it for half a day before cooking it. While the taste might not be very different, its medicinal properties are reduced by half, making it useless to eat in large quantities. A crowd of patrons had gathered to watch the drama unfold. What's going on? One asked. I don't know, replied another. I heard Steward Wu is a scammer. Jiangshun pointed to another dish. And this Red Lake cinnamon fish is advertised as wild caught, but in reality, it's farmed. Only farm cinnamon fish of tails that small. Steward Wu gritted his teeth. Made those changes behind the owner's back. Not even a garment expert could tell. How does this guy know? He pointed a finger at Zhang Xuan and shouted, "Nonsense, these are just coincidences of the same type. I want clear proof. I can't admit it," he thought, "or else both the Hongshan Pavilion and I are finished." Clear proof. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Then let's talk about your 1200 bowl coin wine. He picked up the flask and poured its contents onto the floor. If this wine truly is immortal drum. Steward Wu's face paled. This guy isn't planning to. Then it's truly worth 1200 gold coins. Zhang Xuan finished with a sly smile on his face as he produced a small fire starter. He casually tossed it into the puddle of wine. A brilliant flame erupted, releasing a foul odor. The surrounding guests quickly covered their noses. What's that stench? Why does it smell so bad? This smell is similar to that of Qingjian Ruan, Zhang Xuan explained. While immortal drunk is beneficial to the body in large quantities, Qingjian Ruan is harmful. This foul smell is the clearest proof you could ask for. The patrons erupted. I've been drinking here for 3 years. You swindlers. Refund, refund. Give us our money back. Faced with the furious crowd, Steward Wu was speechless. How did things turn out like this? Didn't they say he was a good for nothing? And how did he even know about the fake immortal drum? Could he be a garment master? That's right. Elder Han Hao. If the elder finds out about this, I'll be. What's happening? Shun Bin asked, bewildered. I don't know either, replied his loyal companion, Cao Sheng. Steward Wu, unable to bear it any longer, hissed at them, get out, and don't let me see either of you again. The two left, confused. What's he so mad about? Brother, Cao Sheng said, putting a hand on his shoulder, I think we should just go home for today. Well, it looks like no one is going to collect our money, Zhang Xuan said, with a bright smile. Let's go. Shen Bairu followed, her face still full of surprise. Teacher Zhang is incredible, she thought. He knew the flaws in these dishes with just a single glance. His poor academic record. Could it be because he was training to be a garment master? Meanwhile, our teacher Zhang was celebrating internally. So the Library of Heaven's Path has this function too. I can identify the flaws in a dish with just one taste. This is amazing. He started to walk away. Teacher Zhang, wait, Shen Bairu called out hurriedly. Thank you for helping me out of that situation today, she said shyly. It was nothing, he replied with a smile. Since you were the one who resolved the issue with the meal, it doesn't count as me treating you, she continued. I'll treat you to another meal next time. Hearing the words another meal, Zhang Xuan practically shouted his refusal. How about we don't? I'd like to live a few more days, sure, having a meal with a beautiful woman. Isn't so bad, he thought, but I don't have the time to deal with her swarm of suitors. What's wrong with this guy? Shen Bairu thought, perplexed. I invite him to a meal, and he acts like I'm asking him to move mountains. Well, the meal is over, and there's nothing else, so I'll be leaving now. I'm very busy, he said, waving goodbye with a smile. But just as he mentioned being busy, trouble came looking for him again. A familiar voice called out, Zhang Xuan, stop right there. Teacher Shan Bin strode forward, blocking his path. You're not going anywhere today, he declared angrily. Shen Bairu stepped between them. Teacher Shan, what are you trying to do? Forgetting his own humiliating display moments before, he said, Miss Shen, please step aside. This is a personal grudge between me and Zhang Xuan. He pointed a finger at him and shouted, Zhang Xuan, if you're a man, stop hiding behind a woman and face me in a duel. What's wrong with hiding behind a woman? Zhang shrugged. It shows I am capable. If you've got the ability, find someone to hide behind too. This utterly shameless response almost made Shang Bin cough up blood. The man was completely ignoring the script, relying on a woman for protection, and acting proud of it. Leaning on Shen Bairu for support, Teacher Zhang said, could you please take care of these two troublemakers for me? I have other matters to attend to. Shen Bairu was left speechless. I'm a transmigrator, Zhang Xuan thought calmly. What haven't he seen before? And he wants to talk about face with me. If someone else can solve a problem for me, why would I bother doing it myself? Zhang Xuan, you stop right there. Teacher Shang screamed as he saw him leaving. If I don't kill you today, my name isn't Shang Bin. He gave a command. Violent ape. From the shadows, a massive ape slowly emerged, letting out a low growl. It radiated an incredibly powerful aura. This was the violent ape that the person named Shun borrowed from his grandfather. This man ordered the pet beast beside him to kill him. As long as you do it, I'll bring you delicious food every day. Shun Bin angrily continued, and that meridian nourishing pill that my grandfather gave me, I can give it to you to eat. Miss Shen came forward to stop him. Shun Bin, what are you doing? Killing a colleague within the academy is a major crime. He came up with a ridiculous excuse. Zhang Xuan wanted to kill me. The violent ape was just protecting me, so it retaliated. I was acting in self-defense. Who can say anything about that? Teacher Shan loudly commanded. Violent ape, what are you hesitating for? Do it now. The lion-like beast beside him let out a majestic roar and charged straight at Teacher Jai. Shen Bairu had a worried expression, but was held back by Shan Bin. She shouted loudly, Jiang Xuan. At that moment, the violent ape lunged. Shen Bairu tried to intervene but was blocked by Shang Bin. Powerless, she could do nothing but fearfully blame herself. Jiang Xuan, I'm the one who got you into this. Seeing no movement from the violent ape ahead, Shan Bin thought for a moment and then turned to Kaoshun. Just follow the script this time. What are you panicking about? Kaoshun's eyes were wide and his mouth was agape as he pointed forward. No, it's not that. Young Master Shang, look over there. The foolish Shan Bin still yelled back. What's there to see about a dead person? Then his jaw dropped and he screamed, what? It was now a very strange scene. The ferocious violent ape from a moment ago was now as docile as a cat, lying in Jiang Xuan's arms. At this moment, Shan Bin could only stand there stunned, scratching his head with a million questions running through his mind. The violent ape is my grandfather's pet. It's usually very arrogant and fierce. Just touching it would make it growl back. But why has it now turned into an obedient bulldog in Jiang Xuan's hands? He roared fiercely at the violent ape, what are you doing? Kill that brat. The violent ape, now docilely by Jiang Xuan's side, ignored Shan Bin's continuous screaming. Kill him. As long as you do it, I'll give you whatever you want to eat in the future. Jiang Xuan then ordered the violent ape, it's too noisy. Tell him to shut his stinking mouth. Hearing this, it whipped its head 360 degrees to look at Shan Bin. Shan Bin trembled. What do you want? At that moment, it started to charge, its eyes glowing red, claws extended, and pounced on Shan Bin. With a single swipe, Shan Bin was sent flying. Kaoshun could only watch from a distance. Young Master Shang. He panicked and ran over, asking, Young Master Shang, are you okay? Shan Bin sobbed, thinking to himself, what on earth is going on? You're my grandfather's pet. Jiang Xuan, now like the true master of the violent ape, stroked its head and praised it, not bad. A good hit. Shenbei was as stunned as a rhinoceros, not understanding what was happening. Jiang Xuan, how on earth did you do that? He replied, how did I do it? Jiang Xuan said smugly, this violent ape is very easygoing. It's probably because I'm relatively handsome. Shenbei found Jiang Xuan's explanation too absurd. The violent ape is a wild beast. If we're talking about being handsome, it should definitely look at the violent ape, right? Besides, if we're really talking about being handsome, I think the Shan Bin has more charisma than you. After saying his piece, Jiang Xuan turned to Li. Alright, I'm off. He ordered the violent ape. You should go back too. Jiang Xuan thought smugly to himself, I didn't expect the Library of Heaven's Path could even see the flaws of a violent beast. It turns out this violent ape is full of hidden ailments. He'd used those flaws to easily make it obey him. Smart people always have their own ways. This left Shen Bairu with 1,000 questions. Wait, you still haven't said why the violent ape listens to you? Jiang Xuan turned back and replied, Big sister, I'd like to live a little longer. I'm afraid if I stay near you, my life will be threatened. Please let me go. Shen Bairu exploded with an anger even more fearsome than the violent apes. Big sister. You're the big sister. Shen Bairu then relented, smiling mischievously. You fell for my trap. Jiang Xuan immediately changed his tone. Fine, you can go. I'll come find you again tomorrow. Jiang Xuan froze. What the heck? At that moment, at Hongqian restaurant, another pitiful scene was unfolding. Attendant Wu was being scolded by an elder. You have a lot of nerve, daring to change the menu content for your own benefit, huh? In the room, Attendant Wu knelt, begging the elder for his life. Although my crime is unforgivable, that other guy is more despicable. In front of so many people, he said those things, disgracing Hongqian restaurant and completely disregarding you, elder. The elder slammed the table. Bang. Are you saying people can't talk about the bad things you've done? He roared. I'll give you 5 days to resolve this matter completely. I can overlook your embezzlement. Otherwise, don't even think about keeping your life. The elder continued angrily, and another thing, what's that brat's name? I have to go see who dares to trample on the honor of Hongqian restaurant. Let's see who gave him the guts. Attendant Wu stammered, He's the teacher who ranked last in the qualification exam. He's Jiang Xuan. The elder became even more furious upon hearing this. Though old, his anger was so great that he crushed the ring he was wearing. Jiang Xuan. A good for, nothing dares to trample on the dignity of Hongqian restaurant. Very well. The next morning, Jiang Xuan was walking and thinking, so annoying. I just had one meal, and it caused so much trouble. Whatever. I should focus on how to break through to the Pixu realm. Ahead, there was a restricted sign. It turned out to be the location of the Academy 6 Dan Cultivation Techniques. Ordinary teachers were not qualified to view them. Only after receiving an elder's permission could one copy a volume. Jiang Xuan remembered that his qualification exam was only at the 3 Dan level. If he went to find an elder now and asked for a 6 Dan technique, his head started to imagine a terrible scene where he was tied up hand and foot. He thought he would definitely be taken away for research like a lab rat. Jiang Xuan seemed to start hatching a plan. He remembered that there were quite a few places in Tangjuan City that traded in cultivation techniques. He thought to himself, if I can get my hands on a 6 Dan technique, it might solve a lot of problems. He immediately rushed out excitedly to see if he could borrow a few volumes from the market. At Tamu Market, people were bustling about. Jiang Xuan ran to the market and looked at the goods with a blank stare. He felt out of place because he had previously been just a small, ordinary teacher with a low salary and poor benefits, so it was normal that he had never been here before. He looked at the items displayed on the tables. Let's see what the Library of Heaven's Path can recognize. Seeing Jiang Xuan, a merchant quickly called out, "Young master, what are you looking for? I have everything here, guaranteed to satisfy you." Jiang Xuan casually picked up a bell from a box and said, "I'm just looking." He held up the shiny golden bell. The merchant quickly introduced it. This bell was forged by a master blacksmith. Its effects are extraordinary. The price is 50 gold coins. Jiang Xuan's eyes were sharp with calculation. He thought, as expected, it works. Resonance bell can create a resonance that causes people to feel dizzy. He recalled the books he had read. Effective against 1 Dan martial artists. Made by a craftsman from the Qinjun workshop. Seeing Jiang Xuan standing there in deep thought, the merchant quickly said, "If the young master likes it, I can give you a 2 gold coin discount. Take it." Jiang Xuan remained silent, still thinking. Forged by a master blacksmith. Qinjun workshop is a place that specializes in making fakes. A craftsman is the lowest rank there. He thought smugly, it seems with the library, I won't have to worry about buying fakes anymore. While thinking, Jiang Xuan asked the merchant, "By the way, do you have any cold yam grass?" The merchant hadn't even had time to think about what that was when he suddenly exclaimed loudly, as if showing off, "You've asked the right person. I'm not exaggerating when I say that on this entire street, I can guarantee you that only my shop has this. Haha." He opened a box for Jiang Xuan to see. Inside were a total of 5 strange-looking flowers. It was probably the cold yam grass he mentioned. But the price for one was steep, 100 gold coins a stalk. Jiang Xuan carefully examined the plant to see if it was really as the merchant claimed. He picked up the small plant in the box and remembered the pages of a book he had studied before. It was indeed cold yam grass. This guy isn't lying to me. Jiang Xuan thought, this cold yam grass grows in extremely cold places but loves sunlight, so it contains active spiritual energy. This is the best choice for nourishing Zhao Ya's meridians. However, Jiang Xuan suddenly noticed something strange about the cold yam grass. Why does the root of this cold yam grass look so yellow and withered? Could it be that you picked it incorrectly and killed it? Jiang Xuan said. The merchant gave a strained smile and waved his hand. Young master, you must be joking. I rely on this for a living. How could I make a mistake? The root of this herb was already in bad shape. It was like this when I picked it. Although he said that, fearing he wouldn't be able to sell it, the merchant relented. If you want it, I'll sell this stock for half price, only 50 gold coins. Jiang Xuan picked up the plant with the blue flower, and remembered from a book he had studied that this was the cold yam mother grass, the root of the cold yam grass. If this was used as medicine, the effect would be 10 times stronger than that of the cold yam grass's descendants. He started to scheme. If that merchant knew the true value of this cold yam mother grass, the price would definitely not be the same. Jiang Xuan pretended to smile and accepted the stock with the blue flower. Please wrap it up for me. Jiang Xuan thought quietly, if I have this yam mother grass root, I can easily solve the problem. The rest doesn't matter much. The clueless merchant, still unaware, sold the rare plant to Jiang Xuan for 50 gold coins. Here you are, young master. When it came time to pay, Jiang Xuan fumbled in his pocket but found nothing. He panicked, remembering that he had been so preoccupied with the Library of Heaven's Path earlier that he had forgotten to bring money. He didn't even have 10 gold coins, let alone 50. Seeing him fumbling for so long, the merchant started to get a bad feeling. He frowned and asked, "What is it, young master?" Jiang Xuan pulled out the only 8 gold coins he had, spread them out, and said with a sheepish smile, "Though, could you sell it to me for 8 gold coins?" Now the tables had turned. The customer was no longer king. The merchant slammed the table and roared, "Young master, are you joking with me? Although the root doesn't look good on the outside, I risked my life going deep into the dangerous forest to pick it. You want to buy my life with 8 gold coins? I don't have time to play games with you." Jiang Xuan said sadly in a low voice, "I have no intention of joking with you." He smirked, as if plotting something. "But are you sure you won't sell it to me?" After some haggling, the shop owner said angrily, "You're talking too much, even though this cold yam grass root isn't pretty. Its medicinal effects are still perfectly good. At the very least, it can be sold for 30 or 40 gold coins, and you're only offering 8 gold coins. Are you kidding me? Get lost, or I'll call the law enforcement team. Faced with a difficult situation, Jiang Xuan just smiled confidently and said calmly, there's no need to call the law enforcement team. I really want to buy it, even though I don't have the money. But I'm not here to cause trouble. In fact, you might even end up giving it to me for free. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper's jaw dropped, his mind racing. Is this kid insane? He comes to buy something without money, and now he's saying I'll give it to him for free. If I actually give this to you for free, I'll call you my grandpa. There's no need to call me grandpa, the young man said calmly. But if you don't believe me, take 2 steps forward and let me punch you once to see what happens. Are you messing with me? The shopkeeper thought, his hand already shooting out to grab Jiang Xuan by the collar. He roared in fury. I've seen plenty of sick people in my time, but I've never seen anyone with a death wish like you. Let you punch me. Do you believe I could beat you to death right now? Unfazed, Jiang Xuan said, don't be so hasty. If I'm not mistaken, you're from Shipping Town, aren't you? The shopkeeper was stunned. Shipping Town was a small settlement on the outskirts of Thangjuan Royal City. How did he know? How did you know that? He stammered. Jiang Xuan began to reveal the man's past secrets. It doesn't matter how I know. Half a year ago, in the Thangjuan forest, you had a dangerous encounter, didn't you? You were bitten by a frigid bamboo viper. Although you survived, the venom damaged your kidneys. I'm sure it's become rather difficult for you to display your masculine vigor, hasn't it? The shopkeeper was speechless, only able to stammer you. His face turned ashen as he recalled the incident. It's true, I was bitten by a frigid bamboo viper in the forest half a year ago. But besides that lady at the brothel, I've never told anyone. How could this boy possibly know? A look of shame and remorse crossed the shopkeeper's face. So, am I wrong? Jiang press. If I'm wrong, I'll turn around and leave immediately. But if you find yourself unable to be a man in the future, don't say I didn't warn you. Wait, don't go, young master, the shopkeeper pleaded, stopping him. Do you know a cure? If you do, can you help me? If you can just cure me, forget 1 stalk of frigid sun grass, I'll give you all the medicinal herbs in this shop. Jiang Xuan smiled. Of course, I know the cure. The frigid bamboo viper is innately of a cold yin nature. Once bitten, its yin energy invades the body, and no medicine can expel it. It causes a man's function to deteriorate, and even some apothecaries are helpless to treat it. But the strange thing is, while the snake's entire body is cold, its liver is hot. You just need to find another one, eat its liver, and you can completely eliminate the cold energy from your body. The damage to your kidneys will recover, and you will regain your masculine vigor. The shopkeeper's eyes went wide. Just eat the liver of a frigid bamboo viper. It's that simple. There's probably someone on the street who sells them, Jiang Xuan said with a smile. If you don't believe me, you can buy one now and try it. No need, the man said, turning around. As it happens, I have one right here. I can test it now. He opened another chest, revealing a frigid bamboo viper inside. Without a second thought, he sliced the snake open, took out its liver, and popped it into his mouth. A moment later, he felt a distinct change. He immediately fell to his knees before Jiang Xuan. Thank you, young master, for saving me. I can feel my masculine vigor gradually returning. Please take all of my frigid sun grass as a gift. I told you you'd give it to me, didn't I? Jiang Xuan smiled. I wasn't lying. Your talent is immense, young master. It was I who was blind and failed to see it. Please forgive me. It's nothing, Jiang Xuan replied. Just then, he heard passers-by chattering excitedly. Hurry up, Master Mo Yan is here. To receive guidance from Master Mo Yan would be a great honor. We can't miss this chance. That's right, if Master Mo Yan helps me appraise a treasure, I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. Exactly. I missed the chance last time. What a pity. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan was intrigued. What's going on? The shopkeeper explained, Master Mo Yan is a very brilliant appraiser master. An appraiser master? Jiang Xuan pondered. If I remember correctly, like a garment master, it's a special occupation. It's one of the middle 9 paths, but because they can distinguish the good from the bad among treasures, they are wildly sought after. You could say they have the Midas touch in the world of treasure hunting. Gambling on treasures. Isn't that just like gambling back on Earth? Fortunes can be made or lost overnight. Wait. The Library of Heaven's Path. As long as I touch something, I can see its true nature. Treasure appraisal requires luck, but I don't need it at all. This is a perfect way to make a fortune. He turned back to the shopkeeper. Keep the herbs here for me. I'll be back to get them later. I'm going to go check this out. Very good, young master. Rest assured. At the appraisal site, a crowd was clamoring for attention. Master, if you just give me some guidance, this humble girl will give you anything. Master, I'm begging you. Master, guide me. If you do, I will repay your kindness generously. Master Mo Young basked in the attention. Tonight, Mo will be leaving Tangchuan Royal City. To repay everyone's enthusiasm, I will appraise treasures for 5 people today. Do not fight. Those who have an affinity with me will naturally get a chance. From a distance, Zhang Xuan surveyed the items on the table. These things look impressive, he thought, but frankly, they're junk. While I can see the detailed descriptions of these treasures just by touching them, the odds of finding anything good here are incredibly low. The crowd was dismayed. Master, you're leaving tonight. Can't you stay a few more days? That's right, why leave so soon? I have other matters to attend to, he replied. But, alright, I will increase the number to 10 people. As you know, appraising treasures is no simple task. It drains the mind and spirit. 10 is my absolute limit. The 2 passers-by from earlier spoke up. Master, don't worry. If you help us choose a treasure, we will gladly repay your kindness. Yes, we are willing to pay. At the mention of money, Master Mo Yan looked displeased. Mo Yan, learned appraisal not for wealth. If I truly needed money, why would I bother helping all of you? I could simply appraise treasures and sell them myself for a much larger profit, couldn't I? He continued his speech. I agreed to help you because I was moved by your enthusiasm. To me, money is as fleeting as a cloud. I can have as much as I want. But friendship is priceless. If anyone mentions money again, do not ask me for an appraisal. The crowd was deeply moved by his words. The master's teachings are truly profound. It was we who were too vulgar. I could never hope to achieve the master's level of virtue in my lifetime. I've never admired anyone in my life, but today, I truly admire the master. However, he cautioned the crowd, before I begin, I must say one thing. An appraiser can only help you increase the odds of obtaining a treasure. It doesn't mean I can guarantee a 100 success rate. If no one has any objections to this, then I, Mo, will display my humble skills. Before he could finish, hands shot up from the crowd, everyone shouting, Mad. The master finally pointed to a random man. Very well, this gentleman first. Let me use my secret technique to see which item you should choose. Alright. You can buy this one. It is a late period official viewing vase, of no small value. He pointed to a vase. If the master recommends it, then I'll buy it, the chosen man said. The master replied. The crowd buzzed with envy. That guy is so lucky. Standing to the side, Zhang Xuan thought, late period viewing vase. Isn't that the one I just looked at? It's just a common viewing vase made by a southern craftsman. Did this master make a mistake? After buying the item, the man didn't forget to offer the master a small token of his gratitude, which the master accepted. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan felt a jolt. Why did it come to me? Could it be that the master used a martial technique? A book flew towards him. He caught it, and read it. Everything about the man appeared before him. So he's a fraud. He returned to reality with a smirk. This guy puts on such an air of a profound expert. I thought he was formidable, but it turns out he's just a common swindler. He glanced at the crowd. Where there's a con man, there are shills. It seems there are quite a few of his accomplices in this crowd. He turned to leave, not wanting to get involved. But there was no escape. The scammer chose Zhang Xuan as his next subject. Why me? Zhang Xuan thought, annoyed. There are so many people behind me, why did he have to pick me? I couldn't possibly accept the master's kindness, he said, quickly refusing. The master smiled. I see that you have nothing, and I cannot bear to see a young man empty-handed. That is why I kindly offered to guide you. Are you sure you don't need my help? Don't spurn my good intentions. The crowd began to murmur. Kid, if you don't want it, give the chance to me. The master chose you and you're refusing. Is there something wrong with your head? He doesn't look right. I noticed him earlier. He seemed afraid of the treasures. Maybe he's a thief. Zhang Xuan held up his hands and smiled. Really, I don't need it. Empty-handed, he thought. If I actually listened to you, then I'd truly be empty-handed. Young man, stay, the master insisted, grabbing his arm. Don't be so quick to refuse. It's not easy for a young person to earn money. I chose you not for any ulterior motive, but out of the kindness of my heart. I couldn't bear to see you waste your money on something worthless. Zhang Xuan was speechless. The surrounding crowd continued to berate him. The master stroked his beard. Alright, I know what you're thinking. You don't have to say it. He can even read my thoughts. Zhang Xuan thought sarcastically. You must think that even if I help you obtain a treasure, you won't have the ability to protect it, and it might even bring disaster upon you, the master declared. Zhang Xuan was speechless. This guy is truly narcissistic. Unable to protect it. How did he even come up with that? The master then addressed the crowd. I have chosen this young friend. Regardless of what treasure I help him choose later, I hope that none of you will have any designs on it. Otherwise, you will be making an enemy of me, Mo Yan, and don't blame me for being ruthless. He turned back to Zhang Xuan. There's no need to be so agitated. Since I have chosen you as the last person, It means we are fated. I will help you choose a treasure, and I require no repayment. A kind heart is all that matters. He pointed to a stone. Not this one, not that one. That one. Buy that one. I guarantee you will absolutely make a profit. He then turned to the vendor. Calculate the price for this young friend. Right away, young friend, your total is 30,000 gold coins. The crowd gasped again. This young friend is so lucky. Try not to get too excited. The anger that Zhang Xuan had been suppressing finally erupted. Excited my ass, he roared. Excited about what? If you want to run your scam, then run it. I couldn't be bothered to care. I already said I didn't want it, so why do you keep insisting on choosing me, putting on this ridiculous act? I was giving you an out, and you don't want to take it. Two men from the crowd stepped forward. Hid, how dare you speak to Master Mo Yan like that? The master kindly offered to help him choose a treasure, and he dares to call him a scammer. What did you say? The master asked, feigning anger. Young friend, is there some misunderstanding you have about me? Zhang Xuan's eyes narrowed. Misunderstanding? What I'm saying? Don't you know it in your heart? You run your scams, and we'll go our separate ways. Don't put on this high and mighty act in front of me. His words hit their mark. Insolence. The old man shrieked. 30 years ago, I, Mo Yan, earned my qualification as an appraiser master. I have helped countless people appraise their treasures and overcome their difficulties, and I have always done so with a clear conscience. No one has ever accused me of being a fraud. The crowd rushed to his defense. Master Mo Yan is compassionate and benevolent. He saves people from hardship. How could he possibly be a scammer? You insolent brat, spouting nonsense. I think you have a death wish. 30 years ago, he got his qualification. Clear conscience. Zhang Xuan thought. The man was still playing the part of a benevolent elder. Besides, the master said, turning back to Zhang Xuan, I am a magnanimous person. If you apologize immediately, I can let this matter go. The young man was determined to expose the truth. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not is very simple to prove. Just grind down the items they just bought, and we'll know the result. There's no need for so much talk. Hearing this, the old man found an excuse to refuse. Grind them down. The items I help them choose are all very large. It would take at least half a day to grind them. Besides, I have urgent business and can't delay for that long. What, are you trying to say that I don't have time to stay here because I have a guilty conscience and want to leave, using this opportunity to slander me? The young man was truly impressed by the old man's cunning. As expected of a professional swindler. He even thinks of a retreat path in advance. He initially said he had to leave Tainjuan City tonight, preparing his lines beforehand. Then, before I even opened my mouth, he launched a counterattack. One of the people in the crowd pointed at him and said, if this guy says the Grandmaster is a fraud, he must be quite knowledgeable in appraisal himself. If you have the guts, pick an item for us to see. Hearing this, the old man confidently challenged him. That's right, if you say I'm a fraud, then you must have some expertise in appraisal. How about this? I'll give you a chance. You can pick one treasure. As long as what you pick is valuable, I'll consider this matter dropped. But the young man cut him off. You're asking me to appraise. Fine. He thought with great confidence, I have the library of Heaven's Path. If my appraisal skills are second, no one would dare claim to be first. And you dare to compete with me. He continued, however, can I pick the treasure first, and after you grind it and confirm the price, then I'll pay. The shop owner was startled. No way, the rule is to pay first. Otherwise, if it's ground down to something worthless, and you don't want it anymore, or if it's too expensive and we don't want to sell, it would be difficult to explain. The Grandmaster spoke up. Shopkeeper, how about this? Let him pick whatever he wants. After he picks, I'll pay for him. If it's a profit, it's yours. If it's a loss, we'll follow our previous agreement, and he has to apologize to me. The young man grinned. Why didn't you say so earlier? I won't be polite then. Thank you, Grandmaster. The old man thought to himself, this kid is so thick-skinned, not polite at all. The young man then picked up a stone from the table, thinking, I saw this item earlier. If I weren't broke, I would have snatched it up already. But since someone is offering their face to be slapped, I can't refuse. The young man handed the stone to the shop owner and said clearly, all right, this one will do. Grind it here so everyone can see, and no one can say anything about fakery. The shop owner's jaw dropped. This. The Grandmaster remained calm. Just let him. Let him give up completely. An old-fashioned grinding machine was placed on the table. As the shop owner prepared to grind the stone, he was already scheming. Let's see how you'll boast after I smash this stone to pieces. The Grandmaster also thought smugly, you picked a small item because these small ones are all just rocks I picked up from the roadside. You want to expose me? You're still too young, kid. After some grinding, the stone from before had transformed into a sparkling, beautiful gem. This is a spirit luminous stone. Everyone was shocked. This was one of the main ingredients for crafting ghost-tier weapons. Every piece was incredibly valuable, and moreover, it was a priceless item with no available supply. The old shopkeeper stood frozen, not believing his eyes. This is a spirit luminous stone. I picked it up from the roadside. The crowd started chattering again. A main ingredient for crafting ghost-tier weapons. How much is that worth? A piece that large, and the purity looks high. At least 100,000. Hearing those words, Jiang Xuan grinned slyly, celebrating internally. 100,000. Is that for real? I'm rich this time. The Grandmaster's mouth twitched as he stammered, You were just lucky and picked the right one. It doesn't prove anything. He quickly turned to Li. Alright, I have other business to attend to. I should go. The young man offered, What's the hurry? It'll only take a few more minutes. I have a few more things I'd like to ask. Hearing this, the old man turned back. What is it? He pointed to the person who had bought the vase earlier. This old gentleman. The old man hesitated. Well, what is it? Jiang Xuan stated the truth. If I'm not mistaken, the item you spent 80,000 gold coins on was made by a craftsman from Nankiao. It has a crack in it and could shatter at any moment. The old man was about to pack up and leave. What a joke, the Grandmaster helped me pick this. The young man smiled. If you don't believe me, just gently squeeze the neck of the vase, and you'll know. The old man asked, bewildered, Squeeze it gently. Jiang Xuan explained, Don't worry. If it's a genuine item, no matter how weak the neck of the vase is, nothing will happen. But if it's a piece of junk, a light squeeze will break it. The old man was half convinced, but he decided to do it anyway. Alright then. He gently squeezed the neck of the vase with his hand. The vase neck cracked, and the bottom part of it fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The old man's jaw dropped. The people around, seeing this, started talking among themselves. It really is a piece of junk. What's going on? Could it be that Grandmaster Mo Yan is a fraud? How did this young man know? Jiang Xuan smiled brightly and replied, What's going on? You'll have to ask this Grandmaster Mo Yan. If I'm not mistaken, he and this stall owner are in it together. He pretends to be an appraiser to attract everyone's attention, and then helps to point out items for people to spend a large amount of money on, from which he profits. He laughed loudly and asked, Am I right, Grandmaster Yang Mo? After Jiang Xuan exposed his true face, the buyers suddenly remembered something. One person said, Yang Mo. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Another person said loudly, Yang Mo. Isn't he the swindler wanted by the imperial family of the Zhou kingdom? The people who had bought treasures before immediately questioned, A swindler? So the things we bought are all fakes? The swindler trembled and said, Everyone, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Even a grand appraiser can make mistakes sometimes. One treasure can't prove anything. They didn't believe him and immediately threw the large stones that were supposed to be treasures onto the ground. As a result, they were just ordinary rocks that shattered into pieces. The crowd said angrily, They're all fakes. We've been tricked. This Grandmaster Mo Yan is a fake. He begged, Please. Let's talk this out calmly. We can negotiate anything. Why didn't you negotiate when you were tricking us? With that, the people gathered around and gave the swindler a sound beating. This world is so vast. Every day, there are people who practice deception, and there are people who are deceived. I'm not a god, I can't manage everything. If it wasn't for this Grandmaster Mo Yan looking for trouble with me, I couldn't be bothered to care. The teacher left, thinking as he walked. Afterward, he arrived in front of the Huangyu bookstore. Since it's a bookstore, perhaps it has the cultivation technique secret manuals I need. I should go in and have a look. After some thought, the teacher had no choice but to go inside. As soon as he entered, a girl named Huangyu came forward and asked, Young master, would you like to buy a book or read? Jiang Xuan asked, Do you have secret manuals for 6-dan martial artist cultivation techniques here? The girl replied, 6-dan martial artist cultivation techniques. Young master, you must be joking. Each volume of that kind of cultivation technique is priceless. We're just a small business, how could we be qualified to sell them? If it's an introductory cultivation manual, then we do have a few. The teacher then asked, Then do you know where they are sold? The shop owner replied, Sold. This level of cultivation technique, some powerful experts will have quite a few stored in their homes. Hearing this, he asked happily, Do you know which senior's home has this kind of book? She replied, I do know one person. But he's known to be eccentric. If he's in a good mood, you could take all the books in his house, and it would be fine. If he's in a bad mood, don't even dream of getting past the door. Then, miss, could you give me some pointers? Where should I go to find the senior? Huang Yu replied, As it happens, I have to go there too. I can take you. The young man said happily, Then I'll have to trouble you, miss. On the way, Jiang Xuan asked curiously, You said the person has a lot of books in his house. The girl replied, Of course. This person is a famous scholar of the kingdom, once the teacher of His Majesty, Shen Chui. The old Mr. Lu Chen dislikes it most when juniors speak nonsense. It's best you don't open your mouth. Otherwise, you can forget about borrowing books from him. And at that time, you'll have to ask to borrow the books yourself. Don't mess things up for me. The teacher smiled and said, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. As they walked, the girl continued, the old Mr. particularly likes obedient juniors. No matter what he says, just nod your head. As a Confucian scholar, he might have some ideas that are different from those of young people. Just don't take it to heart. Arriving in front of a small gate, she stopped and said, this is the residence of old Mr. Lu Kyun. The young man asked in surprise, this is the residence of the king of teachers. Huang Yu nodded and added, old Mr. Lu Kyun has lived a frugal life. His Majesty Shen Shui offered to rebuild his residence for him, but he firmly refused. As they were about to enter, a young man on horseback galloped up in front of them. He seemed to know the small bookstore's owner. Xiao Yu, what a coincidence. You're here too. The girl said, my name is Huang Yu. Don't call me so familiarly. We're not that close. Based on the relationship between our two families, what's wrong with calling you Xiao Yu? Huang Yu asked, so you're here to visit old Mr. Lu Kyun today too? He smiled and said, you can forget about that thing. It will definitely be mine. The girl said, it's not certain who it will belong to yet. I'm just afraid you'll be the one crying in the end. He then looked at teacher Zhang and asked, but who is this person? Xiao Yu, why did you bring a stranger here? Who I bring has nothing to do with you. The young man said angrily, how does it have nothing to do with me? No matter who it is, I advise you to stay away from these kinds of people. Don't let others take advantage of you. Huang Yu said again, no matter who it is, as long as you don't cause trouble for me, it's fine. Zhang Xuan then spoke up, what kind of person I am is none of your concern. Hearing this, the young man became even angrier. The bookstore owner asked, do you know who he is? How dare you talk to him like that? The teacher replied, I don't care who he is. He is the only son of the king of Jinan, Bai Zun. The king of Jinan is known as the most powerful official in the Tangjuan kingdom. If you offend his son, it will be difficult for you to get by in the Tangjuan kingdom. The teacher asked helplessly, who is the king of Jinan? While thinking, wasn't my predecessor a person of this world? How come I have no impression of these things? After Zheng Xuan's question, Huang Yu was surprised, thinking, he doesn't even know the king of Jinan. If you say something wrong later, won't I be implicated? At that moment, the gate suddenly opened. Bai Zun approached the person who had just opened the door and said, Uncle Chen, I hope to receive the Grandmaster's guidance once again. He was probably Lu Chen's attendant. Hearing this, he said, so it's young Master Bai and Miss Huan. The three of you, please follow me to the living room. Entering, teacher John observed the painting on the wall and couldn't help but blurt out, what a beautiful ink wash painting of nature. Uncle Chen was surprised and asked, oh, this young master has some knowledge of painting. The teacher smiled and said, I was just casually expressing my admiration. The attendant added, our master uses his heart as a brush and the courtyard as paper. This entire residence is decorated like a painting. Young master, you are correct. He invited the three of them into the room to sit and wait, then went to report to Lu Chen. As soon as he left, the girl turned to ask Zheng Xuan, you understand painting? He smiled and said, I just thought the layout of the garden resembled a painting. Bai Zun showed a look of contempt. Xiao Yu, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is just putting on an act, trying to make it sound mystical. Putting on an act. What do you know? This friend of mine is highly learned and intelligent. Do you think everyone is like you, who loves to put on an act? The small bookstore owner asked. Bai Zun retorted, highly learned. Xiao Yu, be careful. I think this kid is a playboy. He's not old, but he's already learned how to sweettalk girls. He's truly shameless. The girl said angrily, this friend of mine knows everything from the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not like you, who only knows how to fight and kill all day. You're the real ignorant one. Bai Zun shouted, even if he started learning in his mother's womb, how much could he possibly have learned? You're the only one who would be fooled by him. Miss Huang interjected, just because someone is young, you assume they haven't studied. What if he's a prodigy? Just because you lack talent yourself, don't doubt others. When you two argue, why do you have to drag me into it? Zhang Xuan fumed internally. I just came here to borrow some books, and I still get caught in the crossfire. Who did I offend? This is just my bad luck. Just then, a man walked in from outside. Seeing him, the young woman and man stood up and bowed. Greetings, Grandmaster. I heard someone say just now that they recognized the layout of my courtyard as a rare ink wash painting, the man said. It is rare to find a young person with such refined taste. Grandmaster, young Master Bai said with a laugh, this fellow was just talking nonsense. You don't need to pay him any mind. Was I talking to you? Lu Chen asked, annoyed. He then turned to Zhang Xuan. Since you understand paintings, he said in a gentler tone, I happen to have a piece here. Why don't you help me appraise it? With that, Shenbo unrolled a painting on the table. The young bookshop owner leaned in and whispered to Zhang Xuan, he loves to test people. He tested me when I came here, too. If you can answer correctly, you can borrow as many books as you want. But if you can't. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan felt a wave of despair. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have said anything when I entered the courtyard. As for appraising. Appraise my foot, well. Is there a problem? The Grand Master asked. No, Zhang Xuan replied. As he spoke, he touched the painting and wondered, the Library of Heaven's Path can even distinguish between real and fake treasures. Can it also identify the flaws in a painting? After a moment of observation, he exclaimed internally, of course it can. Grand Master, do you really want me to appraise it? He asked aloud. Please, speak freely. Very well, the teacher said with a smile. Of just 8 words to describe it, the farts of a dog are nothing special. What the hell is this? Young master, be careful, Chen Bo warned. This is a painting the Grand Master just finished. Huang Yu trembled with fear. To say the Grand Master's painting is like a dog's fart. This man looks so refined and composed, but the way he talks. He said he wouldn't make things difficult for me, but this is clearly pushing me to my death. Is this the person you said was knowledgeable and exceptionally talented? Baikhan asked. All of you, be quiet, the Grand Master commanded. I didn't know this was the Grand Master's work, Zhang Xuan said, bowing his head. If I have offended you, please forgive me. It's nothing, the man said with a smile. It is just a painting. I asked you to appraise it, to judge its quality, not who painted it. Since the Grand Master has said so, then I am relieved, the young man replied. This painting could have been done by any random artist on the street. But if you look deeper, you will be truly astonished. Deeper? The old man asked with a laugh. And how does one look deeper? It's very simple. If the Grand Master doesn't mind, I will demonstrate my humble skills. Zhang Xuan took a knife from his pocket. What are you doing? Baiksun shouted. If you damage the Grand Master's painting, can you afford to compensate for it? Ignoring him, the young man began to cut the painting. Lu Chen couldn't help but be surprised by Zhang Xuan's actions. After a few cuts, he pulled up a large sheet of paper and explained, the painting on this Xuan paper is a fake. The real painting has long since seeped through the Xuan paper and imprinted itself onto the layer of goat skin beneath. The other 3 were stunned. To preserve a painting on paper with seemingly no flaws, by allowing it to seep through Xuan paper and be imprinted on a layer of goat skin. Not bad, the Grandmaster praised with a laugh, while thinking, the ability to penetrate paper with ink is a skill I have never shown to anyone. Yet this young man saw it at a glance. Then, let's continue. He brought out another painting. Zhang Xuan touched it for a moment, and then said, although this painting is not the same, it lacks a certain spirit. If I am not mistaken, the person who painted this has never seen the head of this beast. The artist was only guessing. Lu Chen's jaw dropped. It's true, I have never seen a crimson bear before. To paint this, I had to consult countless books just to get a rough idea. This young man knew at a glance and even said it lacked spirit. Where exactly does it lack spirit? He asked. Can you be more specific? Huang Yu was flabbergasted. The Grandmaster is actually humbly seeking guidance from someone in his teens. How on earth did this guy manage that? It's very simple, Zhang Xuan explained. A beast like the crimson bear, although its defense is invincible, has a teardrop-shaped body, like a sharp sword, skilled in attacking and defeating opponents with speed. From this, one can deduce that its aura is also as sharp as a sword. To paint a beast without even knowing its spirit, what is that if not guessing? The reasoning was too convincing, too precise. Good, the Grandmaster said, clapping his hands. He saw through 2 paintings in a row, and what's more, he pointed out the exact flaws. Although this young man is young, he is truly a Grandmaster of painting and calligraphy. Xiao Yu, he said, aren't you going to introduce this young master? Introduce him? The girl asked, bewildered. Right. What's your name? What are you saying? Lu Chen said with a frown. Have you no manners? This young brother is my equal. From now on, you must call him Grandmaster. His equal? Baikun asked in surprise. To someone not even 20 years old. Did I hear you correctly? Did you not hear what he said? The old man asked. At this, they both bowed their heads. Greetings, Grandmaster. There's no need to be so formal, Zhang Xuan said humbly. My name is Zhang Xuan. It was just a lucky guess that I was able to understand the Grandmaster's paintings. I dare not accept the title of Grandmaster. Rules are rules, young brother Zhang Xuan, Lu Chen said. To be able to point out the flaws at a glance shows that you have a deep understanding of painting and calligraphy and a discerning eye. If someone like you is not worthy, then isn't a Grandmaster like myself just a hollow title? Oh, and by the way, you are free to command these juniors as you wish from now on. Juniors. Command them as I wish. Zhang Xuan was taken aback. We're about the same age, yet in an instant, I've become their grandfather's peer. Your methods are too powerful, big brother. Young brother, the man continued, is there anything I can help you with now that you are here? I heard that the Grandmaster has a large collection of books here, the young man said. I came to borrow some. Fighter 6 Dan Cultivation techniques to read. Why didn't you say so earlier? It is true that I have many books here, but they are all about painting and calligraphy. I don't have many cultivation techniques. As for Fighter 6 Dan techniques, I only have a few. They are all in my study. I'll take you there to have a look. Master, Shenbo began to protest, your study. A Grandmaster of painting and calligraphy wishes to see it. It is a great honor. Why are you trying to stop him? He said with a frown. Come on, the study is this way. He then led the young man to his study. The cultivation techniques are over there, he said, entering the room. There are only a few in total, just some old ones I finished practicing with and tossed aside. It's not much, but it's better than nothing, Jiang Xuan thought with a sigh. He then began to rapidly flip through the books. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked, finding this strange. Are these techniques too low level for you, young brother? No, the young man said. I'm just browsing. After a quick look, he noticed a few strange-looking books and asked, what are those? The Grandmaster looked over and said, oh, those are books left by my good-for-nothing son. He loves violence, so he collected a lot of secret manuals related to increasing physical strength. He even went to the kingdom's compendium pavilion and moved all the books from there back here. May I have a look? The young man asked. Of course, the Grandmaster said cheerfully. If you want to look, young brother, feel free. Then I won't be polite. With that, he picked up the books and began to flip through the pages again. He's flipping through the books so quickly, the Grandmaster thought, confused. Could it be that these books are not to his liking either? Inside the library of Heaven's Path, the young man smiled. The correct cultivation method is indeed convenient. Holding a book in his hand, Jiang Xuan decided to read it and thought, a strong physical body is the best container for Genkai. A sturdy bucket can hold more water, and the quality of the water will be higher. Before, I thought it didn't matter whether one cultivated the physical body or not, the most important thing was Genki cultivation. But now I see the relationship between Genki and the body. A strong physical body can withstand more powerful Genki, and unleash even greater power. As expected of a technique chosen from the library, it is indeed formidable. From now on, I will call it the Heaven's Path Golden Body. I must practice it diligently. Just as he named the new technique, his body underwent a dramatic change, a change that even Jiang Xuan himself noticed. Have I finished cultivating it? He asked himself. The Heaven's Path Golden Body was completed just like that, without me even knowing. Wait. Although I haven't found enough Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, with this body cultivation technique, my strength will surely have a significant improvement. Outside, Lu Chen was puzzled. What on earth is young brother Jiang Xuan doing? He wondered. Don't tell me he's read too many books and suffered a cultivation-induced insanity. He stepped forward and touched the young man's shoulder. Young brother, he called out. Startled, the young man shrugged his shoulders slightly, and the Grandmaster was sent flying backward. Grandmaster, the young man called out in alarm. I'm fine, he said, while thinking, what's wrong with this young brother? That strength just now. It's not like the strength of a fighter 5 then. Danjun rushed over. Grandmaster, are you alright? Why did you suddenly fall? As he gently touched the old man's back, Lu Chen's entire body was suddenly pressed to the ground. Oh my god, what's going on? Jiangxuan thought, confused. Is this Grandmaster trying to scam me? He leaned in and asked, Grandmaster, what are you? Don't move, he commanded. Did you just have a breakthrough? I suppose so, the young man replied. But even with a breakthrough, my progress shouldn't be this fast. It's true then, the old man thought. This fellow hasn't fully adapted to his body after his breakthrough and the increase in his strength. I've read about this in books before. Some people use special methods to instantly increase their cultivation. But this guy just stood by the bookshelf, read for a while, and stood there dazed for a moment. How did he suddenly gain so much strength? Could it be that he has some accumulated potential, and he just happened to read something that gave him a sudden epiphany, leading to a breakthrough? After a moment of thought, he said, come, let's go to the living room. In the other room, Baiqian was saying Xiao Yu that Grandmaster Jiang Xuan. Has he really not reached the pinnacle of a fighter 5 then? I've told you, the young woman said, he just came to my shop to buy books. I don't know anything about him. But if he's going around looking for fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, he must have reached the pinnacle of the 5th Dan. To have reached that level at such a young age, he continued, I wonder what his combat strength is like. I'll ask for some pointers from him later. Suddenly, the Grandmaster entered from outside, covered in injuries. The two rushed forward to ask what had happened. Don't get the wrong idea, and don't worry. I'm fine, he said. Chen, go prepare a pillar of strength and bring it over. Bai Tun approached Jiang Xuan and asked, Grandmaster Jiang, Has your strength reached the pinnacle of a fighter 5 then? I am also at this level. May I ask for a few pointers from you? Perfect, Lu Chen thought. If he's also at the 5th dan, I can see through a spar whether Zhang Xuan has had a sudden burst of strength. Bai-Chun, what are you trying to do? The young bookshop owner asked angrily. Don't you see where you are? It's fine, the Grandmaster said with a smile. If it's just a friendly spar, I have no objections. But keep it civil. Yes, sir, the young man said with a smug smile. The two then stepped onto the sparring stage. My punching power is also quite formidable, Bai-Chun shouted, lunging forward. Be careful, he threw a punch at Zhang Xuan. The young man returned the gesture. Perfect, I can test my current cultivation level, he thought, throwing a punch of his own. As their fists collided, Zhang Xuan felt something strange. Wondering why his punching power was so weak. Could it be that he wasn't at the pinnacle of the 5th dan? Thinking this, he pushed his punch harder, but absurdly, Bai Zun was suddenly sent flying. Wang Yu asked in a daze, is this the strength of a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 5th dan? The teacher ran over and asked, are you all right? The young man replied on the surface, I'm fine, but thought to himself, if I hadn't blocked his force with all my might, it wouldn't have been just my arm that was crippled. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan said, that's good. I saw that you weren't using your full strength just now. How about this? Use your full strength and spar with me. Bai Zun refused. No need. Grandmaster's strength is greater than mine. I see no need to fight anymore. He thought, you still want to spar with all your strength. If I let you hit me one more time, I'll lose my life here today. The young man was dissatisfied. You were the one who wanted to spar, and you're the one who doesn't want to anymore. You got my hopes up, thinking I could test my cultivation. Uncle Chen approached Lu Chen and said, Grandmaster, the strength testing stone pillar is ready. As he spoke, he looked ahead and was extremely surprised, thinking to himself, this self-proclaimed only son of the first minister of the Taiquan kingdom, the king of Jinan, was fine just a moment ago. Why does he look so miserable now? Lu Chen then spoke, it's clear, little brother Zhang. Bai Zun is also injured. Let him get treated. The testing pillar has been brought. You should test your strength. He smiled and said, actually, I just tested it yesterday. I only have the strength of 4 ding. It doesn't matter if I test it today or not. It probably won't be much different. The Grandmaster smiled and invited, since it's been brought, just give it a try. Finally he agreed. He still looked puzzled, thinking, although I've cultivated the Heaven's Path golden body, without a strength-based cultivation technique, my power probably hasn't increased much, right? Besides, no matter how much the physical body improves, it can't be stronger than Gen 8. I just tested this morning, and only had 8 ding. Thinking this, he threw a punch. The number 4 appeared first. The young man turned back and smiled, see? It's only 4 ding. The other two were extremely surprised. Wang Yu stammered, You look at the strength testing pillar again. The teacher immediately turned back. The number had risen to 49 ding. Is this pillar broken? Zhang Xuan asked. The Grandmaster replied, the stone pillar isn't broken. Didn't you just have a breakthrough in the study a moment ago? When your cultivation breaks through, your strength also increases. The key is that you haven't adapted to this new strength and were unaware of it, which is why you hit Bai Zun so hard just now. Wang Yu thought in surprise, a cultivation breakthrough from 4 ding to 49. Ding. Did he open 45 acupoints in an instant? Teacher Zhang now had a headache, thinking, a 6th dan martial artist has to open all the acupoints in their body to increase their cultivation. Opening 1 new acupoint a day can increase strength by 1 ding. The body has a total of 108 acupoints, but only 72 can be opened. I've cultivated the Heaven's Path golden body, which can increase my body's strength by 90 ding. Does that mean all the acupoints on my body have been opened? How many more can I open? The Grandmaster spoke again. Little brother John, didn't you just open 45 acupoints? He replied, I'm still at the pinnacle of the 5th dan, the Dingli realm. My cultivation hasn't improved at all. It's just that my physical strength has increased a little. Lu Chen's jaw dropped as he thought about the inner workings of the body. He then asked, by any chance, did you eat some kind of crimson fruit today? He scratched his head and said, I think I ate some unknown fruit at the market today. After eating it, I felt hot all over but didn't pay much attention to it. Maybe that's when my inner strength had a breakthrough. The Grandmaster said loudly, it must be the Hong Jianjiu fruit. It is said that just eating it can increase a person's physical strength to a level that even a pinnacle 6th dan Pixu realm expert would find difficult to match. The young man was stunned, thinking, I was just making things up. Does such a thing really exist? This is too lucky. But it's a good way to hide my special cultivation technique. I don't have to worry about being taken away for research now. After seeing him punch out 49 ding, Grandmaster Lu Chen laughed loudly and immediately pulled him back to his residence to talk. Then you are too lucky. By the way, brother Zhang Xuan, I wonder if you are a local. Hearing the Grandmaster's question, he answered honestly, I am a teacher at Hongqian Academy. So that's it. No wonder someone with your strength has such a profound understanding of painting. He seemed very pleased with Zhang Xuan and smiled throughout. The moment he heard he was from Hongqian Academy, he gained another point in the old man's heart. After expressing his admiration, he turned to instruct Bai Zun and Huang Yu, you two, when you have nothing to do, you should follow him and learn to cultivate your character. Don't just think about fighting and killing all day. I will also consider it, and if you pass my inspection, I will give you what you want. They both nodded in unison and said, yes. When Bai Zun heard about learning from Zhang Xuan, his eyes shone like the stars, and he thought happily, learning from this kind of master is much better than studying those dry paintings and calligraphy. Besides, learning from him is much more relaxed than from Grandmaster Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Huang Yu, on the contrary, sighed in exasperation. Zhang Xuan felt that he had had enough for one day at this place, so he stood up to take his leave. I have troubled you enough today. It's getting late. Grandmaster, I will come to visit you another day. He came this time to find a 6th Dan martial artist cultivation technique. I don't have one. In a few days, I will tell Shen Shui to go to the Royal Library to find one for you. I think he is out hunting these days and is not here. He gave him a few words of advice, and then let Zhang Xuan go. Then I thank you, Grandmaster. He thanked him respectfully, but his face could not hide his joy. Look at you, why are you still so polite? If you have nothing to do, come and visit often. This was also his way of saying goodbye to Zhang Xuan. After leaving Grandmaster Lu Kun's residence, Zhang Xuan wandered the streets. He walked with a bright smile, thinking that this trip to the Grandmaster's residence was truly worth it. His physical body was much stronger. Based on his current cultivation, even if he encountered a pinnacle Pixu realm expert, he would not be afraid. He might have reached a strength of over 90 ding. If he could find a cultivation method to reach an even higher level, wouldn't he be even more formidable? He was immersed in the joy of mastering great power. This trip was indeed profitable, not a loss. But life is not always smooth. While he was celebrating, he sensed something behind him. Friend following from behind, come on out, he said loudly, knowing he had been followed for a while. Stinking brat, today you made us lose money, and even had to use our earnings from the past few days to pay off the debt. It's time to settle this score now, isn't it? It was Mo Yam's group. He was resentful, and had followed him for revenge. If you don't compensate us for our losses, don't even think about running. He seemed very angry, which could be understood from his body language, like clenching his fists, and the change in his tone. Zhang Xuan picked his nose. Is that you guys? I don't have money. Do you want some snot? Mo Yan was provoked and shouted again, You still dare to talk back. In a moment I'll send you to be reincarnated. Let's see if you can manage your mouth better in your next life. He waved his hand. Sorry, I just finished reincarnating. I don't want to manage this mouth of mine just yet. His words were meant to mock Mo Yan's bravado, but he answered so honestly that it left Mo Yan utterly confused. Just reincarnated? He asked back. Thinking the person before him was continuing to mock him, he became even angrier. Then reincarnate again. Dejuan, deal with him. Dejuan was the tall, burly man standing behind Mo Yan. He stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, and sneered at him. Any last words? The person next to Mo Yan, seeing the scene before him, started to provide some background information. Fourth brother is known to have a pair of hands that can split stones. At this rate, he'll grind that kid into mincemeat. Do we still want to demand money? Hearing this, Mo Yan said triumphantly, a guy who doesn't even have 200 gold coins, what's the point of demanding debt from him? If he offends us, we'll just kill him directly. Dad Zhuang spread his arms and began to channel his power. Stand firm. One slap from me is all it takes. At this moment, he still thought he could kill the person in front of him. But Zhang Xuan stood as still as a mountain, with a characteristic smirk on his face, as if he found this whole thing to be child's play. Before he could even make a move, Zhang Xuan had already grabbed his two hands and squeezed tightly. Da Zhuang had not even had time to be horrified before he was overwhelmed by pain, sweating like a fountain. Zhang Xuan squeezed tighter and tighter, and Da Zhuang screamed louder and louder. His hands now felt like they were about to be crushed, and he couldn't even move them anymore. Zhang Xuan cheerfully swung his arms, thinking to himself, someone has come to my door to help me cultivate. In that case, let's try out the full 100 ding. He took a punch from him, and blood sprayed from his nose and mouth at the same time. He never expected that the one on the verge of death was actually himself, not Zhang Xuan. Da Zhuang was sent flying with great speed. The people behind him still didn't understand what had happened. After hitting him, Zhang Xuan even exclaimed with wide eyes, such strong force. Mo Yan and his accomplices were dumbfounded. Two of them mechanically exchanged words. The one that just flew by was fourth brother, wasn't it? The other person replied, I think so. He said again, it seems this guy's strength is not weak. The person next to him agreed, yeah, that's right. He asked again, then what are you still standing there for? The accomplice could only make a stammering sound. Hearing this, Moyoung was provoked and cursed, do you expect me to do it myself? Hurry up and deal with him. These two were no slouches either. One dared to throw, and the other dared to catch. I was busy talking to you just now. I didn't expect to meet a Pixu realm expert like me to deal with a Dingli realm opponent. He stretched his muscles and loudly boasted that he was a 6th Dan martial artist, a Pixu realm expert. His eyes sharpened as he looked at the self-proclaimed master, thinking to himself, a Pixu realm expert. At Homshin Academy, only those at the elder level have this rank. Moyoung, behind his accomplice, cheered for his companion to charge forward. Second brother, this time you have to count fourth brother's share too. I know. Just killing him is enough. That second brother laughed mockingly, like fourth brother, thinking that victory was already in his grasp. He rushed forward, his technique called the Soaring Eagle 10,000 Lie. This martial skill, even among mortal tier items, was definitely considered formidable. The other two of Moyoung's accomplices stood there leisurely discussing while their second brother was preparing for battle. That's right. But isn't it a bit of a waste to use it against this kid? Moyoung, hearing them, didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was screaming, what do you guys know? This kid was able to send fourth brother flying with one hand, which shows he has some skill. Second brother, used the Soaring Eagle 10,000 Li to end this quickly. He stood still. This is his ultimate move. Let's see how powerful it is that the rest of them have such high expectations. He saw his opponent execute some strange-looking moves and his expression showed it all. Oh my god, I was so looking forward to sparring with a Pixu realm expert like you. And you use a technique that's full of openings. I can see them even without using the library. Die. The second brother seemed very confident, and shouted as he flew towards him. Jian Xuan didn't seem to have done anything, but he had apparently hit a spot he shouldn't have. What's wrong? The people behind him, seeing their companion who was so triumphant a second ago now groaning in pain, were bewildered, not understanding what had happened. And indeed, he had kicked the second brother in a place he shouldn't have, causing him immense pain before he could even lay a hand on him. Seeing this, he even mocked, with these short arms and legs of yours, you call yourself a soaring eagle spreading its wings. A futile, panicked cry rang out. Before them was the person they had claimed to be a Pixu realm master, yet he had been defeated with a single kick to a vulnerable spot. This kid is too strange. Let's attack together. With a clear voice, he had already declared that he would send him to meet his maker. Hearing this, the two remaining accomplices, who had been eager to rush forward together, now hesitated. Doesn't everyone include Moyoung? Noticing this, he pointed and asked, you were all coming together, so why are there only two of you now? Just two. They looked at each other and blurted out, where's the boss? The man they called boss, who had claimed they would attack together, had vanished in an instant. You guys kill him. I have some business to attend to and will be back shortly. The three of them had spoken in unison, at least for a moment sharing the same disdainful view of that man. He quickly regained his composure, looked at the two men before him, and smiled. But since you're both here, you might as well stay. In a single move, the two were knocked out, just like their two brothers before them. The outcome was no different. After swiftly dealing with them, Zhang Xuan quickly pursued their leader. Don't even think about running. He rushed towards the fleeing Moyoung, startling him. Is this guy a monster? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he couldn't be this formidable, he thought. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice sounded by his ear. He turned to see Zhang Xuan smiling at him. Master Appraiser, what's the hurry? Couldn't you wait for me? Moyoung was astonished. Are you using a speed booster? Zhang Xuan paused for a moment, then launched a kick. No matter how urgent it is, you have to stop for me. And of course, Moyoung could not escape. For someone who would push his brothers forward to shield himself, a devastating kick was a fitting end. He flew backward weakly, unable to resist. There was no escape. Knowing this, he didn't bother running anymore, which would only leave him exhausted and beaten. If you want to kill me, you should have considered the consequences. After landing the blow, Zhang Xuan felt much better. Seeing him approach, Moyoung cried out in fear, Don't kill me. If you spare my life, my lord, I am willing to offer you all my savings from the past few years. Hand it over and let me see if it's enough to buy your life. Moyoung offered his wealth voluntarily. Zhang Xuan didn't force him. To save his own life, he took off a ring from his finger and said, it's inside. Inside. Zhang Xuan took the ring and examined it, seeing only an ordinary ring. But Moyoung insisted, please, my lord, take a look. Curious, Zhang Xuan decided to see what this ring was. He remembered reading about something like this. A low-grade storage ring with 3 cubic meters of space inside. The drawback was its crude crafting method, requiring a drop of blood for authentication. Let's see what's inside. He dripped his blood onto it to activate the ring, checking if the man before him was lying. The ring levitated and shook violently, as if stretching the dimensions of space to open it. New area. Indeed, Mo Yang was too afraid of death to lie. He had actually stored his wealth inside a magical ring. Jiang Xuan stepped into the space and his eyes lit up. The space inside is quite amazing. But this guy must have scammed quite a few people over the years. When he stepped out, Mo Yang hurriedly asked, "My lord, now that you've accepted my things, can you spare my life?" "Sparing you is not out of the question," Zheng Xuan said calmly, though it seemed he was plotting something. "Just give me what you have underneath there, and I'll let you live." His face was bright as he pointed, causing Mo Yang to freeze in terror. The thing underneath," he stammered, though his inner thoughts were screaming. "This kid is so young, yet he has such tastes, but this is my first time. What should I do?" Zheng Xuan grinned devilishly, reaching out to peel away the layers of cloth on Mo Yang. He seemed to enjoy toying with the man, laughing loudly. Don't," Mo Yang screamed. But no one was there to hear him. Piece by piece, his clothes were torn away, stripping him bare. "If you wanted it, you could have just said so. Why the violence?" Mo Yang said, his cheeks blushing as he bashfully covered himself with an outer cloak like a young maiden. "To think you were hiding so many banknotes. What a haul." Zhang Xuan looked at the banknotes in his hand, unable to stop smiling. That Mo Yang was truly a sly fox, but unfortunately for him, a master had met his match. He had stripped him clean and taken all the money he had painstakingly hidden. "You've taken everything. Now can you let me go?" Mo Yang asked with resentment. Zhang Xuan just smirked and then clearly stated the man's identity, shocking him. Mo Yang, an appraiser's apprentice, is a professional swindler known throughout the kingdom. He often uses the title of appraiser to cheat people of their money and women. He is skilled in martial arts and demonic arts of temptation. His words can bewitch people's minds, making them naturally trust him. His cover blown, Mo Yang was startled. "Ow. How do you know that? Who are you?" He now realized he had messed with the wrong person. Mo Yang stared wide-eyed, muttering, "It's not strange that he knows my name. After all, I'm a wanted criminal. Anyone who pays a little attention could find out. But my cultivation of demonic temptation arts. Not even my second in command knew about it, and I never dared tell anyone. How could he know it like the back of his hand?" As if hearing his thoughts, Zheng Xuan replied while putting away the banknotes, "You don't need to know how I know. I don't just know these things, I am as familiar with the fate you cultivate as I am with the palm of my hand. I can spare you, but to prevent you from continuing your illegal activities in the future, I must cripple you." He raised his foot again to kick him. This was the right course of action. A man like him could never be expected to change. Prevention was better than a cure. And so, he kicked him squarely in the groin. Mo Yang never expected this moment, especially after giving up all his money and possessions. Zhang Xuan's kick was powerful, sending him flying into a wall. "Alright, now you can get lost." Finally, Zhang Xuan had punished the arrogant group. Ignoring whether the man could get up, he turned and walked away. My cultivation. Mo Yang could feel his power draining away. He never imagined he would end up in a state worse than death. With his cultivation gone, his wealth lost, and being a wanted man, his life was over, even if he wasn't dead. Meanwhile, at Humshin Academy, the young master's wails could be heard from inside. "Grandfather, you must stand up for me." Shang Bin knelt before Elder Shang, pleading for help. As a teacher, he had no pride or dignity, running to his family for help after failing to win a fight. "Grandfather, didn't you say the howling firmament beast listens to you?" He whined, believing that if the beast obeyed his grandfather, it would also obey him. But reality proved otherwise. "I told it to teach that trash a lesson, so why did it not only refuse but also attack me?" Shun Bin resentfully recalled, pointing at the large beast sitting majestically in the room. The howling firmament beast paid no mind to such a person, merely grunting and turning its head away. Elder Shan looked at his favorite beast's attitude and thought, although I only barely managed to tame the howling firmament beast, and we can only communicate as equals on a daily basis, it doesn't have to obey my every command, we still have a pact. Why would it listen to someone else and attack Shang Bin instead of protecting my grandson? He was also very curious why the howling firmament beast, with its notoriously bad temper, was so docile with Zhang Xuan. How hateful. It's as respectful as a dog when it sees Zhang Xuan, he thought angrily about the beast, not daring to say it aloud in case it gave him another kick. So arrogant now. Is he its master, or are you, my grandfather? Elder Shan decided to soothe the beast first. Howling firmament beast, calm down, I will talk to him. Hearing this, Shang Bin felt wronged, even though he was at fault. Unable to accept it, he whined again, "Grandfather, this time you must teach that Zhang Xuan a lesson. It's best to revoke his teaching qualifications and expel him from the academy." The elder waved his hand and smiled reassuringly. "My dear grandson, don't worry. I will handle this." In his heart, he thought that Zhang Xuan fellow must have stepped in some dog poop to have recruited 5 students. Without a valid reason, even I would find it troublesome to expel a registered teacher. Zhang Bin had already thought of a pretext for his grandfather. Teacher Kaohsiung has a student named Liu Yan who was coerced by Zhang Xuan into becoming his student. Teacher Kaohsiung has already applied for an inquiry of will for tomorrow. At that time, as long as you show up, grandfather, revoking his teaching license will be simple. Hearing this, Elder Shang asked his grandson if he was sure about the student being coerced. After his grandson confirmed it, he said he would go invite Elder Mo from the teacher guild tomorrow to act as a witness. If the inquiry of will truly found that this Liu Yan did not genuinely want to be his student, then revoking Zhang Xuan's teaching qualification would be highly probable. Hearing this, Shan Bin hurriedly bowed in thanks to his grandfather, his heart filled with joy. You wretched brat. Enjoy your moment of pride. We'll see how arrogant you can be tomorrow when you lose your teaching license. The scene shifted to Zhang Xuan's first lecture hall. The young man was currently tired, scratching his head as he paced. Yesterday, I read over a dozen books on cultivation techniques at Grandmaster Liu Chen's place. Although I found the correct method, I can't seem to connect the pieces. I can't merge them into a single cultivation technique. Instead, I found many flaws, making it fundamentally uncultivable. He pushed the door open to the classroom. Whatever, I should first think of a way to read more books. As soon as he entered, he saw his students already waiting. The classroom was clean, fragrant, and sparkling. Zhang Xuan froze. Students, what is all this? The group of students, upon seeing Zhang Xuan enter, immediately lined up neatly and bowed respectfully. Why are these kids so energetic? It's like they've become completely different people, he thought to himself, but on the outside, he smiled back in greeting. Daoya, come here. He took something from his bag and called his student Zhaoya closer. Zhang Xuan took out a small wooden box, handed it to Zhaoya, and said, grind this medicinal herb into a powder, mix it with water, and drink it. You should be able to fully recover within 3 days. She was moved as she accepted the box he gave her, very curious about the herb inside. It was a frigid sun mother grass. She looked at the plant resting on a soft cushion lining the box. One look was enough to tell it was precious. Also, here are the cultivation techniques I wrote for each of you last night based on your individual constitutions. From now on, cultivate according to these. He held out several manuals for the children in front of him. Each of them received a book tailored for them. Zhen Yang read his, page by page, his jaw dropping in amazement as he thought, I've never even heard of this cultivation technique at the academy. Yuan Tao had the same expression, astutely realizing, did teacher write this himself? Amazing. Liu Yan and Wang Ying also stared in disbelief at the manuals in their hands. Teacher created his own cultivation techniques. Zhaoya carefully read the material, noticing some familiar terms. The white jade art was originally a cultivation technique created by a Zongxi Realme, an expert from my clan, but this version is several times more powerful than the one I've been cultivating. She realized this cultivation manual was truly formidable. Jiang Xuan smiled brightly at his students, who were moved by the cultivation techniques. I wrote these myself last night. I was in a hurry to give them to you to practice today and haven't named them yet, so feel free to give them whatever names you like. What? Wang Ying and Liu Yan, hearing their teacher, were so surprised they had to ask again to be sure. Give it any name we want. Zhen Yan and Yuan Tao said in unison that they never thought they would one day be able to name their own cultivation techniques. Teacher, can we really name these books ourselves? Hearing Zhao Ya's question, he confirmed it once more for clarity. Yes, you can name them whatever you like. Student Zhen Yan was still in shock, his mouth agape, but in his mind, he was already saying a long piece. For a teacher to write one cultivation technique is already incredibly talented, but he's written 5, and each one is specifically for one person. He even let us name them. Teacher stayed up all night to create these cultivation techniques for us. I've never heard of any teacher in the entire Hongqian Academy who has ever created a cultivation technique for their students. Wang Ying instinctively flipped through the pages, but she thought more about her teacher than the knowledge in the manual. With this teacher's ability and charisma, I actually doubted his ability to teach me. Liu Yan held the cultivation technique in his hand, feeling a great sense of remorse for his previous thoughts. Indeed, one shouldn't judge things arbitrarily, or they will regret it. Thinking this, Liu Yan immediately knelt, both to apologize and to thank him. The other students followed suit, kneeling and thanking him in unison. Thank you, teacher, they said loudly, startling Zhang Xuan. He never expected his students to be this moved. Teacher John, please rest assured. We guarantee we will not spread these cultivation techniques to the outside. Anyone who does so is willing to be punished. Thinking that the teacher had worked so hard to write them, if they were spread outside, it would be no different from disrespecting their teacher. It's fine not to spread them. He just needed to agree. This was actually fine, because Zhang Xuan had said he had written the materials himself, but only he knew that these cultivation techniques were all created by the Library of Heavens. Not spreading them would save him some trouble. Outside Zhang Xuan's classroom was Shen Bairu. She seemed to want to do something but was hesitating, repeating in her mind, what should I do now? Will walking back and forth like this make people misunderstand? But last night, I was just there to expose him, not for any other reason. She had now come up with a justification for herself. Although Bairu wouldn't admit it, she was making excuses to see him. No more thinking. I have to get to the bottom of this today. Bairu walked around to the main entrance of the classroom where Jung Xuan was teaching. As soon as she arrived, she saw a strange man, like herself, pacing back and forth in front of the classroom. It was Dao Han. He was wandering around, muttering, what should I do now? If I rush in, the young miss will definitely be unhappy. If I don't, I'm afraid the young miss will be wronged and hurt. Excuse me, sir. Bairu boldly stepped forward and tapped Dao Han on the shoulder to ask who he was, and why he was here at this time. Dao Han had a bad temper with strangers and didn't answer, instead saying, if you're just a passerby, please don't be nosy. You might get hurt. Hurt me. She found his words very offensive, and her face instantly hardened as she sized him up. This guy wasn't invited by Shan Bin to teach Jung Xuan a lesson, was he? Today, you can forget about running away. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Stand up and fight me. She remembered the moment Shan Bin and Kaohsiung were beaten to a pulp by him, and knew they would definitely seek revenge. A person with an ego as big as Shan Bin's would not let it go. In reality, it wasn't Jung Xuan who had attacked, but the violent ape who had knocked Shan Bin down, but he wanted to pin the blame on him. Do you know what the crime is for attacking a teacher in the academy? She said sternly. Hearing this, Dao Han was stunned. Attacking a teacher. The other day, it was because Shan Bin was jealous that the other guy stole Bairu that he beat me up. He was very sure of his judgment, and so he spoke. You are Bairu. Since you know who I am, get lost immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Bairu had already angered herself with her own thoughts. Now she was burning with rage. Dao Han didn't realize this and replied, not polite. Weren't you the one who came to cause trouble for me? What other excuses are you making? The two of them, with their own assumptions and misunderstandings, started to fight. Bairu, seeing that the person before her was not very polite, immediately charged forward. This started because of me. I can't let teacher John be implicated. Although I'm injured, it's not up to a little teacher like you to cause trouble. Thinking this, Dao Han also went along with the flow and charged in. And so, Bairu and Dao Han started fighting in front of Jung Xuan's classroom. At that moment, Shan Bin and Kaohsiung also arrived together. Kaohsiung spoke first, young Master Shan, what did Elder Sheng say? The other replied, don't worry. As long as that student of his is not willing to be his student, Jung Xuan is dead meat this time. Shan Bin hated Jung Xuan because he thought Bairu liked him and was always plotting against him. As long as Jung Xuan and that student go to the Tower of Inquiry, just wait for their complete ruin, and then get the hell out of Humchin Academy. That's great. Once he's expelled from the academy, Miss Shen will definitely be subdued by you, young master. Kaohsiung followed Shan Bin because of the backing he had his grandfather, Elder Shine. Otherwise, Kaohsiung wouldn't be following him around like a dog. Shan Bin walked with a spring in his step, having already concocted a scenario in his mind. Last night Bairu must have been enchanted by that brat's sweet words to have dinner with him. As long as that guy gets kicked out of the academy, I don't believe I can't win her over. Then I wish young Master Shine an early success in bringing the beauty home. Kaohsiung laughed heartily, saying sweet words to flatter Shan Bin. Don't worry. When I and Miss Shen are together, you will definitely not be forgotten. Shan Bin stood in the middle of the school grounds and laughed loudly. Then I thank young Master Shan in advance. Just as Kaohsiung finished his thanks, he noticed something and exclaimed, young Master Shan, look. He tugged at Shan Bin's sleeve and pointed. Shan Bin, who was running over, also turned around in confusion and asked, what is it? And then he saw Miss Shen fighting with Dao Han. That Kaohsiung then added, young Master Shan, could it be that Miss Shen, knowing you were beaten by that guy, is angry and is taking revenge for you? The foolish Shan Bin, hearing these words whispered in his ear by Kaohsiung, actually believed them. Kaohsiung continued to add, otherwise, there's no reason for the two of them to be fighting. Miss Shen has a gentle personality and has always been amicable with everyone. I really can't think of any other reason. Because you've done so much, I'm sure Miss Shen definitely likes you. Hearing Kaohsiung say that Miss Shen liked him, Shan Bin felt as if he had been shot by Cupid's arrow. His heart pounded, and his cheeks flushed. Suddenly his face turned as black as soot, confusing Kaohsiung, who had to call him several times. Shan Bin at this moment seemed to have transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating fire from his body, which even startled Kaohsiung. No, I can't let her get hurt because of meh. With that, he ran at full speed, shouting, Miss Shen, I'm here to help you. Dao Han immediately recognized the appearance of that fool. It's that guy again. As expected, these people are all on the same side. How despicable. Bairu, just like her opponent, was aware of Shan Bin's presence here. Looking in his direction, Thought, Shanbin is here too. What tricks does he want to play now? Go to hell, Dao Han. Shanbin had reached them. With one kick, he separated the two of them. Shinbairu was annoyed that her fight was interrupted. She had no good feelings for Shanbin, but at this moment, she was only focused on her opponent. This guy wants to cause trouble for Jum Xuan. Why not just go inside and do it? Why hide in front of the gate? It turns out he was waiting for Shanbin to come and play the hero saving the damsel to attract my attention. You've come at just the right time. Dao Han, having been separated, was not angry but felt this was an opportunity to get revenge on Shanbin. Shanbin charged forward. You dare to touch my goddess, I'll fight you. Shanbin pressed his advantage. After separating the two of them, he immediately charged at Dao Han to attack. Unfortunately, buzzing flies are just a nuisance to a buffalo. Dao Han was no good, but Shanbin was no better. Before he could even lay a hand on Dao Han, he was beaten to a pulp by him. Serves him right for being weak and still trying to be a hero. Dao Han lifted him up like a sandbag, slapping him back and forth, venting his anger. And naturally, Shanbin couldn't defend himself. Tao Shum, seeing his backer being beaten to a pulp, was worried and kept begging Shinbairu to intervene and help. Miss Shen, quickly go and help young Master Shang. He's about to not be able to take it anymore. Bayer let his words go in one ear and out the other, not responding at all, because she thought, you guys are too dramatic. So now I should go and help, is that it? For some reason, she wanted to intervene, as if to expose them as she had imagined. Hearing this, Cao Shun was overjoyed and nodded. That's right. If you don't go and save him, he'll definitely be beaten to death. All right then. She slowly walked towards Dao Han and Shanbin, really wanting to prove her judgment right. Let's see me expose you. Dao Han, seeing her approaching, paused for a moment. I'm injured right now, and fighting with Shinbairu has taken some of my strength. If these two team up, it'll be troublesome. Maybe I should retreat for now. Thinking this, he threw the now powerless Shanbin towards Cao Shum and Bairu, maintaining the distance between them. I'll remember today's debt. There's still a long road ahead. I will definitely repay the kindness you two have shown me today. He stopped the fight, didn't continue to cause trouble, and didn't go looking for Jum Xuan. Dao Han left before their eyes, while Cao Shum was worried about his meal ticket, and Shinbairu was still looking in his direction. She turned back with a sneer, her thoughts tightening. You guys are good actors, you scoundrels. At that moment, Cao Shum was still trying his best to wake Shanbin, calling his name repeatedly. Teacher Shime, Teacher Shime. The classroom door, which had been closed, opened after hearing the commotion outside. What are you all making a racket for in front of my classroom? It was Zhang Xuan. He had heard the noise outside his class, and had stopped his lesson to see what was going on. Shanbin, who had been shaken by Cao Shum and was still in disbelief, dared to open his mouth as soon as he appeared. Zhang Xuan, you've come at just the right time. I've already reported you to the academy. Cao Shum then translated the other's words. Shanbin said you've come at just the right time. I've already reported you to the academy, alleging that you used deception and coercion to force my student, Liu Yang, to become your student. Now the academy has approved a heart inquisition. I advise you to bring Liu Yang over there immediately. Hearing those words, he frowned. What is this? I just opened the classroom door, and I'm already hearing such unpleasant things. Cao Shum further explained his previous words, as if he had a plan all along. That's right. I am now officially notifying you on behalf of the Education Bureau. If you don't go, you will be violating the academy's rules, and will be expelled. Hearing this, Bairu's face showed clear worry. She thought, although I don't know how certain Teacher Sheng is about this, he is definitely carrying out a plan against Teacher Zhang. Thinking this, she wanted to stop him. Teacher Zhang Xuan, don't go, I'm going. And yet, he treated her words as if they were nothing, determined to go even though he knew it would be to his disadvantage. What? Shinbairu, Cao Shum, and Shanbin were all surprised to hear his decision. Bairu was worried for his safety, while the other two were surprised because they didn't think he would agree so quickly. Liu Yang, come out for a moment, he called into the classroom. Zhang Xuan did this because he already knew that although Liu Yang had only reluctantly become his student, he had long since been won over by him. Now, even if he told him to jump off a building to practice his lightness skill, he would probably agree without a shred of doubt. Young Master Shan, please rest assured. He specially recruited this Liu Yang. He definitely wants to be my student. I am very sure. Cao Shung supported Shanbin, telling him how certain he was of their plan. He also replied cheerfully, that's good. Why did you agree to this? You could have at least refused a little. Hearing her gentle criticism, Zhang Xuan simply scratched his head and said, it's nothing. Liu Yang stepped out of the door of the number 1 lecture hall. Seeing his teacher call for him, he asked, Teacher, is something the matter? Zhang Xuan replied, come with me somewhere. Shinbairu once again made her own judgment as she watched him. This guy clearly knows that Shanbin's grandfather is the head of the Education Bureau, Yet he still agreed. He's asking for trouble. He deserves it. But this whole thing started because of me. I can't just stand by and do nothing. I should go and see what happens. And so Cao Sheng supported Shen Bin, followed by Liu Yan and Zheng Xuan, and finally Shen Bairu. The five of them made their way towards Elder Shang's residence. Elder Shang was at the Hongqian Academy's heart questioning hall, so they all assumed this was their destination. Inside, Elder Shang was already speaking with another teacher. Elder Mo, it seems I'll have to trouble you this time. Don't worry, the man replied. If this person truly forced someone to become his student, I will definitely report it to the teacher guild and have his teaching qualifications revoked. The one responding to Elder Shang was Elder Mo, who would be in charge of the inquiry of will today. In the last teacher qualification exam, he scored a 0. I warned him that if he couldn't recruit any students, he would be directly expelled. He probably felt the pressure and resorted to this desperate measure. Elder Shang continued to speak negatively about Zhang Xuan, trying to create a bad impression for Elder Mo. Elder Shang, what are you saying? It is because you are too benevolent. If Teacher Cao hadn't reported this and requested an inquiry of will, I would still be in the dark, he said gently. The matter of the howling firmament beast submitting to Zheng Xuan and attacking Shang Bin had made him hold a grudge against him until now. Indeed, the grandfather and grandson were just alike. Although an inquiry of will can affect the feelings and unity among teachers, it is worth it if we can root out someone who harms the academy's reputation. You don't need to blame yourself, Elder Mo said, understanding the others' feelings and agreeing for their common goal, a strong academy. In the end, this teacher was just a puppet being manipulated by the Shang family. Having achieved his goal of turning Elder Mo against Zhang Xuan, Elder Shang smiled slyly. Cao Sheng's group finally arrived at the heart questioning hall. Elder Mo, Elder Shang, Cao Sheng called out as he entered the main hall. Seeing them arrive, Elder Mo welcomed them. You're here. But when the Shang family's elder saw his grandson's face, he couldn't help but be shocked. The words came out broken. Shang Bin, you're alright. It was just an accident. Shang Bin waved his hand, indicating it was nothing serious, even though his face was swollen and his eyes were bruised, making his speech unclear. I have a recovery medicinal pill here. Take it quickly, the elder said, fumbling in his pocket for the remedy, clearly agitated with worry for his grandson. Elder Mo, I ask you to uphold justice for me. Cao Sheng quickly played the victim, seeking Elder Mo's favor while the other two were preoccupied. Shang Bin took the pill from his grandfather and said, Thank you, grandfather. Cao Sheng continued his false and self-righteous presentation. Zhang Xuan violated the rules of fair competition between teachers, threatening Liu Yang, who had originally intended to take me as his teacher, into becoming his student. I have requested this inquiry of will to seek justice for Liu Yang. Hearing these words, Liu Yang was confused. He raised an eyebrow, not knowing what his former teacher was planning. An inquiry of will. Seeking justice. What is all this? At this moment, Zhang Xuan suddenly became flustered, his previously confident demeanor changing completely. He said, Teacher Cao, Liu Yang willingly became my student. I never threatened him. Faced with Zhang Xuan's strange change, Liu Yang was once again unable to keep up. He quietly called out, Teacher. He witnessed his teacher acting like a coward, with none of his usual pride or courage, and thought, why has teacher suddenly become so nervous and worried? Liu Yang, you tell them. Did I threaten you? Zhang Xuan turned to his student and gave him a wink, as if to say, you get it, right? Liu Yang caught on quickly. So, he wants to play a trick on them. This Liu Yang really could be an actor someday. 1 second he was surprised by Zhang Xuan's attitude, and the next, he began to tremble and stutter as if he were being forced. No. Teacher Zhang didn't force me at all. It was my own choice. Seeing the boy's performance, Elder Mo thought otherwise, and began to question Zhang Xuan. Your name is Zhang Xuan, isn't it? I'll give you one chance. Obediently cancel Liu Yang's entire curriculum and let him study under Teacher Cao again. If you do, I can forgo the inquiry of will. Elder Mo, we can't do that. Both Cao Sheng and Shen Bin shouted in unison when they heard there would be no inquiry of will. Elder Mo, Teacher Cao has already applied for the inquiry of will, and the academy has approved it. If we suddenly stop now, wouldn't that make the academy's rules look like child's play? Shan Bin said with difficulty, still determined to use the inquiry of will to settle the matter. That's right, Elder Mo. I also hope to respect the student's choice to follow the teacher he likes most, not one he was threatened by. Cao Sheng used a gentle approach to try and change Elder Mo's mind. Since you've chosen an inquiry of will, the rules of the test must be clear. Elder Mo finally agreed. After the test, whoever Liu Yang wishes to be his teacher will be the winner. Of course, where there's a winner, there must be a loser, and the punishment must also be made clear. He specified the rules to avoid conflict at the end. This time, Teacher Cao has chosen the most severe punishment. After the inquiry, the losing party will be expelled from the academy. Do you have any objections? He turned to ask Zheng Xuan, as both sides had to agree for it to be fair. Teacher Cao and I have no deep-seated hatred for each other. Expelling him seems a bit cruel, doesn't it? Zhang Xuan put on a pitiful, puppy-dog expression, feigning compassion while subtly mocking that the other two would be the ones to lose. Direct expulsion does feel a bit cruel. How about this? Instead of expulsion, we just revoke the teaching qualifications, and then add 100 strikes from the spirit smiting cane. He proposed an alternative, but upon closer inspection, it sounded rather strange. They all carefully considered the punishment, and were startled. Which punishment was actually crueler? Revoking teaching qualifications, and 100 spirit smiting cane strikes. Or expulsion. If you were expelled, you were at least still a teacher. You could leave Hongqian Academy and teach at another school. But having your teaching qualifications revoked was different. It meant losing your status entirely. No matter where you went, it would be a stain on your record, a subject of ridicule. When Elder Mo heard him suggest revoking qualifications, he fully understood the horrifying penalty the loser would have to accept. If that happened, their path in life would be completely cut off. Do you feel that's not cruel enough, or that you're not dying fast enough, that you have to add 100 strikes from the spirit smiting cane? Cao Shun felt smug as Zhang Xuan suggested adding the cane punishment. The spirit smiting cane was a special item forged by the Tangshuan kingdom. A strike from it would tear the flesh, and was excruciatingly painful. 100 strikes would leave even the most formidable person half dead. This was a trap set by Shan Bin, and not only did he not refuse, he even added to it. Is he insane? Shen Beiru was more and more confused as she listened. The man next to her seemed to have gone mad to say such a thing. If you want to die yourself, don't blame others. With that thought, Cao Shun accepted the terms of the punishment. I believe Teacher Zhang's proposal is fair. I hope the academy will accept it. He pretended to be reluctant at first to make his opponent more confident, then took the opportunity to add to the punishment. Teacher Zhang, you are truly too wicked, Liu Yang thought, sighing as he saw his former teacher agree so quickly. He couldn't entirely blame Zhang Xuan for being wicked. It was just Cao Shun's mouth being faster than his brain, and he had unwittingly set a trap for himself. Alright. Since both sides have agreed to the bet, let's begin. Elder Mo finalized the punishment. They would now start the test. This is a crystal ball made from a heart-questioning stone. Zhang Xuan, Cao Shun, will each take turns touching the crystal ball with Liu Yan. The crystal ball will transform your inner intentions into a trust level. Elder Mo brought out a levitating crystal ball, introducing it, and explaining the procedure. Whoever has the higher trust level wins. The rules are simple. Any other questions? Both of them replied in unison, no. This useless bum who scored 0 on the teacher qualification exam. How could a top 100 student like Liu Yan willingly become his student? Once this test is over, just wait to be humiliated and expelled from the academy. Then you'll be ruined and lose all your honor, Cao Shun thought with a smirk, picturing the tragic fate Zhang Xuan would suffer for his decision. Liu Yang stepped forward, indicating his readiness to begin the inquiry of will with his former teacher. Teacher Cao, since you were the one to propose the inquiry of will, you go first. Alright, let's go, he replied cheerfully. They both touched the crystal ball. A faint light began to glow from it. The heart-questioning stone had the power to hypnotize people. Once they got close, they would quickly fall into a trance. The crystal ball grew brighter and brighter. Liu Yan and Cao Shun both closed their eyes, fully concentrating. Here, every action originated from the heart, without a trace of emotion interfering. Elder Mo watched them, his mouth continuously explaining to everyone what was happening. If he was truly threatened into becoming a student, his trust in the teacher will be non-existent. It might even be negative due to resentment. Thus, the inquiry of will is the most accurate and direct way to determine if a student is sincere in acknowledging a teacher. Elder Shen added to the explanation, the trust level is shown on a scale of 100 points. 10 is the lowest level of trust, and 20 is considered normal trust. The relationship between a student and a teacher is usually around the 30-point mark. It's said that the best teachers can make a student's trust level reach 50, but such cases are rare. After all, a student's trust level with their own parents is only about 60. Shen Beiru grew more and more worried. Zhang Xuan and Shen Bin are worlds apart. If it weren't for me, they would never have met, and this situation would never have happened. She spoke up, reminding him, Teacher Zhang, you should find a chance to leave. Leave Hongjian Academy, and don't come back. It's a little late to leave now, isn't it? Shen Bin scoffed as he heard them, whispering about escaping. The inquiry has already ended. You want to leave? Dream on, darling. Zhang Xuan, when the results come out, you will realize just how stupid your decision was. He jeered as if his teammate was about to score 100 points. His words were truly grating. Are you so sure you're going to win? Zhang Xuan retorted, not missing a beat, waiting to see how the other would respond. It's because I know I will win this game that I've been standing here all this time. He chuckled in reply. To be honest with you, Teacher Cao was the one who found Liu Yan. They've been in contact for nearly half a month. The trust level between them has probably already surpassed 20 points. As for you, getting 10 points would be a stretch. Since you forced my student, I'm afraid a negative score is also possible. Shin Beiru found the man's vile nature disgusting. He utterly repulsed her. Omchin Academy is the #1 academy in the Tanchuan Kingdom. If a teacher's trust level is below 10, it will likely become a laughingstock throughout the entire kingdom. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Your reputation is already so terrible, you're probably not afraid of becoming a laughingstock one more time, are you? Shanbin became increasingly obnoxious. For now, there's no need to argue back. Just let him dream. It will be fun to watch his dreams shatter. Shin Bairu wanted to shut him up, but when she turned and saw how unbothered Zhang Xuan was, she was surprised. Teacher Zhang, how can you be so nonchalant? Over by the two elders, they were also talking amongst themselves. Elder Mo, what do you think their trust level will be? Elder Mo thought for a moment. Liu Yang was found by Teacher Cao. I'd say it's around 18 or 19. 20 would probably be difficult. As for Zhang Xuan, if he really did use threats, I'm afraid it might even be a negative score. Elder Shang chuckled when he heard his colleague mention the possibility of a negative score. A negative trust score. Omchian Academy would have to hide this embarrassment. I'll have to trouble you then. It's only natural. If it really is a negative score, it can be confirmed that this Liu Yan was threatened. I will immediately report it to the guild, and resolutely expel this person. Indeed, snatching students or making false accusations like this was a very serious matter, especially in a teaching environment. The discussion below had given the crystal ball time to reach its peak brightness. Look, the result is about to come out. Shan Bin drew everyone's attention to the stage. This time, not only can I get Liu Yan back, but I can also make young Master Shan Bin happy. With this backer, I'll rise like a kite in the wind in Hongjin Academy. His trust in me will definitely be over 20. Cao Shun was smug, thinking he had hit two birds with one stone. The crystal ball suddenly vibrated. The auspicious moment had arrived. The result was about to be revealed. A beam of light shot straight into the sky. A large, bold number 10 appeared on the sphere. The trust level between Liu Yan and Cao Shun was the lowest possible. How can this be? Cao Shun felt as if 1,000 arrows had pierced him. He had been so arrogant just moments ago, and now, with the score revealed, he didn't know where to hide his face. He couldn't believe it, 1,000 times over. Liu Yan is a student I found myself. We've been in contact for at least half a month, and our relationship was very harmonious. How can there be so little trust? Is this the source of your confidence? Jiang Xuan had been waiting for this moment to slap the two villains in the face with the truth. He didn't even need to say anything, their own scheme had backfired on them. Shanbin was sweating profusely, stammering, how can it be only 10 points? Both elders were also dumbfounded and surprised. Never mind a negative score, this alone is enough to make Hongshin Academy a laughingstock. With this level of trust, and you still insisted on a heart inquisition. They had thought his trust level would be around 20, but now it was only 10. He had truly brought shame upon himself. Elder Shan looked at Cao Shun with resentment, a ball of anger now forming in his heart. So what if it's only 10 points? Although his trust in me is only 10, if you are lower than 10, I still win. Cao Shun desperately tried to salvage his crushed image. Just being over 10 is enough, right? Gumshuan walked forward with great confidence. This time, it was the confidence of a true winner, unlike someone else. Come on, Liu Yang. Let's finish this quickly so we can go back to class. Yes, teacher. Cao Shun stepped down, thinking resentfully, as long as you don't get over 10 points, the one who laughs last is still unknown. The moment they touched the ball, it lit up brilliantly. This was a reaction that had never been seen before. If it had taken a while for Cao Shun and Liu Yang to make the ball reach its peak, the pair of teacher and student, Jiang Xuan and Liu Yang, was the complete opposite. How did it light up so quickly? Even Elder Shan was surprised by the crystal ball's reaction. The trust level? How can it be? Shan Bin was too scared to even blink, while Cao Shun could only stammer. Shen Bairu also stared wide-eyed at the miracle unfolding, rendered speechless. The screen displayed a dazzling number, 64. From the moment the two touched the crystal ball to the completion of the process, it didn't take long at all. To be frank, it was only a few minutes. Siftivod. Cao Shun, outside, couldn't believe what he was seeing. The student he had been in contact with for half a month only had a trust level of 10. Yet, Zhang Xuan, who had taught Liu Yan for only 2 days, had reached 64, higher than the trust level between parents and their children. How is this possible? He gaped in astonishment. A teacher-student bond stronger than family ties. Shan Bin also felt like he was about to vomit blood. He thought to himself, Teacher Cao, are you playing with me? With a score of 10 versus 64, how the hell did you think you could win? At that moment, the elder spoke up. The heart-questioning stone displayed the trust level directly without any testing time. Moreover, this trust level is as high as 64. This level of trust is something that even a legendary one-star teacher would find difficult to achieve. Shin Bairu was shocked speechless. Those famous teachers in Hongqian Academy have taught students for many years and still don't have such a high trust level. Teacher John, how did you do it? Jumshuan turned to the two elders. With a trust level like this, does it mean I've won? Tao Shum, in disbelief, still tried to argue, impossible, there must be something wrong with the heart-questioning stone. Otherwise how could there be such a high trust level? I don't accept it. I absolutely don't accept it. Shun Bin also chimed in with his soul and mouth. I also feel that what Teacher Cao said is reasonable. He can't possibly have such a high trust level. If it's true, wouldn't that mean even Teacher Luke Shun and Teacher Wang are no match for him? Elder Mo said nothing, looking at Liu Yan. This is an expression without a trace of impurity, clear and bright. A worship that comes from the bottom of the heart cannot be fake. It is absolutely genuine admiration. Looking at this student's expression, his trust in Teacher Zhang is definitely greater than his trust in his own parents. He turned to the two fools. The heart-questioning crystal can inquire into the inner heart and give the most accurate choice. It has never been wrong. It cannot be broken. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll throw you both out. Zheng Xuan stepped down and stood before Elder Mo. If I've won, then shouldn't the bet be honored? Revoke this Teacher Cao's teaching qualifications, and also give him 100 lashes with the Gan, laying cudgel. Elder Shang stood there, stammering. He laughed and tried to negotiate. Teacher Zhang, can you let it go? After all, you've won. I think we should just let this matter drop. Jian Xuan said angrily, let it drop. How can I just let it drop? If I were the one who lost, I'm afraid Elder Shang wouldn't be saying the same thing, would he? Hearing him say this, the old man shouted angrily, insolent, watch your status. A mere low-level teacher who probably stepped in some dog poop and managed to increase a student's trust level. It's just luck. What's there to be proud of? If you really have the ability, then raise their cultivation level before you talk. What does gaining the trust of one person even count for? Tao Shun was gradually losing his patience, sweating profusely. If he didn't try to save the situation, his life would be over. That's right. Who knows what kind of tricks he used to bewitch people to make Liu Yang's trust level so high. If I remember correctly, the last student who suffered from cultivation deviation was precisely because they trusted him too much and were deceived, ultimately living with regret for the rest of their life. He had somehow thought of the recent hot news in the academy and was now framing him for it. Cultivation deviation. Elder Mo asked suspiciously. That's right. Elder Mo might not know about this. Jiang Xuan once taught a student to the point of cultivation deviation. It was because of this that all his students ran away. Just now, Liu Yang trusted him so much. I suspect he used some kind of bewitching trick. Otherwise, how could a guy with a 0 on his teacher qualification exam make a student's trust level reach 64 in just 2 short days? Elder Mo thought it through, trying to recall all the information he had and piece it together. That's right. There was a teacher before who, because of the master teacher examination, used a special method to bewitch students. Could it be that this Zheng Xuan used the same method? Elder Shang saw this as a suitable moment to save the situation, and added, Elder Mo, a teacher should focus on educating people to gain the students' trust. If they don't have the corresponding knowledge, they will only mislead others, and the harm will be even greater. Whether I can teach students well or not is what this tower is for. I brought my student here to participate in the Heart Inquisition, with a prior agreement. Now that I've won, are you going to go back on your word? Every word he uttered was not wrong in the slightest. After all, a bet had been made. To borrow Shen Bin's words, it was too late to back out now. How can a person's teaching qualifications be revoked arbitrarily just because of an agreement? Why didn't he object at the beginning? Wasn't it because he thought he would be the loser that he was satisfied with the rules? Now that the tables had turned, his words had also turned. Shin Bairu never expected that the great elder would say such things. She stammered, Elder Shang. Shang Bin, seeing her about to intervene, quickly spoke up to placate her. My grandfather is right. No matter what, Cao Sheng is a well-known teacher in the academy. To expel him just for this little matter, isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? You're all just covering for each other. Just as Zhang Xuan said, if he had lost, would you have let him go? She stood up for justice, and seeing the people before her colluding like this, she spoke with bitterness. What is he that he can be compared to Teacher Cao? Can he teach a two-hand martial artist student? Can he make countless students admire him even in their old age? Shun Bin immediately brought up his past achievements to retort. So being a better teacher means you deserve to frame others. Is that what a teacher is? An attendant pushed the door open and entered, wanting to see the elder. There's someone outside who wants to see you. They say it's Wang Heng, the patriarch, and an elder of the Wan clan in Tangjuan City. Patriarch Wang Heng. The old man asked back to the attendant. Quickly, invite them in. He was a little flustered by the arrival of the distinguished guests. Normally, people of such high status would not suddenly arrive without prior notice. The old man was happily excited, thinking, Wan Heng, one of the 4 great clans. I wonder why he has suddenly come to visit, and in person at that. This honor alone is enough to make one go crazy with joy. Jiang Xuan, I'll deal with you later. After hearing the report, Shen Bin turned to his grandfather and asked, Grandfather, isn't Patriarch Wan Heng a top 10 figure on the potential master-teacher ranking? Why would an expert of that level come to see you? The old man laughed loudly and asserted, Ha, it must be because of Wan Tao, young master Wan Tao. Shen Bin asked. That's right, Wan Tao is the eldest son of Patriarch Wan Heng and will definitely inherit the Wan clan in the future. I took him as my disciple and even helped him successfully reach the 4-Dan Piku realm. It seems the Patriarch found out, and has specially come to thank me. Elder Shan rambled on, boasting before he even knew why the other had come. Wan Tao is his student. Hearing him ask, she said, That's right. You should still think of a way out. She continued, Elder Sheng is clearly targeting you. Now that he has the backing of the Wan clan, his power will be even greater. Even if you stay in the academy, it will be difficult for you to live in peace. We'll talk about the future later, he said, scratching his head and smiling. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Fire didn't know how many times she had been surprised by the person in front of her that day. She felt it was strange because others were thinking for him, yet he didn't seem to care at all. Wan Heng strode into the main hall of the Heart Temple. Elder Shang, it's been a long time. The other, in contrast to his magnanimous appearance, greeted him very respectfully. Welcome, Patriarch Wang. Your presence truly honors me and makes me tremble with fear. If there's anything you need, you just have to say the word. Why must you come in person? This is too great an honor. Elder Shang immediately changed his attitude when welcoming the distinguished guest, no longer having the face of someone who bullies the weak. To be honest, I did come here for a matter that requires the elder. They shook hands and greeted each other. Please, speak. Following the conversation, Wan Heng began to whisper, My humble daughter, Wan Ying, the elder has probably known about her for a long time. I heard she has taken a teacher named Zhang Xuan as her master. I wonder if Elder Sheng knows where this teacher is. What a coincidence, this is teacher Zhang Xuan. The old man pointed towards him. On Cao Shan and Shanbin's side, they thought Zhang Xuan had caused trouble again, which was why someone had come all this way to see him in person. He mumbled, Serves him right, he even dared to trick the Wan clan's patriarch. He's really asking for death. Shanbin also smirked to himself. He's out of luck this time. The Wan clan's patriarch is decisive and doesn't care for rules like teachers do. It was Wan Ying's father. Even Zhang Xuan himself didn't know what this man intended to do. Patriarch Wan Hong was the unexpected variable in the entire situation. Elder Shine, fearing that Wan Hong was about to attack, moved to intercept him as he walked towards Zhang Xuan. Patriarch Wan Hong, what are you? He suddenly knelt down, clasping his hands in front of him in a formal salute. Wan Hong pays his respects to teacher Zhang Xuan. This action startled everyone, including Zhang Xuan. Didn't he come to cause trouble for him? Elder Shine was utterly flabbergasted. Oh my god, am I seeing things? What is happening? Why such a grand gesture? Both Cao Shum and Shan Bin were also stunned. This wasn't in the script. The script was supposed to be Patriarch Wang seeing Zhang Xuan, shouting angrily, and then giving him a sound beating. Zhang Xuan quickly composed himself and moved to help the Patriarch up. Patriarch Wang, please get up. What is the meaning of this? You cured my daughter's leg and imparted such profound knowledge to her. Of course, I had to come and thank you in person. It was clear that everything Zhang Xuan had done for Wan Ying had been noticed by Wan Hong. His arrival today was not with ill intent. In fact, it might even benefit Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan smiled and said, Oh, she is my student. Teaching her is my duty. It's my responsibility, nothing to be thanked for. Elder Mo, who had been observing from the side, stroked his beard, though he was actually evaluating everyone. To impart the way, teach one's craft, and resolve doubts is the responsibility of a teacher. Not bad, not bad. With this mindset, it's no wonder Liu Yang trusts him so much. He glanced over at Liu Yang, who was still looking at his teacher with eyes full of bright admiration. It seemed he had chosen the right master. Elder Mo then spoke up. Patriarch Wang, even if your esteemed daughter, Wan Ying, has taken him as a teacher, there is no need for you to come here. In person, is there? Wan Hong, who hadn't noticed Elder Mo until now, turned in surprise. Elder Mo, he exclaimed, then chuckled heartily. Elder Mo certainly has a discerning eye. It's true, there is a matter I need to trouble Elder Shang with. Hearing his name, Elder Shang spoke up. Patriarch Wang, you are too polite. Whatever the matter is, please just say the word. As long as it is within my power, I will do my utmost. Hearing this, Wan Hong began to explain. It's like this. My son has been studying under your tutelage for some time. Thanks to teacher Sheng's care, I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. After speaking, he took out a wooden box from his pouch. Elder Shun waved his hands, refusing to accept it. Patriarch Wine, what are you saying? Teaching is a teacher's duty. I cannot accept such a gift. In reality, he only refused because Elder Mo was present. Indeed, misdeeds have a way of coming to light. Wait, Elder Mo of the Teacher Guild here, who would dare to accept a gift from the rigid Patriarch Wine? Hearing his refusal, Wan Hum laughed loudly, clearly in a very good mood. Elder Shang's integrity is truly admirable. Actually, I came here today to discuss something with you, Elder. Recently, my son has encountered some problems in his cultivation. Your lessons are now a bit unsuitable for him. I was wondering if you would allow him to withdraw from your class. Withdraw? The word struck Elder Shen like a bolt of lightning. What do you mean, withdraw? So you wanted to give me a gift just to say this? He's studying just fine, what's the reason for withdrawing? He thought, but on the outside he stammered this. That's right. I hope the Elder will grant my request. Elder Shan forced a smile, momentarily unsure how to process his thoughts. Couldn't this matter of withdrawing be discussed in private? Why did he have to say it so grandly in front of so many people? He finally managed to reply. Patriarch Wine, what are you saying? If your son has made his decision, then it is easily done. Elder Shan took out the student's token, dripped blood on it, officially removing him from the class roster. As he did so, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. A student withdrawing is equivalent to a slap in the face, showing that this teacher's teaching level is inadequate. I thought he came here to ask a favor of me and was feeling quite smug. In the end, it was to withdraw his son. How infuriating. Once this news gets out, my reputation as the head of the Education Bureau will be finished. Elder Shine handed the item to Wan Hom and said, It is done, Patriarch Wine. Wan Tao has been withdrawn from the class. Many thanks, Elder Shine. They exchanged polite but hollow words. One was humiliated, the other was overjoyed. Not at all. Teachers and students both have the right to choose. If my tutelage is truly unsuitable, then withdrawing is a normal matter. Just curious, after leaving my class, who will Wan Tao take as his teacher? Hearing the question, Wan Hong immediately had an answer, as if he had planned it all along. I have already chosen someone. Teacher Jun, do you think my son, Wan Tao, could be accepted under your tutelage and become your student? He asked cheerfully in the middle of the heart-questioning hall, asking for his son to be taught by the very man who had just been brutally slandered. What? The four of them, Jin Bairu, Elder Mo, Cao Shang, and Shan Bin were completely stunned. As for Elder Shan, he was so angry he could have coughed up blood. He was speechless, his mind in turmoil. Patriarch Wan Hong, are you joking? Shan Bin's inner voice screamed. Withdrawing from my grandfather's class just to join the tutelage of a guy who scored 0 on the teacher qualification exam. What is going on? Cao Shang had the same thought. Did Patriarch Wan take the wrong medicine? Why would he have his son withdraw from the elder's class and beg to join the class of a good for nothing like him? It was Zhang Xuan's turn to speak. He gave a fake smile and stated his position clearly. Wan Tao. I'm sorry, I won't accept him. A second shockwave, in less than a few minutes. This time, even Wan Hong and Liu Yang were stunned. Cao Sheng and Shan Bin were so shocked they could barely stand when they heard him refuse to take Wan Tao as a student. The head of the One clan was personally asking for his genius son to join his class, and he refused. Teacher Jin. Are you serious? Shen Beiru and Liu Yang had to ask to be sure. I am an elder and the head of the Education Bureau. You withdraw from my class to seek out a teacher with a 0-point qualification, and that's one thing. But you actually refused him. Elder Shan clutched his chest, trembling. He was getting old, and a professional shock like this was a bit too much to bear. I had a different opinion of this teacher Zhang a moment ago, but now it seems that wasn't enough. I fear this man is even more capable than I thought, Elder Mo quietly concluded. It was truly a fateful day for him to have come here and witnessed so many interesting events. You won't accept him? Wan Hong asked again. Zhengxuan simply nodded. No, he won't. Didn't Wan Tao tell you what happened a few days ago? He smiled to himself. Truly, many things happen that one cannot predict. I know he was reckless. At first, he didn't know of your talent and offended you. I hope Teacher John will consider my son's youth and ignorance of etiquette and not hold it against him. Patriarch Wan assumed his talented but unruly son must have done something to make Zheng Xuan refuse him as a student. His assumption wasn't wrong. Cao Sheng, furious, shouted, Patriarch Wan, there's no need to say these things. The reason Teacher John won't accept him is definitely not for that reason. He once again tried to step in and ruin Zheng Xuan's image in everyone's eyes. Zheng Xuan's strength is only at the Fighter 4 Dangenki realm, while young Master Wan Tao is a Fighter 4 and Peidu realm expert. He paused for a moment, then said bluntly his strength is lower than his opponent's, so how can he teach? How can he give guidance? He doesn't dare accept him because he knows his own limitations. Shan Bin chimed in to make matters worse. That's right. His strength isn't even equal to young Master Wang Tao's, and he wants to accept him as a student. What a joke. Patriarch Wang, please reconsider, Elder Shan said, his anger making him lose his composure, though on the outside he still calmly analyzed the situation. It's fine for him to withdraw from my class, but to have young Master Wang Tao study under a teacher whose strength is lower than his own. I fear it will not be easy when it comes to cultivation matters in the future. Those three were like demons, trying their best to disrupt Zhang Xuan's life. When Han also weighed the matter carefully. Although he had heard of Zhang Xuan's astonishing teaching theories from Wan Ying's mouth, he didn't know his true strength. This. Cao Shan began to circle around, stirring up trouble again. Zhang Xuan, if you don't have the ability, then stop pretending. You might be able to fool new students who just entered the academy, but it won't work on older students. That's right, Patriarch Wang. Teacher Cao Shan is right, Elder Sheng said with a smirk. Zhang Xuan hasn't even broken through to Fighter 4, and he wouldn't know how to cultivate, so how could he possibly give guidance to someone in the piggy realm? But Patriarch Wang remained firm in his decision. I have heard that he used only 2 fingers to stop my son's full-powered strike. If he were only in the Genki realm, that would be impossible. Hearing this, Shan Bin laughed loudly, clearly not believing a word Wan Han had just said. 2 fingers to stop it. Patriarch Wang, even. If you want to save some face for him, you don't need to say something so unbelievable. Cao Sheng added, a late-stage Fighter 4, Dan Piggy Realm expert has a strength of over 700 kilograms. Add to that the power and weight of a sword, and even an early-stage Piggy Realm expert would have a hard time catching a full-powered slash with their bare hands, let alone with 2 fingers. Patriarch Wang, are you trying to say that this 0-point teacher Jun of ours has reached the Piggy Realm, just like you, Elder? His strength was nothing special, but what he said was logically sound. Faced with these taunts, Liu Yang spoke up to defend his teacher. I also saw it. The teacher used only 2 fingers to stop him. Shen Bairu didn't know what had happened, so she could only stand there and watch. Elder Shan turned the question back on Wan Hong, successfully manipulating the situation and making him hesitate. Patriarch Wan Hong, you are a cultivator. Do you feel that someone who has not yet reached the mid-stage of the Pete realm could stop young Master Wan Tao's full-powered sword strike with just 2 fingers? Patriarch Wan, even if it's for the sake of having Wan Tao study under teacher Jun, you can't praise him like that. Everything has its limits. Too much is not good, Elder Shan was saying when someone from the heart questioning hall entered and called out to him. What is it? The elder asked. The person replied, there is someone outside asking for teacher Zhang Xuan. They came all the way here. The elder frowned, confused. Another one looking for Zhang Xuan. Who is it? What's with today? First one person, then another. It's the heir of the Genin King, young Master Baikyun. Upon hearing the name, the elder shouted at the man, the young royal Baiksun. Why are you even asking me? Invite him in at once. Young Master Baikyun. The Genin King has returned to Tianjuan City to assume his post these days, so he has come here too. But what is he doing here? Looking for teacher Zhang. One is a down and out teacher, the other is a top-tier genius, the son of a powerful and arrogant official. These two have absolutely no connection whatsoever, Elder Mo thought to himself, his curiosity about Zhang Xuan's identity growing. Shen Beiru was also stunned to hear that young Master Baikyun was looking for him. He knows Baisun too. But their statuses are worlds apart. The sound of footsteps grew louder, approaching the main hall of the heart questioning hall. Then, a figure appeared in the doorway. It was the heir of the Genin King, young Master Baikyun. Baikyun greeted him enthusiastically. Grandmaster Jun, you really are here. Why are you here? Hyung-chuan asked. Ignoring his indifferent attitude, Baikyun pressed forward, wanting to be more familiar. My father has finished assuming his post, and will be leaving soon. I won't be in the royal city for much longer. So of course I have to hurry and find you, Grandmaster, to study and learn, so I can try to pass the exam. Grandmaster, Baitun said. They all latched onto this detail. Everyone had the same question, how did young Master Baiksun know him? And why was their relationship so close? Not teacher, but Grandmaster. Elder Shan was furious when he saw that Zhang Xuan didn't bow or greet him respectfully. What do you want with that young master? And spoke in a haughty tone, how dare you speak to the little prince like that? Don't you know how to pay your respects? As a teacher, you don't even understand this basic etiquette. How shameless and disgraceful, the old man then called out to Bai Zun, not knowing that the young man's face had already darkened. Little young Master Bai, don't be angry. This Zhang Xuan is of low strength, and is also a fool who doesn't understand etiquette. Little young Master Bai, hearing him being insulted, shouted back at the old man, who are you to stick your nose in while we're talking? Grandmaster Zhang Xuan is my grandfather, are you looking to die for saying that? Seeing Bai Zun berating them, the young man was overjoyed. He had been bullied just now and hadn't bothered to say anything. Now that someone was speaking up for him, he was ecstatic. He even thought to himself, grandson, be a little more humble. Grandmother. They all exclaimed in unison. Zhang Bin froze solid when he heard Bai Zun call Zhang Xuan by the title. Grandfather. The father of little Prince Bai is the king of Zhenan, who is on the same level as His Majesty, King Shen Jui. For him to say that in terms of seniority, he is his grandfather, doesn't that mean he is one level higher than His Majesty Shen Jui? Cao Sheng also turned to stone, dazed and confused. Zhang Bin was also at a loss. What on earth is going on? Even Elder Mo's eyes widened. What is Zhang Xuan's background? How did he become little Prince Bai's grandfather? Bai Zun, with a hand on his brow, continued, that's right, Grandfather Zhang is a grandmaster of painting and calligraphy. Even if the three of us were combined, we would still not be his match in this lifetime. Zhang Xuan covered his face. He wanted to be humble, but he couldn't. He thought to himself, grandson, that's enough. If you keep this up, how can I be humble in the future? Zhang Bin had said that he was insolent and of low strength. Damn it, is he looking to die? Zhang Bin naturally waved his hands in denial. I wouldn't dare. Bai Zun seriously reminded him, you'd better not dare. To tell you the truth, I was the one who saved you. If Grandfather Zhang had made a move, he wouldn't have been able to control his strength, and you would have been dead long ago. With every second, they were more and more surprised by Zhang Xuan's identity. Saved me. Couldn't control his strength. Listening to the little prince's tone, teacher Zhang Xuan's strength is even more formidable than Elder Shen Bin's. How can this be? Zhang Xuan, behind them, could only smile wryly. I wanted to be humble, hide my strength, and quietly pretend to be a fool. Now you've blabbed it all out for everyone to know. I'm speechless. Teacher Zhang, I have thought it through. I sincerely ask you to accept Wang Tao as your student, and take Teacher Zhang as your master. These words reached Bai Zun's ears. As soon as he heard them, he rushed over and threatened him. Who are you? I still want to be his disciple. Do you want to compete with me? Wang Heng, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hands in refusal. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Xuan quietly spoke up, instructing them, all right, Wang Tao can come to the lecture tomorrow. If he performs well, I might consider accepting him. Hearing him say this, they happily replied, thank you, Teacher Zhang. As for Shan Bin, he had just opened the scroll. It was unknown what was written on it, but it made the old man vomit blood. It turned out to be the two words auditing student. Bai Zun, your houseboy, excitedly said, Teacher Zhang, is there anything else you haven't finished? If so, I'll help you take care of it so you can go and teach me painting and calligraphy. Zhang Xuan said calmly, there is one more thing. He turned his gaze to Shan Bin and said in an even tone, Elder Shime, the Heart Inquisition is over. It's time to honor the agreement, isn't it? At that moment, Cao Sheng suddenly spoke up, adding his 2 cents. Zhang Xuan, don't be so smug. I lost the Heart Inquisition. He still dared to challenge him loudly because he knew that at most, he would only be beaten with 100 laying cudgels. You want to revoke my teaching qualifications? I'm afraid you can't do that. This new information took Zhang Xuan by surprise. You can't. Cao Sheng smirked and replied, that's right. There's no way you can get me fired. He laughed and said a long speech. My teaching career has never had a blemish. No student has ever suffered from cultivation deviation. Although my qualifications are not yet outstanding, they meet the standard. You want to revoke my teaching qualifications just based on a bet. Even the Teachers Guild doesn't have that right. On what basis do you think you can? On what basis? Hearing this, Zhang Xuan turned to look at Elder Mo and quietly confirmed, is that so? Elder Mo calmly replied, that is indeed the case. Teaching qualifications have passed the review of the Teachers Guild. Unless there is a major crime, it is usually very difficult to be expelled. He sighed in frustration and complained to the old man, is that so? Then why didn't you say so during the bet? Elder Mo laughed awkwardly and replied, I thought you would lose. But you still have a chance to get Cao Sheng's teaching qualifications revoked. He continued, if you want to enforce the agreement it's not impossible unless. Zhang Xuan impatiently asked, unless what? The only way is if a master teacher or a disciple of a master teacher personally confirms that he is not suitable to be a teacher, and then reports it to the Teachers Guild. This was the first time he had heard of this, so he was a little surprised. A master teacher. A disciple of a master teacher. There is a way, but I don't know how to implement it. This also gave Zhang Xuan a headache. Where can I find one? Whether it's a master teacher or a disciple of a master teacher, they are all high-level figures in the profession. Where can I get to know one? Besides, even if I did, they wouldn't care about this bet. Suddenly, a person entered and reported, Elder Mo, a lady who calls herself Miss Huang Yu wants to find teacher Zhang Xuan. Hearing this name, Bai Zun joyfully exclaimed, Xiao Yu is here too. As for him, he was behind, wondering who this person was. Xiao Yu. Elder Mo happily ordered the young man, quickly, invite her in. The young man politely said, Miss, this way please. Huang Yu also smiled and said, "Thank you." Huang Yu was also a person of status. Elder Mo also had to bow and greet her. "Greetings, young miss." She looked at him gently and said softly, "Hello, Elder Mo." Then she immediately turned and bowed to Zhang. "Greetings, Teacher Zhang." Shan Bin, witnessing this action from behind, couldn't help but tremble, thinking to himself, she is the daughter of Chairman Huang of the Teachers Guild. That person became a talented genius assistant teacher in her teens. On the other side, Bai Zun enthusiastically introduced her to him. "Grandfather Zhang, Xiao Yu is the master teacher's disciple that Elder Mo was just talking about." Elder Shang's situation at this moment looked truly pathetic. He was on the verge of tears from grievance, but greater than that was the fear in his stomach. He cursed Gumshuan internally. "Gumshuan, were you sent by heaven to embarrass me? I said you can't teach." And as a result, the one family brought their son over, not hesitating to have him drop out of my class. "I said your strength is not high, and the little prince personally ran over to prove that your strength is so great that even he is no match for you. I said only an assistant teacher can revoke Kaoshun's teaching qualifications, and then an assistant teacher immediately ran over. How can this play continue?" Cao Shan and Shan Bin, behind him, also felt some of his emotions, utterly bewildered. Isn't he the useless guy who got a 0 on the teacher qualification exam? Why does he know so many people? Why does everyone respect him? What should we do now? Returning to Zhang, he looked at Huang Yu and calmly asked, "You are an assistant teacher?" Huang Yu humbly replied, "I was just lucky to be noticed by Teacher Liu, that's all." Knowing this, he didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. "If you are an assistant teacher, then that's perfect." Zhang calmly said, "This teacher Kaoshun lost the Heart Inquisition to me and won't honor the agreement." Huang Yu was a little surprised to hear this from him. A second later, she turned back unhappily and scolded Kaoshun, as a teacher, to hold a grudge over a small matter and not hesitate to use the Heart Inquisition to harm a colleague. If this kind of person is allowed to remain in the ranks of teachers, sooner or later, he will be a rotten apple that spoils the bunch. "Elder Mo, I believe he is not qualified to be a teacher. Now you go and handle the procedures," Huang Yu declared in a clear voice. As soon as Kaoshun heard this verdict, his legs seemed to lose all strength, and he collapsed to the ground. A gloomy sky surrounded him. At this moment, with the status of a teacher, he was respected wherever he went. Once expelled, it would show that his character was problematic and would be recorded. No one would dare to accept him wherever he went. The expression on his face became dazed, filled with anxiety. "I spent so much effort on these teaching qualifications, I never thought they would be taken away just like this, all because I provoked a good for nothing." He turned to rebuke Zhang. "You can't be considered to have won either. Your teaching qualification is only a 0, and you have a student who suffered from cultivation deviation. As long as this matter is reported to the Teachers Guild and a thorough investigation is conducted, you will also be expelled from your teaching position." Unfortunately, he had picked the wrong person to mess with. Zhang calmly retorted to Kaoshun, "It doesn't matter. You'll be expelled first anyway." This statement of his truly made him lose all hope on the spot. With just a simple sentence, Kaoshun had lost all consciousness. Shan Bin worriedly turned back and called out to him, "Teacher Cao, was Shan Bin trying to play the righteous hero, or what, that he would speak so loudly to him?" "Zhang, don't be so smug. Now that Teacher Cao's teaching qualifications have been revoked, you won't last much longer either." At this time, Shan Bin also calmly added his 2 cents. "Teacher Zhang qualifications are indeed questionable." Assistant Teacher Huang Yu, "Elder Mo, what they said is true. That's right, he has taught a student to the point of cultivation deviation. Furthermore, his teaching qualification last time was also a 0. I hope the guild will handle this matter fairly, and remove this malignant tumor for the academy." Huang Yu hesitated and looked at Zhang. This Elder Mo then spoke up and proposed, "If what they say is true, then the Teachers Guild really must reinvestigate from the beginning." Zhang gritted his teeth in anger. "I really thought these people were too simple. They are also very good at using the rules, aren't they? It seems it's the same in every world. Being bitten by a mad dog once hurts to the bone. If the academy didn't make a big deal out of it, he could continue teaching in peace. But once it was officially reported to the Teachers Guild, he would face the revocation of his teaching qualifications. If he was really expelled, it probably wouldn't be much better than Kaoshun. In that case, I don't need to hide my strength anymore." After careful consideration, he cleared his throat and said, "Actually, I..." Suddenly a voice spoke at the same time as him, interrupting him. "Teacher Zhang." It was Shin Bairu. She closed her eyes slightly and said slowly, "Now I understand. You don't need to explain yourself." Zhang, beside her, looked at her blankly, not understanding what she was talking about. Bairu's anger completely erupted. She loudly retorted to Elder Shang, "You said Teacher Zhang's teaching qualification is a 0. Then, previously, Elder Mo and I have discussed and researched many issues regarding teaching qualifications with Teacher Zhang. But he answered fluently, and for each issue, he could give 7 to 8 answers. Answers that even I couldn't come up with. This level of erudition is truly admirable. How do you explain this? Jumshuan looked at her blankly, his mind reeling from the shock. Clearly, what he was about to say just now was not that. Little Prince Bai and Huang Yu on the other side also stood in solidarity with her. That's right, Teacher Zhang's erudition was proven at Grandmaster Lu's residence yesterday, and his strength has also reached 49 ding, which can be compared to the pinnacle of the Pixu realm. Yes, Grandmaster Lu and I were both present, and can prove it. Jin Bairu once again questioned Elder Shine. Then it's strange. If it was just a simple teacher qualification exam, with Teacher Zhang's strength, how could he get a 0? Wan Heng also spoke in a deep voice. The teacher qualification assessment of Hongqian Academy is conducted in secret by the Academy's Education Bureau. The achievements of the teachers are also announced by the Education Bureau. Others are completely unaware. Therefore, the conclusion is that only the Genki realm is scored by the Education Bureau, not the actual situation. Finally, Bairu stated firmly, that is to say, the results announced by the Education Bureau are fake. Everything was happening too fast, too dangerously. Elder Shime, just because of a slip of the tongue, was now being accused by everyone of falsifying the results. So shocked that he couldn't say another word. Everyone's thoughts and words were on Zhang Xuan's side. Even Elder Mo secretly admired him. He thought to himself, no wonder Teacher Zhang always. He didn't want to say it. Everyone was a colleague, and once spoken, it would inevitably affect their relationships and, more importantly, the Academy's honor. Zhang Xuan truly seemed to be reaping rewards without even trying. Everyone was now looking at him with admiration. For this, he would rather bear all the insults and be called useless, suffering in silence. He would rather be misunderstood by others. What does it mean to be a role model? What is it for a teacher's virtue to be as unshakable as a mountain? This was it, right here. The three of them, without prior arrangement, turned to look at Elder Shan with eyes full of indignation. Teacher Zhang, out of respect for his colleagues, endured humiliation and slander without selling them out. Yet you, a teacher and an elder. Being stared at like this, Elder Shang wondered, what did I fake? What respect is he talking about? What is going on? Even Zhang Xuan didn't understand why they were saying such things. Actually, what it meant just now was that the Education Bureau's assessment was inaccurate. How did the situation turn from being against me to this? Accused and questioned by them, Elder Shan could no longer bear it and retorted loudly, if you're going to say I framed him, you must have a reason. I am the esteemed head of the Education Bureau and an elder of the Academy. Why would I frame a junior teacher? And just like that, the two old friends began to argue. Elder Mo did not shy away from confronting Elder Sheng. Is there even a need to state the reason? Your grandson, Shan Bin, wants to become the most famous teacher of the younger generation. But Teacher John, at such a young age, already possesses such ability and cultivation. He is bound to surpass him. To prevent this from happening, you deliberately suppressed him. Today, I have witnessed everything from the beginning, the inquiry of will, the bet, all kinds of bullying. Elder Shem, your methods are truly ruthless. To think I was friends with you for so many years. Mo Shan, must have been blind. Jiangshuan students also spoke up one by one in his defense. I can also testify that Elder Shem deliberately suppressed Teacher Zhang today. I saw it with my own eyes. If he's so blatant in front of us, I can't imagine what schemes he uses behind the scenes. Truly, you can know a person's face but not their heart. As the head of the Education Bureau to do such things for his own grandson. He's no better than an animal. Elder Shan felt cornered by their accusations. Why does it feel like they're ganging up on me? I really didn't suppress him. It's because he embarrassed me today that I made trouble for him. If I told you that before today, I only knew his standard was low but didn't know him personally, would you believe me? He turned to look at Zheng Xuan, and was even more stunned. This brat is actually pretending to be in a difficult position. At this point, Elder Shan was so furious he was gritting his teeth so hard they could bleed. He couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood from sheer rage. Seeing this, the others became even more incensed. Have you no shame, spitting up blood? If it were me, after doing something so disgraceful, I would have smashed my head against a wall long ago. So thick-skinned, how can a person like this be the head of the Education Bureau at Hongqian Academy? And an elder, no less. A person of this character has serious problems. I think his teaching qualifications should be revoked. Shan Bin, standing beside him, watched as his grandfather became the target of everyone's scorn, completely bewildered as to how things had turned out this way. Elder Shang looked at the drops of his own blood, and time seemed to stand still. What is happening? I was clearly provoked to the point of vomiting blood, but why do I feel so relieved? Like being constipated for a long time and finally being able to go. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Wait, this isn't right, this is not right. He pointed a finger at Zheng Xuan and said, you claim I framed you for getting a 0 on the teacher qualification exam. Fine, I have no way to explain that right now. But what about the student whose cultivation went berserk? That was a student from your class. How do you explain that? Zhang was rendered speechless. The student whose cultivation had gone berserk was a mess left behind by the original owner of this body. It seemed there was no getting out of this. Seeing that Zhang Xuan didn't dare to admit it, he pressed on, questioning him more forcefully. How do you explain it? Elder Shan turned and ordered someone, bring Zhao Yanfen from teacher Lu Chun's class here. The three of them, Wan Hong, teacher Shen, and Elder Mo were a bit suspicious at this. Isn't teacher Lu Chun the most famous and #1 teacher at Hongshin Academy? That's right. He's the teacher with the highest chance of becoming a master teacher. But why would he accept a student whose cultivation was driven berserk by another teacher? At this moment, Zhang Xuan searched through all the memories of the body's original owner regarding this matter. According to his predecessor's memory, after the incident, this student had never come to his lecture hall again. The predecessor felt ashamed and didn't dare to inquire about him. How did he become teacher Lu Xun's student? Elder Shan began to recount the story for everyone present. After Zhao Yanfeng's cultivation went berserk, his foundation was severely damaged. He was supposed to withdraw from the academy, but he was fortunate enough to be noticed by teacher Lu Kun, who took him in as a student. After several months of guidance and recuperation, not only has his condition fully healed, but his strength has also reached the pinnacle of the Fighter 1 Danjutsu realm. He could break through at any moment. Wan Hong, standing to the side, couldn't help but be amazed. To be able to help a student who had gone berserk recover so quickly and reach the pinnacle of the Jutsu realm. This teacher Lu Kun truly lives up to his reputation. The person who had been sent returned to report to Elder Shine, I have brought Zhao Yanfeng. Just then, Zhao Yanfen was called and walked over, bowing. Greetings, Elder Shine. As soon as he arrived, the elder pointed at Zhang Xuan, who was standing opposite him, and asked, Zhao Yanfen, do you know this person? Looking at Zhang Xuan, a flash of resentment appeared in his eyes, and his face darkened. He confirmed, he is indeed my former teacher, Zhang Xuan. After confirming this, Elder Shen asked further, I heard that he once taught you to the point that your cultivation went berserk. Is this true? Without hesitation, Zhao Yanfeng spoke the truth. Yes, that is true. Fortunately, teacher Lu Kun saved me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have become a cripple long ago. Hearing what he wanted, he turned and smiled triumphantly. Vice Principal Huang, Elder Mo, did you hear that conversation? Let's not talk about whether the teacher qualification exam was right or wrong for now, the truth will come out sooner or later. Let's just talk about teaching a student to the point of their cultivation going berserk. Now that the victim is here, what more is there to doubt? Elder Mo had no choice but to say according to the rules. As a teacher to teach a student until their cultivation goes berserk. This alone is enough to have his qualifications revoked. Huang Yu, standing beside them, could only sigh helplessly. This was something even she couldn't help him with. Elder Shan turned to look at Zhang Xuan with daggers in his eyes. Teacher Zhang, what do you have to say for yourself now? If you were wrongly accused, you can explain. But we'll have to see if this Zhao Yanfeng agrees with you. Our protagonist, hearing this, showed no signs of panic. He nonchalantly scratched his head and said, wrongly accused? What's there to be wrongly accused of? I did indeed teach him until his cultivation went berserk. The elder, who was thinking, I knew you would try to make excuses, was startled and whipped his head around, not believing his ears. What? You admit it? He immediately suspected, admitting it so quickly. Is he up to some trick? Before Elder Shun could figure it out, Zhang Xuan quickly spoke up. Of course I admit it. What's there to deny about something I've done? His words left everyone there a little stunned, and they turned to look at him. At this moment, the elder exploded, shouting, admitting it is good. Vice Principal Huan, Elder Mo, you all heard him. As a teacher, he caused a student's cultivation to go berserk, yet he shows no remorse and stands there so brazenly. A person like this is not worthy of being a teacher. Seeing how furious he was, our protagonist slowly walked closer. As he walked, he said, all right, what's the big deal? Why keep nagging about it? You're so old, yet you get so agitated. Aren't you afraid your heart can't take it, and you'll die right here? These words drove Elder Shang insane with rage. He was beyond furious. You're the one who likes to get agitated. Your whole family likes to get agitated. Ignoring the old man's words, Zhang Xuan approached Zhao Yanfeng and told him, show me a couple of your punches. Since you're studying under teacher Lu Kun now, you must have made some progress. Hearing this, his face went blank for a few seconds, as if to say, where am I? Who am I? Everyone is concerned about you teaching me until my cultivation went berserk, and you're telling me to perform 2 punches. What kind of game is this? Huang Yu, from behind, coughed a few times in concern, reminding him, Grandmaster John, I think you should explain the matter of the cultivation going berserk. What if you didn't teach him incorrectly, but it was due to another reason? Zhao Yanfeng immediately reacted, insisting, afterward, they asked Teacher Lu Kun about Teacher Zhang's cultivation method. Teacher Lu Kun also said that Teacher Zhang's method was wrong. Cultivating like that would inevitably lead to one's cultivation going berserk. Jiang Xuan paid no mind and urged him, hurry up and perform a fist routine for me to see. Even though teacher Shen, standing beside him, advised against it, he remained firm in his decision. She had no choice but to mediate between the two sides, telling him to listen to teacher Zhang and perform a punch first. Immediately, Zhao Yanfeng stepped forward and demonstrated his fist technique. Each move he executed was swift, and each punch generated a powerful gust of wind. The elder, observing from the side, had to praise him. This kid may be young, but his control over his strength is not bad. Wan Hum also added, even his martial skill is excellent. He's a good seedling. As for Elder Shang, he looked extremely smug. Teacher Luxun has already cured his cultivation deviation. What can you possibly see? He was about to turn and look at him with a disdainful gaze but was shocked to find that Zhang Xuan had his eyes closed. What the hell? You told him to perform a fist routine, and you're closing your eyes. What on earth are you doing? He's really gone mad. At the same time, Zhao Yanfen completed his routine, and Zhang Xuan's eyes snapped open, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. At this point, Elder Shang said conceitedly, all right, stop wasting time here. Since you've admitted to giving wrong guidance that led to Zhao Yanfeng's cultivation going berserk, and he himself can prove it, just confess your guilt. Don't cause any more trouble. Jiang Xuan held up a finger and waved it. Not so fast. If you all want to hear my explanation, then I'll explain it to you. The truth is, I intentionally caused his cultivation to go berserk. His words sent shockwaves through the Hongqian lecture hall, nearly blowing the roof off. Hearing him, Elder Shan didn't believe it for a second and sneered, ha ha ha, it's good that you admit it. As a teacher, you deliberately gave wrong instructions, putting a student in danger. Vice Principal Huan, Elder Mo, surely there's nothing more to say this time. The two of them fell silent. With Zhang Xuan admitting it like that, even if they wanted to help him, they couldn't. They were powerless. Hearing this, Zhao Yanfeng's hands clenched into tight fists in anger. I don't know how I offended Teacher Zhang. He was furious to the extreme. Why would you push me to my death like that? I was your student, yet you deliberately taught me incorrectly, causing my cultivation to go berserk. Why? Zhang Xuan put a hand to his face and sighed. It seems you still haven't comprehended it. Zhao Yanfeng gritted his teeth in fury. Comprehend what? You intentionally made my cultivation go berserk and you're telling me to comprehend. Comprehend my own death, perhaps. Jiang Xuan turned to look at Elder Mo and Huang Yu. He too couldn't see it either. The two of them looked blank. See what? You intentionally taught him wrong. What could you possibly want us to see? That you're trying to kill your student. He sighed again and gestured towards Zhao Yanfeng. Alright, since none of you can see it, then let me explain about student Zhao's innate blocked meridians. Hearing innate blocked meridians, Huang Yu was extremely surprised. This wasn't a special constitution but a type of ailment. The meridians of people with this condition have many knots, making it impossible for Genkai to flow smoothly. Even if they can cultivate, their achievements will be limited. Fighter 1 Dan is their limit, reaching 2 An is virtually impossible. Elder Mo, not quite understanding, asked, Teacher Zhang, you say innate blocked meridians, could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yanfeng interjected, I have innate blocked meridians. Impossible. I've never felt any difficulty in my cultivation. How could I possibly have innate blocked meridians? Zhang Xuan whipped his head around. No difficulty. Then let me ask you, before your cultivation went berserk. During cultivation, do you feel short of breath? Every time you gather kai, do you feel like your whole body is being torn apart? Hearing his words, Zhao Yanfeng's face was filled with astonishment. He stammered, unable to speak. Teacher. How did you know? From his expression, Wang Heng and Miss Shen were a little suspicious. Could it be true? Seeing that the situation was not changing as he had hoped, Shan Bin spoke up in denial, don't try to cover it up. Even if Zhao Yanfen was born with blocked meridians, what does that have to do with cultivation deviation? Zhang Xuan seriously asked him, then let me ask you, Elder, what are the characteristics of cultivation deviation? He calmed down and huffed, cultivation deviation, a burst of physical strength that cannot be controlled, causing one to lose oneself. The whole person will fall into a state of madness. Having said this, he also realized something and was suddenly shocked, exclaiming, don't tell me you wanted to use cultivation deviation to help him break through the blocked meridians in his body and break his innate blocked meridian constitution. These words made Assistant Teacher Huang and Elder Mo extremely surprised. How can one use cultivation deviation to clear blocked meridians? If that's true, it's too insane. This method will definitely turn the entire cultivation world upside down. The scene shifts to the protagonist, Zhang Xuan. He ignored the others and looked at Zhao Yanfen, asking, now, let me ask you, after the cultivation deviation, when you cultivate, do you still feel like your whole body is shattering like before? He was surprised and said, it's gone. In his heart, he thought with suspicion, Before, every time I cultivated, the pain was so intense I felt like I was dying, my whole body was about to explode. After the cultivation deviation, that feeling is indeed gone. I always thought it was because of teacher Lu Kyun. Could it really be teacher Jin? Hyunjun quickly and sternly explained to him, cultivation deviation causes power to run rampant throughout the body, incredibly strong, creating a much greater force than normal. Although it can't completely cure the innate blocked meridians, it can alleviate the condition, allowing the spiritual energy channels to be cleared. The reason I made you undergo cultivation deviation at that time was because I understood the illness in your body. He suddenly lowered his voice, bowed his head, and shook it. Originally, there was a next step that could have made your cultivation easier and allowed you to go further. But you left without a word, and even became hostile to me. Sean Bin, seeing the situation suddenly change, hurriedly said in a panic, "You're talking nonsense. Impossible. Besides, if that were the case, you just had to explain it clearly beforehand, and Zhao Yanfen would definitely not have left." Jiang Xuan looked at him. "If you are being controlled by someone else, it's no longer cultivation deviation. If I told him beforehand, do you think Zhao Yanfen, being worried and scared, would have dared to take the risk?" Shen Bin still didn't care and argued stubbornly, "No matter how well you put it, you can't prove that cultivation deviation can break through innate blocked meridians. In any case, I don't believe it. I know this is too shocking. It's fine if you don't believe me." Zheng Chuan calmly explained everything to them in detail. Then he said to Zhao Yanfen, "I just took a look a moment ago. You have now reached the pinnacle of the first Dan, the Jexu realm. You are only one step away from a breakthrough. If you cultivate normally, how long do you think it will take for you to break through?" He immediately said, "According to teacher Lu Kyun, it would take me half a year if I work hard without stopping." Hearing this, Wang Heng couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Zhao Yanfen's aptitude can only be said to be average. With teacher Lu Kyun's strength, being able to break through in just half a year is already considered not bad. At this time, Miss Shen Bairu also agreed with him. He seemed very certain of this result, but Zheng Xuan smirked and said, "Half a year. Unnecessary." Then, Zheng Xuan confidently said, "I can make you break through in half an hour." Half an hour. How is that possible? It's not even certain if he can break through in half a year, and you say half an hour. I'm afraid that's impossible. Everyone there did not believe this. Elder Shan directly questioned, "This is cultivation, not eating and drinking, where you can just be done with it after you say so. Every step must follow a sequence, and be accumulated through countless times. Without accumulation of time, it is absolutely impossible to complete. Now you say it can be done in just half an hour." Zhengxuan smiled faintly. "What, you don't believe me?" As for Zhao Yunfen, he was very confused, not knowing whether to believe in him one more time. Using cultivation deviation to clear the meridians and break the innate blocked meridian. A teacher who can casually make someone break through probably wouldn't lie, right? Seeing him still hesitating, Zhang Xuan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled gently and said, "I don't blame you for not believing me. After all, you believed my words once and ended up with cultivation deviation. But if you miss this opportunity, you'll have to spend more than half a year, maybe even longer. The choice is yours to make." These words of his struck a chord in his heart, urging him to level up. Although I really do have innate blocked meridians, to suddenly become a martial artist in half an hour is no different from dreaming. If I can use half an hour to break through the first Dan, that would be great. Just imagining that glorious scene, he quickly and firmly said, "Teacher John, I want to try." Seeing him so enthusiastic, Zhang Xuan immediately smiled like a sunflower. "Not bad. You'll feel lucky for this choice right now." He told him to quickly sit down in meditation, not to think about anything else. "I have to use a silver needle to clear your acupoints and increase the speed of spiritual energy gathering. You just need to follow the sequence to attack the Dantian realm." Then, Zhang Xuan fumbled in his coat pocket for a while. Zhao Yanfen had already sat down according to his instructions, ready for the cultivation process. Jiang Xuan also took out a needle from his person. He was seen transferring a blue spiritual energy from his hand to it. Next, he directly inserted the silver needle into the top of Zhao Yanfen's head. The spiritual energy then flowed from his body through the silver needle, transferring spiritual energy into his body. At this time, Zhao Yanfen's body began to boil. Streams of Genkai were being absorbed into every meridian, spreading throughout his body. An hour later, his body could no longer bear it, and emitted an incredibly terrifying aura, completing the breakthrough process to the second Dan, the Dantian realm, initial stage. In just a moment, his strength had increased significantly. Zhao Yanfen looked down at his two hands, which were surrounded by glowing blue spiritual energy. He was stunned, not believing his eyes. He couldn't believe he had actually broken through. The people outside who witnessed this scene also gaped in astonishment. He really broke through. In just a moment, he made someone from the second Dan successfully break through. Even assistant teacher Huang and elder Mo had the same feeling. Amazing things. With just a small silver needle. How did he do it? Just then, after coming to his senses, Assistant Zhao Yanfen kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Teacher John. In his heart, he couldn't help but regret his previous suspicion and humiliation of Zhang Xuan and for leaving the protagonist on his own accord. Now he just hoped to have the chance to drop out of his current studies and return to be his student. Wan Hen was still in shock, speechless. He recalled that year when he had died and come back to life to break through to the first Dan, while this young man leveled up like it was as easy as eating and drinking. He felt a little regretful. If he had met Zhang Xuan earlier, he would have had a much easier time. He hurriedly extended his hand and said loudly, startling him, Teacher John, I know Wan Tao's aptitude is average, but as long as you accept him, I can also be your student. This statement from Wan Hen left both Bai Zun and Mishen Bairu speechless. How greedy. On one hand, Bai Zun hurriedly threatened and scolded Wan Hen, don't you have any shame? You want to buy one and get one free. How shameless. On the other hand, he turned around with a smile, his face changing faster than flipping a pancake. Teacher, look at me. I'm already at the pinnacle of the 5th Dan, and I also want to take you as my master, if you feel that. The status of a little prince is not good, I can throw this status away too. Seeing them vying to be his students, Zhang Xuan was a little embarrassed and helpless. He coughed a few times to change the subject, turning to Zhao Yanfen who was kneeling on the ground. Do you still think I don't know how to teach and caused you to have cultivation deviation? He bowed his head in remorse like a child who had made a mistake. It's all my fault for not being grateful for your nurturing. I hope you can forgive me. He also didn't forget to say to Elder Shime, do you have anything to say now? The old man was now speechless, his hands and feet trembling, his face pale, stammering and unable to speak. He thought to himself, the matter of the teacher qualification exam cannot be explained. This matter of cultivation deviation, even the person involved believes that Teacher Zhang was helping him cultivate. This is complicated. If I'm not careful, I might be demoted. Elder Mo saw that he was so scared he was about to wet his pants and immediately spoke in a stern voice to Elder Shime. All right, you don't need to say any more. He then quickly announced, from now on, Teacher Kaosham's teaching qualifications will be revoked for the crime of intentionally slandering a colleague, in addition to having a corrupt character, and he must serve 100 lashes with the ga, laying cudgel as per the agreement. In addition, Shan Bin, as a teacher, intentionally harmed others for his own benefit. His work is now suspended pending investigation. After hearing the announcement, Teacher Kaosham fainted on the spot in the arms of Teacher Shen Bin, who was also dazed like a deer in the headlights, surprised by Elder Mo's announcement. After dealing with the two of them, Elder Mo turned his head and stared at Shan Bin, the biggest culprit. As for Shan Bin, as an elder and the director of the Education Bureau, not only did you not care for the teachers, but you also intentionally made things difficult, and even changed the assessment results. Your positions as elder and director of the Education Bureau are now suspended, and a report will be made to the guild to await judgment. After hearing this, Shan Bin's limbs went limp, and he sat down on the ground, stunned as if the sky had fallen before him. His mind was filled with Elder Mo's accusations. I, as the director of the Education Bureau, suppressed teachers and changed the results. It's over, it's really over, this time, I was ruined by my brat of a nephew. Next, Elder Mo said with an apologetic face to Zhang Xuan, Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry for the trouble today. To have such a scoundrel in the ranks of teachers is the guild's oversight. Our protagonist, hearing this, smiled with amusement, scratching his head and saying, it's okay. Sometimes, 1 or 2 rotten apples spoiling the bunch is normal. Seeing his amicable nature, Elder Mo no longer felt apologetic and laughed heartily. All right then. I will now go back to the guild to handle this matter, and report it to my superiors. I will definitely give Teacher Zhang a satisfactory result. Soon after, everyone, having settled their business, dispersed in a crowd. But Bai Zun kept following Zhang Xuan, sticking to him like glue. Teacher Zhang, let's go too. You still have to teach me painting and calligraphy. While some were happy, others were sad. The Shan family's grandfather and grandson, along with Teacher Cao, were still in the classroom, sitting in a corner, dejected, with not even a fly bothering to come near them. They looked spiritless, like empty shells. But Zhang Xuan was very happy. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of the one clan patriarch, Bai Zun and Huang Yu today, even if I could have handled it, it would have definitely taken a lot of effort. And as for Zhao Yanfen, whom the original owner taught to the point of cultivation deviation, now that I've helped him break through to the 2nd Dan, the debt is cleared. It's like wiping the original owner's butt for him. And yet, Huang Yu and Bai Zun, with nothing to do, refused to go home and kept following him. Although it was annoying, today he had come to understand a truth, to stand firm in this world and not be troubled by others, he must become a master teacher. But to become a master teacher, the first step is to become an assistant teacher to a master teacher. Thinking of this, Zhang Xuan stopped and turned his head to ask Huang Yu, who was walking behind him, by the way, Miss Huang Yu, do you know how to become an assistant teacher? To become an assistant teacher is actually very simple, she explained to him. Assistant teacher is originally just a title. Unlike a master teacher, there are no exams or anything like that. It's mainly due to luck. As long as a master teacher takes a liking to you and invites you to be one, then you are an assistant teacher. On that note, Zhang Xuan also thought about her identity. You are an assistant teacher, so what's with that bookstore? Huang Yu smiled awkwardly and replied, although I was lucky enough to be noticed by teacher Liu. But he was still too young. He needed to be more composed and cultivate his disposition before he could truly earn the respect of others. Therefore, following master teacher Liu's arrangements, he chose a bustling area to open a small shop as a starting point. From there, he could learn more and meet many new friends. After hearing this, Zhang Xuan was a bit puzzled and asked the two, what kind of test did master teacher Liu give you that requires you to learn from me? Bai Kun replied, to be honest with you, master teacher Liu has an extremely rare painting in his possession, the Ink Pavilion painting. He deliberately gave us a difficult test related to it. Hearing those 3 words, Zhang Xuan rubbed his chin in thought. Isn't that the Ink Pavilion painting by the master painter, Mo Chenzi, from back in the day? Neither of these two understands painting or calligraphy, so what do they need it for? Bai Kun then explained what Zhang Xuan was wondering. Actually, we don't know much about painting and calligraphy either. We want to give the Ink Pavilion painting to someone else. Both of us have our eyes on it, and as the master teacher said, whoever passes the test first gets to keep it. The test is likely about appraising paintings and calligraphy. At this point, he paused. Both of them moved closer to Zhang Xuan, their eyes pleading pitifully, trying to win him over and ask him to teach them about the subject. Teacher John, you understand painting and calligraphy so well, with a single glance, you can identify so many problems. Could you please teach us? Zhang Xuan was speechless. He didn't know the first thing about painting or calligraphy. His ability to appraise them came entirely from the library of Heaven's Path. In reality, he didn't understand any of it. How was he supposed to teach them? Meanwhile, at Hongqian Academy, in teacher Lu Chun's lecture hall, Elder Hong Hao came to find him. The two moved to a corner where they could watch the students below while they spoke privately. Observing how diligently the students were working, Hong Hao praised him. Teacher Lu, I have heard all about you. You are truly worthy of your reputation. Countless students feel honored to be your disciple. Receiving the praise, Teacher Lu smiled widely and humbly replied, you flatter me, Elder. I am merely fulfilling my duties. It is all thanks to the students' dedication. While Lu Chun was enjoying the moment, Hong Hao continued to stroke his beard and lay on the flattery. Those students fought tooth and nail just to get into your class. Truly, an extraordinary teacher with extraordinary students. Even among the top 100 freshmen, you've already accepted more than 70 of them. Despite the continuous flattery, Lu Chun remained composed. It is my honor that the students wish to learn from me. Then, his gaze shifted to Hong Hao. Elder Hong Hao, you have always been a busy man. Why have you come to my place today? Is there something you need my help with? As long as it is within my power, I will do my utmost. Seeing his opening, Hong Hao got straight to the point. Indeed, there is a matter I need to trouble you with. Your father and I are old friends. I've watched you grow up since you were a child. I know you to be a man of integrity, so I wanted to ask you to help me investigate a teacher. At the mention of his father, Lu Xun's face fell in annoyance. He told the elder not to bring up his father, calling him a stubborn old man. He then asked, who is it you want me to investigate? The elder's expression immediately turned grim, his eyes becoming as sharp as a blade as he slowly uttered 2 words, Zhang Xuan. Hearing the name, Lu Xun looked confused. Zhang, you mean the one who taught a student until his cultivation went berserk? In his mind, however, he thought, that guy who scored a 0 on the teacher qualification exam. How did he manage to anger Elder Hong? Hong Hao nodded affirmatively. Yes. That's the one. He had his own agenda. He had come to find Lu Chun to get revenge for the trouble Zhang Xuan had caused. Ever since that incident, business at his Hongqian tavern had been terrible. If he weren't concerned about Zhang Xuan's status as a teacher, he would have crushed him long ago. Lu Chun gave a slight smile and asked, what exactly happened? How could a useless teacher who's bound to be expelled sooner or later manage to anger you so? Does Elder Hong have some conflict with him? Hong Hao didn't answer directly, wanting to save some face rather than be gossiped about an elder being led by the nose by a young brat. He beat around the bush. It's just a small matter. I heard the Education Bureau has issued him a final warning. If he fails to recruit any students this semester, his teaching qualifications will be revoked, and he'll be expelled from the academy. So, I was hoping to trouble you, Teacher Lu. Do you think you could take his few students under your wing? The son turned to look at him. The elder wants me to accept his students. The elder laughed heartily and replied, that's right. You are a famous, star teacher in Hongqian Academy. If anyone can do this, it's you and you alone. Teaching a lesson to a teacher who has students is troublesome, but dealing with a teacher who has no students is much simpler. Lu Kyun didn't answer immediately, just giving a soft him. On Hao pressed on. There's no need to hesitate. Have you forgotten about Zhao Yunfeng? If you let Zheng Xuan continue teaching, he is bound to repeat the same mistakes. Seeing the logic in his words, Lu Kyun quickly agreed. All right. I will spread the word today and tell his students to come here. As soon as I say I am willing to accept them, those students will come running on their own. Hearing this from Lu Kyun himself, the elder burst out laughing. Excellent. It's settled then. After this is done, I will treat you to a grand feast at the Hongqin Tavern. Suddenly a student approached from a distance, interrupting their conversation. It was Wang Yan, who had come to see teacher Lu about something. Seeing him arrive, Lu Kyun asked, what is it? On Hao, standing to the side, recognized the boy. Isn't that Wang Yan, the grandson of the One clan's second elder? Meanwhile, Wang Yan was kneeling respectfully, finding it difficult to answer his teacher's question. He looked very nervous. Lu Kyun quickly put on a warm, radiant smile and guessed, did you encounter another difficult problem in your cultivation? Go ahead and speak, it's all right. Elder Han, beside them, also chimed in, Teacher Lu is profoundly knowledgeable and the most famous teacher in this academy. Whatever difficulty you have, just ask. He will surely help you resolve it. Seeing this, Wang Yan finally explained. The young man knelt, clasped his hands, and said that he wished to withdraw from the class, hoping for teacher Lu's approval. Lu Kyun froze. Others are fighting to get into my class, and you want to withdraw. He quickly regained his composure, wondering if the boy was being coerced, but he only received a denial. No, it is the student's own wish. Furthermore, the patriarch of the One clan has already agreed. Lu Kyun became even more confused. The patriarch agreed. What on earth is the One clan playing at? He immediately frowned, suppressing his anger as he reminded him, you should know that if you withdraw from my class, no one in this entire academy will dare to accept you. But Wang Yan was adamant about withdrawing. Only by doing so can I attend teacher Zhang Xuan's lectures. I hope teacher will grant my wish. The news struck Lu Kyun like lightning. He couldn't believe it. Withdrawing from my class just to go and audit teacher Zheng's lectures. You don't want to be my direct disciple, but you'd rather run off to audit a class. Auditing means you have no official status. Han Hao, watching Lu Kyun turn to stone from it. Distance, was also baffled. Isn't this Zheng Xuan the worst teacher in the academy? My news hasn't even gotten out yet, so why is a student already withdrawing? Lu Kyun asked his student again, do you know that teacher Zheng Xuan once taught a student until his cultivation went berserk? Why do you still want to audit his class? Just then, Zhao Yunfeng also arrived and greeted teacher Lu. Seeing him, Lu Kyun was overjoyed. This kid came at the perfect time. Wang Yan wants to withdraw and go to teacher Zheng's class. You can tell him about your experience cultivating under teacher Zheng back then, and let him know just how foolish this decision is. But instead, Zhao Yanfeng did the same as Wang Yan. He knelt, clasped his hands, and, just like Wang Yan, said he also wanted to audit teacher Zheng's class. Lu Kyun was dumbfounded. Didn't he teach you until your cultivation went berserk? Shouldn't you hate him to the bone? Zhao Yanfeng lowered his head. Actually, I owe teacher Zheng a great debt of gratitude. The last time, I left without saying goodbye, and I feel extremely guilty. I hope teacher Lu will grant my wish. Lu Kyun's face darkened, his teeth grinding together. Debt of gratitude, my ass, the debt of making your cultivation go berserk. And what do you mean, you left without saying goodbye? You clearly ran away. Guilty my foot, you cursed teacher Zheng every single day. I never saw an ounce of guilt from you. Left with no other choice, Lu Kyun had to agree to let both of them withdraw as they wished. After getting permission, the two youths didn't hold back. Right in front of teacher Lu, they celebrated as if they had struck gold. This is great, we can go and attend teacher Zheng's lectures now, they said, looking at each other happily before quickly running off. When Lu Kyun turned around to continue speaking, he was shocked. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. How did they run so fast? I wasn't even finished talking, such lack of manners and respect for their elders. At this point, Lu Kyun's resentment and fury reached their peak. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. How despicable, that Zheng Xuan. You dare to poach my students right from under my nose. Very well, don't blame me for being merciless. Then, he suddenly shouted a name, Xu Han. A pair of feet immediately appeared, stepping forward, but the face was unclear, only a dark, menacing shadow. Lu Kyun looked at Xu Han with a grim expression, and ordered, go to teacher Zheng's place. Deliver this written challenge to him. Tell him that in half a month, during the freshman tournament, I want to conduct a teacher evaluation with him. Elder Han Hao, seeing that he was truly enraged, inquired, a written challenge. You intend to do it during the freshman tournament? It seemed Lu Kyun had no intention of hiding his plans. That's right, does he think he can poach my, Lu Xun's, students and get away with it? Since he dared to make a move, he should be prepared to face my wrath, but... You really want to conduct a teacher evaluation? Ong Hao asked hesitantly. Yes, he growled. Not just an evaluation. I also want to make a bet with him. If he loses, all of his students will belong to me. I was originally planning to rely on Zhao Yanfeng's aptitude to attract the attention of a master teacher and become an assistant. But now, my students are withdrawing just to audit the class of a 0-point teacher. Isn't this a complete loss of face for me, making me a laughingstock? No matter what, I must regain my honor. At that moment, in Zhang Xuan's number 1 lecture hall, the students were buzzing with discussion. Do you think Teacher Zhang will be alright? Daoya reassured everyone, don't worry. We've all heard Teacher Zhang's lectures and we all admire him immensely. That's right, Liu Yang said. He must have won them over a long time ago. Nothing can go wrong. Suddenly, the already flimsy door of the shabby lecture hall was kicked open by an uninvited guest. He swaggered in like he owned the place, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he called out, "Where is your beloved teacher Zheng Xuan? Tell him to get out here." It was Zhu Hong, sent by Lu Qun, and he had arrived quickly. Seeing this arrogant brat appear out of nowhere, the students were not about to back down. Who are you to dare come to teacher Zheng's class and cause trouble? Zhao Ye recognized him and quickly stopped Yuan Tao. Don't be rash, that's Xu Han, he ranked 4th in the entrance examination. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Pleased to see their stunned reaction to his identity, he said, so you recognize me. You have some sense, at least. This is a written challenge from my teacher, Lu Kun. He wants to challenge Zhang Xuan to a teacher evaluation at the freshman tournament in half a month. Zhao Ye felt that something was wrong. A teacher evaluation with Lu Xun. She knew full well that Lu Xun was the most famous star teacher in the academy, and his students were a legion of experts. But why did he challenge teacher Zhang? Xu Hong stated firmly, Zhang Xuan just now dared to displease teacher Lu. He wants to teach him a lesson. I'll leave the challenge letter here. You lot, pick it up and give it to him. If he doesn't dare to accept, then he should quickly admit defeat and go to teacher Lu's class to kowtow and apologize. He threw the challenge letter to the ground like a piece of scrap paper, then calmly turned his back and left, leaving behind a taunt. Just wait to Lu's face. But Zhen Yang suddenly spoke up, stopping him. Wait, you broke our classroom door and dared to call teacher Zheng by his name directly, without any respect. Now you must apologize. Hearing this, Xu Hong found it strange and then burst out laughing. You want me to apologize? Immediately, he relied on his innately superior abilities to show off to the group, whom he considered beneath him. Zhen Yan, it seemed, was completely unaware of his true nature and had dared to speak up. He was immediately struck by a kick from him. In an instant, he was no longer standing in his original position. Instead, there was a splash of blood all over the courtyard of the lecture hall. This power was truly terrifying. Xu Hong looked at the miserable state of the group and sneered, let's see if you have the skills for this. Zhao Ya, though her spirit was shaken, could not restrain her own fierce nature against this mad dog. Don't go too far. With that, she charged forward to give him a kick to his acupoint as a lesson for his arrogance. But her move went nowhere at all, simply because the opponent's speed was too fast. Xu Hong just took advantage of the enemy's opening to lift his leg and kick straight at a vulnerable spot. As a result, Zhao Ya couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely. Yuan Tao, worried for his friends, had also forgotten that this guy would use the lowest of tricks to take people down. In a flash, he saw him behind him, a smirk on his face. Where are you looking, fatty? And just like that, he knocked out someone with a much larger physique. Blood sprayed from Yuan Tao's nose. Wang Ying, seeing her brothers being taken down one by one, couldn't help but rush forward anxiously. Zhao Ya, are you alright? But this Xu Hong was like a tail, sticking to her relentlessly. The moment he leaned close to speak, his voice was like death whispering in her ear. Why have you of the One Clan fallen so low as to take this kind of trash teacher as your master? Unexpectedly, Zhen Yang had regained his composure at some point and, at that very moment, boldly charged forward to stop the scoundrel's arrogance. Who are you calling a trash teacher? He thought he could land a punch that would at least stun Xu Hong, but who would have thought that with just a chicken leg like limb, he could still block his fist. Xu Hong was extremely smug. It seems you haven't been taught enough of a lesson. Then let me show you what the gap in strength is. And so, the attack continued, with only his blows landing, giving Zhen Yang no chance at all. He was kicked repeatedly until he couldn't even see straight anymore. He was no match for him and could only cover his face, avoiding the vital spots. Finally he was finished off with a kick that lifted his entire body. This was truly terrifying skill. The martial arts hall was now more miserable than ever. Everyone was exhausted. A bunch of trash, Xu Hong mocked each and every one of them. This is just a small punishment. Go back and tell your teacher Zheng Xuan that if he doesn't dare to agree, he should quickly admit defeat. Otherwise what? Unexpectedly, The entire scene had been witnessed by Zhang Xuan. He had finally returned, but the scene before him made his face as black as ink. "You just said, otherwise what?" Xu Hong remained as calm as ever, perhaps not yet realizing who was standing in front of him. "Otherwise, just wait to lose in the teacher evaluation." He didn't bother with the brat's arrogant attitude, who hadn't even wiped his nose yet, and was already being insolent. He just walked over to his students and calmly replied, "Win or lose, it's not your place to comment. Go back and tell Luxan I've accepted the challenge." Yuan Tao, seeing his teacher return, was moved beyond words. In reality, Zhang Xuan's heart was also screaming. It had been hard enough to get rid of Huang Yu and Bai Zun, and now another Luxan had appeared. "Luxan, you have several hundred students. Just because Zhen Yanfen wants to audit my class, you don't have to be so two-faced, do you?" Xu Hong, seeing Zhang Xuan's restrained demeanor, was extremely satisfied. It seemed the matter would end here. He turned his back to leave in a state of glee. "That's good. Farewell then." Yuan Tao, worried for his teacher, reminded him after the madman had left, "Teacher, he spoke contemptuously, broke our door, and even beat us up. If we just let him go like this, in the future, everyone will dare to walk all over us." Hearing the complaints, Xu Hong's gut itched, and he turned back. "What? Weren't you beaten enough just now?" He then continued to spout insults. "This rundown place of yours only has a few students. It doesn't matter if the door is there or not. Do you really think someone would come to eavesdrop on your lectures? Don't dream about it. If you want to keep me here, let's see if you have the skills. Today I am standing right here. Whoever among you can keep me here, feel free to try." Zhang Xuan paid no attention to his words, only staring intently at Yuan Tao. "Seriously, do you want to teach him a lesson?" Yuan Tao's eyes sparkled as he looked at his teacher and asked naively, "Can I?" And yet, Zhang Xuan laughed and said, "Of course. Yuan Tao, you are the one with the least strength, and also the most measured. I'll teach you a few moves later. Go and beat him into a pig's head. And by the way, make him pay for the door. Remember, don't be too harsh. Also, the fight must be fair. Know when to stop. No need to harm the peace." Zhen Yang, hearing this, was stunned, astonished, and flabbergasted. It was one thing to say it as a form of comfort, but to actually have Yuan Tao win. Even in a dream, it would be a joke. Xu Hong heard it as if it were a real life coming in the martial arts hall. He burst out laughing. "Beat me into a pig's head. And make me pay for the door. Fine, whoever among you can beat me, besides paying for your door, I'll also compensate him with 1,000 gold coins." As if waiting for just that, Zhang Xuan shot up. "Whoever wins gets compensated." He still asserted firmly, "Of course, but you guys want to beat me. Even with another 10 years of training, you won't be able to." Seeing this, the young man turned and smiled, giving his student an order, "Your chance to earn money has come. Yuan Tao, you go first. Remember my words, be gentle." But Yuan Tao's face was blank as he asked, "In a daze, don't worry. I'll teach you 3 simple fist techniques now. You'll definitely win." Xu Hong felt that this martial arts hall was too much like a central circus. Sharpening the sword just before the battle. Learning martial skills now. It was probably too late. And only 3 moves at that. Zhang Xuan didn't care much, just waving to his students. "You all come here too. We'll make some money on bets later." Worry was written all over Yuan Tao's face. He stammered, "Teacher. I." But Liu Yang was extremely confident. He reassured his fellow student, "Yuan Tao, you have to trust the teacher. If he says so, he must have a way." In a flash, he also realized why he had taken Zhang Xuan as his master in the first place. "Besides, I've already been beaten. At worst, I'll just get beaten again. I have plenty of flesh anyway." Seeing that all his students were determined to avenge this, Zhang Xuan gathered the team. "Now, I'm going to teach you a few moves. You must learn them well. Watch carefully. This is the first move. Open your 5 fingers, and your left hand grabs forward. The second move, your left foot moves to the right. The third move, your right hand makes a fist and punches forward." And just like that, the 3 moves were over. The group stared blankly at Zhang Xuan, as if he were teaching martial arts to elementary school children. "Teacher Zhang, is that it?" Yuan Tao felt like he had stepped from heaven and fallen into hell. "Teacher Zhang, are you joking? This is just normal fist practice. And your form isn't even standard." Xu Hong watched from the side with an annoyed look. He thought Zhang Xuan was intentionally humiliating him. "In front of me, you teach this kind of garbage and still expect to beat me? Do you take me for a dead man?" After he was done, he patted Yuan Tao on the shoulder encouragingly. "Alright, these 3 moves are very simple. You go now. As long as you use them well, beating that guy will be no problem at all." Meanwhile, his face was dark. "Teacher Zhang, I know I'm not reliable, but the things you just taught me are even less reliable than I am." Well, since it had come to this, it was all or nothing. Thanks to his teacher's enthusiastic encouragement, his heavy legs still moved forward. Come on, make your move. Shu-Han looked at the Fae he had just beaten up, who still wanted to bring his body over, and asked, "You really want to fight me? You really don't know what's good for you." With that, he complied with the death wish and charged forward to give Yuan Tao a beating. At Yuan Tao's ear, a familiar voice echoed, "The 3 moves I just taught you, the first 2, do them in reverse. Left hand becomes right hand, left foot becomes right foot." His eyes suddenly lit up. "This is Genki sound transmission. It's from the teacher." He immediately became alert and followed the teacher's words without missing a single detail. The voice continued steadily, "The last move, no change. The fist becomes 5 fingers, striking down 3 inches. Remember, it must be exactly 3 inches, no more, no less." Shu-Han was no fool either. He had noticed from the movements that Yuan Tao was doing the opposite of the moves his teacher had just demonstrated. He felt extremely confident, having figured him out. As expected, he's doing it in reverse. He considered Yuan Tao to be in the palm of his hand. But just then, he revealed a strange move, just as Zhang Xuan had instructed in his head. This time, Yuan Tao had bet everything. "I have to trust teacher Zhang. I have to risk it." The last move was completely unexpected for Zhu-Han. He lost his composure for a moment. Damn it, the last move wasn't reversed, and in that split second, he had revealed an opening. Yuan Tao didn't hesitate to aim straight for that trump card. "This position is my weak point," pointed out by teacher Zhang. Shu-Han was struck in a vulnerable spot, and immediately felt a sharp pain. All his life force seemed to drain from his body. And just like that, he was defeated by someone with bottom-tier abilities. He could only clutch his stomach, hunched over, gasping for breath. At this moment, Yuan Tao had reached a peak of excitement, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at Shu-Han like a dead mouse in his hands. "We're still in a fight. What are you doing?" You're dead meat now." Shu-Han's mouth was stained with fresh blood as he stared with wide eyes, his mouth stammering as if begging Yuan Tao for mercy. And then, there was no "and then." A series of the most miserable, painful screams echoed from the martial arts hall, startling even the birds in the sky into taking flight. This time, not only had he learned a lesson, but all his brothers and friends had also had their eyes open. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this for real? How did Yuan Tao's strength suddenly get boosted like that?" Only Liu Yang had believed in Zhang Xuan from the very beginning. At this moment, he also felt very satisfied. "Alright, Yuan Tao. I said to beat him into a pig's head, not to kill him." He was in a state of ecstasy from having beaten a top 5 entrant like he was pounding rice. Remembering his teacher's words, he snapped out of it. Otherwise, this guy would have been done for today. Shu-Han looked extremely aggrieved and unconvinced. His face was swollen, but he still managed to curse Yuan Tao, "You despicable person." This statement was like poking a sore spot for him. It seems this guy doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Despicable. And despicable. So what? You want another round? Zhang Xuan chuckled to himself, while outwardly still stopping his student. "Alright, Yuan Tao. Beating him up like this is enough. Next, Zhen Yang, you try too. It's rare to have a practice dummy. We can't let it go to waste." Hearing this, he immediately agreed. Shu-Han now felt a chill down his spine. "Thut. Shouldn't you be letting me go? Why are you telling someone else to continue hitting me?" He seemed very resentful. Just now, this guy was the first one to charge in and was sent flying by my kick. His strength is clearly nothing special. But with the fatty's experience, as long as I defend against the opponent's 3 moves, there should be no problem. Besides, I was beaten so badly just now. If I don't fight back, how can I explain myself to my teacher when I get back? Thanks to this, he decided to get up and start over. In Zhen Yang's mind, the teacher's Genki sound transmission echoed.